I'm gonna see you in a second. I'm live on the other one. So if you want to switch over, I'll see you over there, Travis. Sounds good. See you in a minute. There it is.
Looks like, in the words of the immortal Barry Manilow, looks like we made it.
Yep. The audio ending in the other one is still playing in my ear.
Uh-oh.
That's funny. So there we go. Alrighty.
Right
now we're on to hour number. Wow, what's this? 9. We're into hour number 9 here. And this is the part. Oh, hey, there we go. Mic device isn't connected. We have Mike trying to join in. Oh, did I? And yeah, okay. Switch completed. We have people in the chat joining up. We'll watch the numbers on the chat climb again. But yeah, so Travis, there's Mikey. Let me drop him in too so he can hear. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Trucking along.
Yeah.
All right, Travis, what do you got? You got home theater stuff, you said.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've got new seats coming in eventually.
Oh, that's Mikey's favorite topic. He had a bad experience.
Yeah. Which model did you have again?
Oh gosh.
Do you remember?
It's really base, very, very base model. Yeah. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but it was very much
comfortable.
Yeah.
The Flintstones.
So it was just been like a year ago, a little over a year ago, we were getting theater seats from Valencia, and visually, aesthetically, we were trying to decide between the Barcelona and the Monza. And, we didn't like the look of the big overstuffed, traditional home theater seating. And I had experience with another brand's. We had both had experience with another seating company's model that is very similar to the Barcelona, and we both just hated it. It was not at all comfortable, which led us to order the Monza, which were great seats. They've done a lot for my back pain. But aesthetically, because, the entrance to this room is right here, and you would come in and the focal point became the back of these 3 seats. It's like it was almost like putting a wall up and cutting the room in half. So this year at Cedia, Valencia was in the sound room 11. Was that the one with Lumigen? They were in sound room 11, and the front row was the Barcelona seats, and they are so much more comfortable than the competing brand that I had experience with. So we are going to be getting Barcelona seats in here in the coming weeks, which I'm really excited about. If it was only aesthetics, I would have chosen them every time. But I was just a little gun shy based on that other brand's experience, thinking these look exactly the same. They're probably going to feel pretty much the same, but it's just like night and day difference. The Valencia were a lot more comfortable when I sat in them at Cedia. The mechanics of them, they feel to me like the Dolby Cinema seats. The way they recline and kind of cup down and under instead of just going straight back. It's kind of a swoosh.
Oh wow!
So I'm excited for those.
That's
awesome.
Conveniently, with the seating not in the room anymore, these boxes over here. I've been talking about it since I first set up this room. I've got 3 short windows up here in the basement. They're like 2 feet high. And so to black out the room, they don't have blackout shades. They've got nice Hunter Douglas blinds on them, but they're not blackout in any way, shape, or form. So I've got like some of those black panels that I use on the walls back here. I've got those cut and stuffed in here, and it looks like I'm running a drug lab when you walk past on the sidewalk out front. And it's a pain in the butt to take those in and out, so I'm not able to get daylight down here when I'm working during the day. So these are smart blinds from SmartWave. And so I will be able to, they're blackout shades, and they have the tracks on the side so that they can actually really close it up and black it out. But they're also, obviously by the name, they're smart shades. So I'm going to be able to run them right into my Home Assistant automation. So if, I'll have them open up when the sun comes up and go down when the sun goes down. But if we want to watch a football game in here on a Saturday afternoon, I'll also be able to have them. So when I hit play or turn on the system, they'll automatically drop. And, so I'm excited about that little addition too. So,
automation like that.
Yeah.
That's something that years and years ago, it's something you always saw in magazines, or actually you read about it in magazines.
Right.
We didn't even have YouTube. Be like, oh, this person here. You'd read about these theaters in Home Theater Magazine and be like, oh, the blinds close. You're like, oh my God, oh, the curtains open up or whatever. And you're like, oh my God, how do I get that? And it's like, it'd be like a episode of Cribs in the Home Theater Magazine of these expensive theaters. And like, how can we do that? And nowadays it's like anybody can do it. And it's like, how extravagant do you want? How simple do you want it to be? Well, that's where the money is. You want to put some, sweat equity into it. You can do it for fairly cheap, right? And it's like, and have minimal remotes. Some of them, like, you can integrate it into your remote system. Other ones where it'd be like, all right, you hit a remote on the side and it goes, and the people, it's not all integrated into your whole system. Like, maybe you don't have the kaleidoscope where you hit one button and everything in the room adjusts to the point of perfection, but you can do it. I've done it for years. Like, oh my God, you push the movie started and the lights went out. Yep. And you're over there, even on my Harmony, like, hit play here, hit this over here, hit this over here. They don't know how many buttons I'm hitting, but you can do all of that. Like, pretty cool. All the simplicity is just for us.
Yeah.
We're the ones running the room.
Like, just push play.
I
used, before I got the unfolded circle remote 2 in here, and that's when I was setting up the Home Assistant and stuff. And I would sit there and I would press play. I would grab my phone and turn off the lights. I would grab the masking remote and get that set up and everything. And I would complain. I'm like, I can't wait until I can just push one button. And it's like first world problems, but also, it's a hassle.
It's a hassle, but it's what we want to do. You want to figure it out.
Yeah.
If somebody had, you can throw money at it and have somebody come in and figure it out for you. Yeah. But even if I had that means, I don't think I would I would still be like, all right, I still want to figure it. Now, if I had the means, it means I would have more time to figure it out myself, because maybe I wouldn't go to work.
Right.
Like, I got enough money to take the day off and figure this problem out. It'd probably be cheaper if you just hired somebody. But where's the fun in that? Right? It's like, that's the idea. It's like, think of that, guys. Think of how much time and energy we've spent working on our theaters. If we what if you could have actually been getting paid during that time doing something else, you probably would have come out in the positive.
Yeah.
Like 100%. I was just saying this the other day. Not the other day. It was at CD. I was talking to somebody getting into podcasting. If you get into this to make money, it'd be like, think about it, like, did I get into this for my theater? Like, I could get some benefit. Like, can I get breaks on stuff? Do I get inside? Do I have contacts now where I can get stuff and for cheaper or whatever? Don't get into it for that reason, because I've been doing this show, for instance, since 6 years, right? At least one show a week. The hours that I put into it, The money that it takes to get this out to people, if you add that up over 6 years, and I did the numbers, like modest numbers for this, and I'm like, I would have spent like something like $80,000 over the last 6 years, right? Week after week of doing this show. If I'd gone out and gotten a part-time job, I would have made more than that over the last 6 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if I did a 20-hour a week part-time job, which I'd probably spend more than 20 hours a week doing this show, I would have been, you know, whether it's watching movies and stuff like that, think of the money that I would have made in that time to put into my theater in my other spare time. You're not making money doing this. I'm actually losing money, right? And it's like, that's why we do it.
Mm-hmm.
But if like Nelson got his first Kaleidoscape because he went to work at Best Buy and he got the 50% off at Best Buy during Christmas. You can he made the money and then put it into, like, literally made no money because the money he made at Best Buy, he paid to buy the Kaleidoscape. So It's like, what did you get for working there during the holiday season? A Kaleidoscape. But you know, that's how it works out. Yeah. It's funny.
I'd do that.
I mean, that's why I didn't do a podcast. You know, I've got my YouTube channel, but I've already got all of the tools and equipment and skills. I'm not investing in any StreamYard services, nothing like that. It's just like, I have the stuff. I might as well use it and put it on. Yeah. My only investment is really time. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when you start out, you don't know, but then you get going, and like anything else in home theater, I don't have to do StreamYard. I don't have to do it this way. I could do it for cheaper, but just like home theater, it's like, I'm going to do it. I want to do it right. And I want to learn. I've learned so much just trying to get everything better, get the audio better, get the video, do this, do that. And it's like, you know, that's like we were saying earlier, it's like, we're tinkerers. We like to mess with the stuff, and this is what we do. So why would you think I'm just going to put out like a half-ass version of this? Now, there are better podcasts out there, but, you know, technically wise, but this is the best I can do for now. See what I can get better. I don't know. But yeah. So Mikey, what do you got cooking?
Dude, nothing. I got kids and family, and it's kept me out of the basement for quite a while.
Really?
So, yeah, I have no exciting updates, no fun news. Just teaching my 15-year-old son how to drive. My 16-year-old daughter's leg is finally healed, so she can drive again. You know, just I don't have any fun home theater stuff to talk about, so I'm just kind of here trying to chime in whenever I can.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to teach my 19-year-old. I'm still trying to convince my 19-year-old he needs to learn how to drive just in case he ever needs that. Like,
he doesn't drive yet?
No, he walks to work. He takes the bus to school. It's like,
yeah.
You know, I'm not going to complain too much. I wish he'd like take driver's ed and learn the skill and get a license. But yeah, I mean, if he doesn't want to have the expense of a vehicle, if he's like, he's 19 years old and he's going to school and he's got his own apartment that he pays for by himself. He doesn't ask me for money. I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, you should go buy $1,000 car so you can have a $500 repair every month.
Right.
Like, right.
Right. Exactly.
Paul in the chat. Your shelves are still fun though, Mike.
Hey,
in
thanks,
the background
Paul.
there.
Appreciate that, buddy.
Yeah.
Those myself. Yeah, we when my daughter last year, she got a job when she was like 14 and saved every penny and bought her first car. And we were taking her to the bank to open up the savings and the checking and blah, blah, blah. And we were talking to the banker, and he says, yeah, my daughter just turned 16 as well. And, you know, we were all proud. I was proud. My wife and I are proud of our daughter because she is buying this car herself. You know, we're not paying for it. And the banker was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. But I did the opposite. I bought the car for my kid, but now my daughter has to pay her own insurance.
Right.
And I was like, oh, man, I totally dropped the ball on that one. Like, I'll buy you the car. That's fine. You pay your own insurance. In the long run, I
Yep.
save so much money, man.
Oh God, yeah.
So yeah, I wish I would have thought of that, but
Yeah.
oh well.
Yeah. Yeah. The insurance is crazy for a kid. And that's why people end up getting their kids cars. You don't understand it until you're there. But I remember before my kids were old enough to drive, I'm like, well, everybody's buying their kids. How do you afford that? And then the time comes and you're like, you put your kid on your car, the insurance goes through the roof because your car is going to be a nicer car. You get a cheaper car that the insurance will be less. It's still crazy money,
Right.
Yeah.
but
Right.
it's so much less because the car is devalued. You get a cheap little car, you know, and that's why they end up doing it. And I was lucky. My kids were like, they're 2 years apart, one year in school just because of the holdback because Joe's a November kid. And Joe was like your son, Travis, where he didn't care. He waited until he was almost 18 before he got his license. And I had to go downstairs. I'm like, here. I threw keys at him. I'm like, let's go. I'm going to take you out to drive. He didn't really care. So they both ended up getting, like, he got his license for senior year and my daughter was coming up. So we bought a car, like the three of us, meaning my wife and I were 1/3, my son, and then my daughter. We all pitched in and bought a car together. And then he had it for the first year. And then he went to college, and then my daughter had it for her senior year, and it worked out. So, but yeah, they found out about costs and all of that, the insurance and all of that good stuff. So it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, that's part of learning how to drive.
Yeah.
And then how many kids are like, oh, I need gas too? We're like, oh my God. It's like they forget, like, this needs gas. And if you're going to drive it, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. And we're like, they forget that. But it's so fun to see kids go, I can't go tonight. I don't have any gas. You want to go where? It's like, remember those days when all the buddies would chip in? I'll chip in and we'll all go here with gas. And it was like, okay. But yeah, it's funny.
I remember having a moped and having to like scrape up like 95 cents to fill it up.
95 cents.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was under I remember when it topped $100 a gallon, but I remember it being fairly cheap a gallon, like 60 cents, 65 cents, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I can remember like $1.16 maybe. I don't think I ever remember it being less than $1. But
it was in the late 90s. It really was.
When I was started driving.
Yeah. You know, when I graduated from college and moved west, it was early 1995, and I filled up in Des Moines, Iowa, on my way to Reno for 88 cents a gallon. And by the time I got to Reno, it was like $1.45, and I'm like, I'm never going to be able to afford to live out here. And then keep going and going, circle back, and it's like $3 a gallon in San Francisco. And then I decide I'm going to move back to Iowa. I got back to Iowa and it was $1.69 a gallon in 2004.
Yeah.
Of course, now it's back up to $2.75 or $3 or whatever there, and it's $4.75 here in Seattle. So, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the early 2000s when everything just spiked, and it went in a few years. You went from under $1 a gallon to over $3 a gallon.
Yeah.
And then we'd never been back down to $1. Never even close.
Which is why I kind of don't want a car anymore either. Like, I take the bus and the train everywhere, when I'm commuting and stuff like that. I walk places, and we moved out here 4 years ago now, just a little bit over 4 years ago, and I still haven't put 10,000 miles on my vehicle, including the 2,000-mile drive from Iowa to Seattle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can't do that. I work out of my truck.
We live 2 blocks from a rapid ride bus stop that takes me downtown, where I can get on the light rail and take that to campus for work when I have to go in. So
there you go.
Yeah. If you don't need a car, don't get one for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you can get around, that's the thing. Right. Out where I live. Nope.
It's a 4-minute bus ride to Easy Street Records. So
that sounds like a cool place.
It's Mecca.
Mecca.
It's a fantastic fantastic record store that also has a cafe. They do live shows in there. Brandy Carlisle played there last weekend. She's well, she's local and connected to Easy Street pretty. She donated her old tour van to Easy Street during the pandemic because they were doing deliveries when the store couldn't be open. They would take orders online locally and deliver them. And
Oh wow.
she donated her van so that they could keep doing deliveries and stuff. And so,
That's cool.
but like seen Slash there and Duff McKagan and the Linda Lindas and local band. My band has played there. Like it's just a really, really cool. It's kind of the heart of West Seattle. It's a really cool spot.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, yeah, and you're in a, metropolitan area like that. Everything's close. That's why you don't. Yeah. I've said that before. Me personally, I could never live in a place like that. I need trees. I need woods. I need the privacy. Like a house, the next house I can't really see. I like that. But it is fun, the idea of being in a city or in that area. It's like everything's close by. Everything's accessible without a car.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I need isolation.
Yeah. The little subdivision I'm in right now, I can't wait to, once the kids go to college, hopefully we're going to get out into the country a little bit more because same thing. I want the space. I want,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had that in Iowa. I thought we would miss it more than we do.
Okay.
When we were in Iowa, we had really one neighbor. We had our house. There's obviously the street in front, and then there was a city easement, like a waterway that went around the north side and the east side of the house. So we had one neighbor on the south side, and that was it. And it was certainly lovely. But here we don't have that at all. But when, we've got these huge floor to ceiling windows, and when we look out, we see trees and leaves and pine tree, evergreens. It's fan and a stop sign. Sure. But, it's, we're very close to our neighbors. But the way the house is built, it doesn't feel like it because all the windows face the side where it's, a drop off to the beach and the trees in between instead of the side where the houses all are.
Yeah. Where at in Iowa were you?
In Ames.
Okay.
It's about a half hour north of Des Moines. It's kind of the very center of the state.
Okay.
I worked for Iowa State University, so.
Gotcha. Just curious. I'm over in Illinois, so I was just trying to get an idea. So.
I've got a good friend in Chicago that I used to go visit in Andersonville, quite frequently, and we'd ride our bikes around up to the breweries and stuff. And
cool.
Good times.
Paul in the chat. A drop off to the beach. God damn it,
dude. We still shocked that we got the house that we got. It was in our price range. It was exactly where we wanted to be. It was exactly the style of house we wanted to be. We're 2 blocks from the beach, from Puget Sound. There's a huge park, like a half a block away, like the biggest city park in town with its own pool and beachfront. We're a mile from the ferry terminal to go out to Chris Deering's house. And like all summer long.
Was that one of the attractions when the rail estate agent was selling the house? Yeah. Chris Deering is a ferry ride away. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Brightside Realty, the agent.
Exactly.
But no, all summer long we have our windows open, and I wake up, and the first stimulation in my brain is the smell of salt air coming off the water. It's so fantastic. You don't get that in Iowa.
No.
You need like fertilizer.
Exactly. Yes.
You don't get it out here either. It's like I'm pretty far from the water. So, but yeah. it's fertilizer.
We're getting to the time of year when the rest of the leaves fall off the houses between us and the water, from the trees between us and the water. We'll be able to see the cascade or the Olympics mountains over the trees.
Dang.
That's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
That's lovely. So, Mikey, you've already got plans of moving when the kids are older. Does your wife know the plans for the new theater yet?
Yeah, actually, she does.
Oh, okay. All right, because you're working on it.
Oh, absolutely. That's kind of my thing right now. I'm still saving for a Kaleidoscape and waiting someday for a Kaleidoscape. I just don't know when that's going to happen because of these damn kids and all the stuff. I mean,
you make it sound like they're coming in like unexpectedly. I got 3 more on the way.
No,
because of these damn kids.
But I got to get the 2 that I have out of the house so that I can have a little more money to play with. So, but yeah, that she is fully aware that once money becomes a little more disposable, that it's coming.
Well,
I'm just thinking the new house and the dedicated room.
Oh yeah, no, she's totally fine with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's hey Omar.
Hey guys, how are you?
But yeah, no, she's fully aware that I will have a dedicated space with a projector, blacked out. She won't let me do that in this basement because it's open and whatever. Yeah. But
she's on board with the home shopping of like you walking in and her looking, well, like I like this pantry over here. Yeah, you talk kitchen stuff. I'm gonna be over here. Yeah, like nope. It could have everything she wants, but if you can't figure out where to put the theater, it's kind of a non-starter.
Yep.
It's so much more fun in this position, Mike, where you've got a lot of that equipment, and so once you get the room, then you just have to upgrade specific pieces. Like that was our house in our last house in Iowa. I had some speakers and a receiver. They weren't great, but that house had a kind of a makeshift dedicated room already. So I just went on Craigslist and found a used projector, put my speakers in there, and I was up and running. And then it was just a matter of upgrades. But now here, we moved everything in and had a theater up and running and still upgrade. But when your budget doesn't have to go towards all of the equipment, then it's a lot more fun.
Yeah.
You can use a lot of the stuff you already have and spend your budget more on designing the room the way it needs to be and then upgrade as needed.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that. And Erica is fully on board. So
nice.
You just got to get the damn kids out.
Gotta get those kids out.
Always something. But yeah, like Travis said, it's like that's what I did when I got the house, my first house. I knew where the room was going to be. I had all the gear from my living room, and once you get into that room, it's like, all right, I'll put this in, and now that's where the upgrade. You're like, oh my god, what can I do in here? Because now it's your private room, right? And it's like, it actually makes it easier for the. Oh my god, you can upgrade a lot easier without anybody noticing too. Like, you got a private. How long you had that? Oh, I've had that a while. I got that a while ago. It's brand new, but yeah, it is fun when you've had it. Like what the setup. I mean, you have a great setup now.
Oh yeah.
When you get that dedicated room, that's when you're going. I'll be like, where's that base I've been looking for? And you could probably achieve it with everything you have too. You just need the room.
Yeah. Johnny's speakers lent me I want to say 15-inch, 18-inch shoe subwoofer.
Oh.
Specifically to jam it right up against my couch.
For near field. Nice.
Near field. Yeah.
How's that?
It's a lot of fun. It's really cool. It's way better than the bass shakers. It's way more real. I guess I'd say realistic.
Accurate. Yeah.
Thank you. Accurate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome. The only problem is the way DJ, the way my basement is set up, the space behind my couch. Oh, Omar, you know this too. Behind my couch, that's the walkway.
Right.
So when I take Johnny's a super expensive subwoofer and stick it right in my walkway.
Yeah, you need 2 orange cones on either side.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So it makes me nervous, but no, it's really cool. It adds to the experience quite a bit.
Yeah.
I just get nervous because it's not my subwoofer and I don't want anything to happen to it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the one thing with the bass shakers, I would say, is that, I mean, it adds to it. And if you don't have something and haven't experienced it, but you want that, you go to bass shakers and it'll give you an experience there that, all right, this is great. But when you experience the accuracy of the actual subwoofers doing it,
Right.
then you know, like, oh, it's not supposed to be this much. I find with bass shakers is you're getting more than maybe you should in some scenes. Like it's supposed to be a little bit of bass and you're like, all right, that's great. And it'll be like, the subtleties of actual bass that you're supposed to be getting. And the other thing is once you're pressurizing the room, there's also bass that comes at you that has nothing to do with coming up through the seat. Like you get a punch in the chest, which you can't duplicate through your butt. Right. And so there's that part of it. And that's what's fun about like having a well-calibrated room is like you get the different nuances of the different types of bass that there are, the ones that punches in the chest, the vibrations, well, I don't have infrasonics, but that super low frequency where it's just you can't hear it, but you feel it type thing. And that's all of those different, textures, if you will, to the soundtrack is, we can duplicate it as best we can, but once you've experienced it, if you go to a bass shaker, it's like, it's not the same. It's not to put them down. They have their place.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I've never been a fan of the D-box seats in commercial cinemas. The D-box just always seemed like kind of gimmicky, novelty, carnival ride type stuff. And to an extent that my bass shakers feel like that. They're just, I like them. Don't get me wrong. I still use them. Because without them, whatever. But it's not real. It's not authentic. It's,
Yeah.
So
it's a substance. It's like eating, if all you ate was like, TV dinners, you'd think that's just great. But then all of a sudden you have a real meal. You're like, oh, now you go back to the TV dinner and be like, ugh, that ain't very good anymore.
Yeah. Good analogy. It is.
Yeah. Let's see. We got Skylake Pro Cinema. That's true, DJ. But remember, the coil will move before the woofer driver. In theory, you can vibrate before 20 hertz down to 0.0002 hertz. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. What else we got? But yeah. So Omar, what are you doing, buddy?
Hey,
How's
guys.
your theater doing? I haven't talked to you since last year.
Yeah. No, actually, I had to kind of like take a break from movies and whatnot. You know what? Do you guys remember when you guys were young and you guys like played baseball? I played softball down in the corner of the block, and we used to always hit the ball into this man's house, and he was just the old grumpy man that would yell every single time you hit the ball, you had to go in his yard. I think I've become that man.
I mean,
when it comes time to movies, oh my God, I don't know what happened. So I think things just started getting to me in the sense of I was really nitpicking movies. I love the movies.
Yeah.
But to me, my big thing was camera movement, and I get the whole director's, view, but I got annoyed with, cameramen running and you're seeing the shaking and I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to.
So you didn't watch my live feed from CD.
And it's like, you know what? In this day and age, we still have that going on. And, the whole battle 24 frames per second. It's like, well, you got to see motion. It's like,
do you?
I don't know. Do you really?
Yeah. Exactly.
I'd rather have something smooth.
Right.
Were we okay when DVDs came out? We're like, oh my God, DVDs. That's the thing. Now you got 4K. It's like, okay, that's the pinnacle right there. I'm okay with that. And it was just getting to me, the whole moving, and I actually just stopped watching because I'm like, oh my God. And I don't know if you guys know, but my son and me, we're big into F1 racing. So I heard you guys talk about the bass shakers and and that, and we have a sim now, and it's a whole full steering wheels and pedals, and we
Yeah.
have 3 monitors, and I mean we spent some good money on this, and we just added bass shakers to the rig. And
Oh,
so now it's like every time you hit a gear in GT3 cars or something, you feel that thump. And I'm like, yeah, I think this bass shakers were designed for this type of
yeah.
environment, opposed to like Mike said about putting him in the seats and whatnot. So it's like, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, that's where we're at right now. But I hate the zooming in. If you guys have ever watched F1 racing, I think it's a competition between cameramans on how zoomed in these people get.
Yeah.
And it's not cool seeing grown men pores on 1080p and 4K. And it's like, really, why are we in their eyeball? And it just started getting to me. I'm like, ugh. So yeah, there's been a couple movies I haven't watched to this day, but it's just I'm kind of like Mikey. Nothing big to announce and whatnot. But um, I DJ, I remember you and Steve talk about Sinners,
Yeah.
and then I remember watching it, and I was like, what bothered me there is the opening scene. He's in the church,
Mm-hmm.
full view on your TV, and then everything else is you got your bars, and it's like, why? Why are we doing that? And I guess it didn't bother me like with Maverick. Remember when it was like
Yeah.
the IMAX scenes and it covers up your whole screen? I'm like, oh, this is nice. And then they cut it away. I'm like, why? Why did you do that? And I get it.
Yeah.
A lot of people do have the projectors and whatnot, and it feels there. But realistically, how many people really do have projectors? Especially for people who are streaming.
Yeah.
And I think most people are just doing that, the streaming, and I know the battle, the physical media and so forth. And it's like, I understand why we still do physical media, because I don't know if you guys experience it. HBO Max has, Sinners, and it
Mm-hmm.
says it's in Dolby Atmos, but I can't get it to broadcast Dolby Atmos. I don't know if it's just my system because I use an NVIDIA Shield, but everything else gets broadcasted in Dolby Atmos when it does say Dolby Atmos. But for some odd reason, HBO Max I have issues with them.
Is it your subscription tier? Because
I don't know.
we get HBO Max free with our AT&T cell phones, but it's
We too,
HD,
us too.
HD, and it's not the full 4K
Uh,
tier.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's what it is. Because we get it too through AT&T as well. So that might be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to go back to you were talking about the camera shake when they're running and stuff like that. I honestly think, and I agree with this point, that we've gotten to a point where everyone who's 8 years old or up has a gimbal of some sort, and everything is so ultra smooth. And I think film directors are allowing that shake to come in to set them apart from the real estate photographers out there who are doing drone tours and all these ultra smooth shots going through. Anymore, if I see a gimbal shot, it's just like, so cliche, and I'm over it. So I actually like the shake, and
Yeah.
Oh, good.
not too extreme of a shake. I mean, when I'm filming something, I put it on my shoulder rig, and I try to do it as smoothly as possible. But I like the idea that I like when there's some sort of shake in there. You use a wider lens, you use the tools to smooth it out organically instead of doing it in post or using a gimbal or whatever. So
I could
get
see
what
it.
they're doing there. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it. I used to like it. What was it? Saving Private Ryan? A great example. It was just the whole running scene and whatnot. I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah, puts you
but
there. Right?
Yeah. But it's like now, it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm that old man. It's like, oh, really? I guess it's kind of like, you do 4K. Do you want to watch a DVD? You're like,
We'll go backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, go backwards. You're like, you really don't.
Well,
But I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, but I don't think it is just you. It's like that's where we get into the diminishing returns, right? And people will be like, is it diminishing returns when somebody will be like, oh, I'm going to upgrade to this, and it's yeah, but it's only a 1% better. It's only going to be 1 or 2% better. So is it really worth it? If you think it's worth it, then you'll do it, right? And then once you've done it, now you're one of those donkeys online going, you got to do this because it is only 1 or 2% to go forward, but that 1 or 2% to go back. Now you're like, it's night and day to you. It's not a 1 or 2% to go forward, but that same 1 or 2% feels like a 20% drop when you go back to it, because now you've tuned yourself to this quality, and you're like, you could pick it out like that. And that's what happens for all of us. You get to a certain point. It's like, you listen to my daughter earlier this morning, and she's like, she goes into a house, so she's like, nope, that ain't going to cut it. That isn't going to cut it. I can't live with that. I can't, and you've become attuned to that. And it's not necessarily like get off my lawn, old man thing, but it's you've trained yourself to quality. And that's why, like Todd and I talking this morning, I was saying, like, we had a conversation once that went on the phone where he called me about, or no, we were texting about something. I was like, call me. And he was upset about a product that was like snake oil, right? And the people were like, you need to have this. And he was like, I agreed with him. I thought it was crazy. But what I was trying to say to him, and we ended up in like a 2-hour discussion, was I will never, ever tell anybody, as much as I know that it's snake oil, I will never tell somebody that you don't need that, whatever they're trying to sell me, because a lot of the stuff that we say sounds like that to most people, right? And maybe my ear hasn't heard what this guy's trying to sell. I don't need it. I don't want it, but maybe somebody does care about it. So it's really, and he was getting not angry, but he was saying stuff like, he was like, but this isn't really needed. I'm like, I agree with you, but there is a market for people out there that are going to care about that type of a quality on whatever. Well, I can't even remember if it was video or audio, but a lot of the stuff that we sit here and talk about, I see people online all the time telling either us or people like us that we're crazy. Like it doesn't exist, but it does. Right. And once you've experienced it, going backwards is hard. It's tough. And that's, yeah. Did you hear this week's Omar with Brent Butterworth?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay. He said the same thing as you. He doesn't like home theater.
Wow. I don't know if I really said that, but
yeah, no, he's like, I hate home theater. Like, okay, everybody, welcome to my show. Right side. I don't know. But yeah, it was like not the same idea. Like, I don't think he really hates it. Like, just, you can get burnt out on it at times, and there is an up and down to it. The next point I'll make, and then Johnny Speakers is in the house, by the way, sitting quietly.
John.
Hello, everybody.
Quick, Paul Hurt. It was NYPD Blue.
Oh,
yes,
what's he talking about?
I was
Hill
wondering.
Street Blues, but yeah, NYPD Blue.
Yeah, the whole camera shaking thing.
Yeah. But the other point is, like you were saying, Omar, about the camera shaking and this and that, is like, I think a lot of that is affected by 4K. Because if you had some kind of camera shake in 480, it wasn't so bad. It was soft on the eyes. Now it's like every little detail is going up and down on the screen. You're like,
It's the same as camera judder being exacerbated at the higher resolutions.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I remember Rob H., who will be on in a little while, mentioning on AV Rant once about, what the hell was the movie? The 60 frames per second with Will Smith.
Hey, man.
Gemini Man or Billy
Gemini
Lynn's
Man.
Long
Gemini Man.
Walk.
Yeah.
Gemini Man.
Gemini Man. And he just talking about it, like he was talking about, he saw it where I think that one was, it was 120 3D, 60 for each eye. He got to see it. And it's like how dynamic that was and how amazing. And one of the things that he mentioned that, you wouldn't even think of, it was like the acting right? It's like when you have like a high frame rate, every nuance of your face, every motion you do is going to be amplified. And actors are used to 24 frames per second. It's like they're over enunciating and stuff just so that they come across as more dynamic on screen. You do that in 60 frames per second, and you're like, you look like you're acting crazy. And it's not so there's nuances and stuff to it that it changes the whole all of this can change the whole dynamic of everything, right down from the way the people act to the lighting to the shoot. It's crazy. And now our stuff on our side, we're taking this stuff in, Omar, and like you're like, oh my God, I can't take it anymore. You've taken in so many details over the years. You're like, I gotta slow down, and just step away for a little bit so you can come back and be just appreciative again.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
kind
know
of
if
like
I agree
YouTube.
with that.
What's that?
I don't know if I agree with that.
Wait a minute. Travis doesn't agree with something I just said?
Right?
Shocker, everybody.
No, I don't necessarily feel like anyone is overacting or going, really like that's a stage actor thing. That you have to do that
Yes,
in
from
a
the stage.
stage live stage performance. But man, a film camera or a video camera is already so hyper into the details. Any set that I've ever been on there, it's a honest, real performance. There's no playing to the camera when it comes to a film camera shoot for drama and stuff. It's how realistic can you make it feel, because that's what the camera wants.
Yeah.
And the camera already like you have to overact and project on a stage to make sure that everyone in the back row is getting the same subtext as the front row. But with a film camera, you don't need that, because that, the lens is going to be right here. So,
right. Depending on the shot.
Yeah.
It made sense to me.
Yeah.
And I was, and I could see when you're looking at like 60 frames per second and the details that are in there, there's far more details and nuances than you get at 24, and then even and then back in the day. But I think it's funny, the 60 frames per second, how people don't like it.
I hate it.
You hate it?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Of course you do.
Because it feels like I'm watching the news, not a movie
or soap operas.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, but
I
what
always
if
compared it to the news? Like, you can tell the difference between your local news and 60 Minutes, because they have a higher production value on 60 Minutes. Local news has that this is real life feel to it, and so does anything done. It's almost even to more of an extent with 60 frames per second.
See, I always looked at it like, what if it was always 60 frames per second and you went back to 24? How would you feel?
I'd love it.
No, you don't know that. You haven't lived in that world.
Here's
just
what I would say,
to.
and I have to run pretty soon. I've got some content to edit, actually. But in the late 90s, everyone who was doing independent film was doing everything they could to make their 30 frame per second footage that's all they could afford. And, it takes too much to go to film. You want to give it that 24 frames per second feel, because that made it feel like film, like drama, like not real. And about the same time that Panasonic finally put out the DVX 100 that could shoot true 24p on a mini DV cassette and get that into Final Cut Pro in true 23.98 or 24 frames per second. The same time they did that is the same time that TV manufacturers, including Panasonic, started coming out with the soap opera effect, and and they would make it the default to basically eliminate the effect that every independent filmmaker was trying to get. Like, we wanted that. HD cameras finally started coming out and were filming in video in 24 frames per second. And all of a sudden this was becoming accessible and everyone can do this now. And then the manufacturers start going, oh, but higher frame rate. Oh, but we're going to smooth that crap out. We're going to make it look exactly like the local news, because why?
Yeah.
Like,
well,
30 frames per second was the broadcast standard, and that's why video always worked in that. And it's just, I don't know. To me, 30 frames per second, and 30 frames isn't terrible for certain projects, but I would never do a short film in 30 or 60. Like, it just wouldn't. And, even like, everyone hears about 28 days or 20, whatever the first one was. Which was the first one? 28 days later?
28 days. I think was the first
Was that
one.
the first
28
one?
days later.
Everyone was talking about, oh yeah,
years.
that was shot on Canon XL1s. He shot that on mini DV. That's so fantastic and everything. What always gets left out of that conversation is that he shot it on PAL XL1s, which shot 25 frames per second, because it was much easier to just slow that down to 24 frames per second and A, get your theatrical prints on film, but B, give it that film feel, even though he's shooting it on video cameras. They didn't shoot that on US cameras. They shot it on PAL cameras because of the frame rate.
Okay.
But
so that
didn't we have that ability though? Like on the TVs, I remember like seeing TVs at Circuit City where you were able to see the difference, like that soap opera effect. Travis, was that still shot at those high frame rates? Now the TV actually had that ability to do that, like that motion.
For the lion's share, the vast majority, 99% of television production, or video production, things that are going to be broadcast on TV versus something that's going to be given a theatrical distribution, if they were shot on video pre 1997, 98, they were being shot at 29.97 frames per second. It was that late 90s, early 2000s when video cameras, they had figured out the technology to insert, similar to when you broadcast film, you have to do the telecine conversion to broadcast that 24 frames per second at 29.9 frames per second. I honestly don't know if this is still a thing today, but it was back then when every TV worked at NTSC at a 30 frames per second frame rate, and PAL, CCAM, NTSC working at 25 frames per second because of the different electric system. It's 50 hertz versus 60 hertz. To decrease noise and interference, you have to sync up to the electrical system. So early video cameras all shot at 29.97 because that's what they were going to be delivered in. But film has historically run at, yes, Paul, 60 fields. But they shot 2 fields per second, so frames per second.
Yeah.
2 fields per frame. Anyway, the film would have to be converted and broadcast at 29.97 or 25 or 50 hertz. So it wasn't until they figured out how to insert that reverse telecine into the tape in the camera. So when those early cameras were recording to tape, which is 29.97, they were actually inserting a duplicate pull down frame that it would put a flag on the tape. And when you capture the tape, you told it to look for that flag. It would remove the extra frames. And now you've got a digital video file on your computer at 23.98 frames per second. And now you can edit in that, you can work natively in that, and you can go directly out to film with that. Versus recording at 29.97, you have to figure out some sort of pull down solution to get it onto film to distribute theatrically. So I don't even remember what the initial question was, but yeah, before
there was one, I think it was just a comment. What's that? How the show goes? Like, at least we're not talking about toilet paper,
right? Then Mad VR was born about 10 years, 15 years after the Lumigen was born.
Yeah,
Sorry.
exactly.
But no,
Mad VR came out.
when we weren't recording to digital files, things were a lot more complicated. Now I can turn my camera on and go and tell it, I want to record 8 frames per second. I want to record 24 frames per second. I want to record 23.98. I want to record 60 or 120. You can go in there and manipulate what is going to be recorded to that digital file. But with tape, it was different, and it had a construct that it had to fit into. And so tape was 30 frames per second. Film, you could still shoot film at whatever frame rate you wanted to, but it was typically projected theatrically at 24 frames per second. So you had to figure out a solution if you were shooting on tape to get it on film later, and vice versa. So it's a lot easier now, but back when we were recording in cameras to physical media, it was a lot more difficult, and it led to where we are today with the vibe and the feel and the overall perception of soap operas were recorded in a studio with the same studio cameras that the CBS Evening News was going to use that night, and they were going directly to tape at 29.97 frames per second, which is why we call it the soap opera effect, because if you've got your 24 frames per second source material and you're trying to smooth it out to look, more like the news or your soap opera, you're basically smearing frames into 29.97 instead of what they would do with that film. If they were just converting it to broadcast, they would insert in extra frames on a certain cadence. So there would actually be 2 frames going at the same time, or 2 of the same frame back to back, to extend that 24 frames per second footage out to 29.97, so it could be broadcast and sync with the audio and everything else.
Travis, I got a great business opportunity for you. How about we reshoot the Blair Witch Project in 60 frames?
How about
Oh my God.
never?
That's the movie that just did it for me. Like, oh my God, people watch this. Well, that's probably why they made so much money. People already bought the tickets. After they saw it, they probably left halfway through it because they were just throwing up in their chairs.
No,
I loved that movie.
But that was the point of it, though, too.
Yeah,
it was like different from everything else that was
it was
produced.
It was crazy.
Well, they had a brilliant marketing campaign,
Right.
Yeah.
Making people believe it was real found footage.
Yep.
So it wasn't.
But it's early days of the internet, and you were able to do something like that where they created the backstory of this footage online and let it spread before anyone knew about the movie coming out. So yeah, I loved that. But yeah, I mean, that motion there is made for it's made to feel panicky. If you're running in that situation, it ain't gonna be smooth. Like it makes you feel like you're in the moment. It creates that feeling of panic and fright. Versus, could you imagine if that was done? Imagine if that was done in 60 frames per second with dollies and gimbals and jibs. It would be a terrible movie then. But because of what they did and how they produced it, it felt real. Even though
that's that market now for Sims. I know I saw Skylake, Pro Sims and whatnot. It's like Mike, you mentioned D-Box, they are putting these motion units in these racing cars and these flight simulators that are making you feel like you're literally there. And it's like, that's a selling point. I mean, I don't know if you ever seen Joe Rogan. He bought a sim kit for like $100,000 or something. And it's like, it's motion and it's got, 50-inch TVs in there. And it's like, that's the immersion that people want now, because that's the closest they're going to get to, driving these cars and whatnot. It's a great marketing tool.
Yeah.
It got me. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
One more quick little note about your zooming in on the detail in the F1 coverage. I worked with a guy in Sacramento, Alan Blake, and he was the sports videographer. And we would go shoot he would go shoot the Sacramento Kings and come back. And the whole thing, when you're shooting, especially for news highlights, the goal is you want to be on the player with the ball at all times. And when the shot goes up, you zoom in on the ball and then you snap zoom out and see it going right when it goes through the net. Mm-hmm. So Alan was so good at this that the anchor would always complain. He's like, I can't see what's going on, because it would just be like this much of the guy with the ball. And then the shot would go up and it would just be Wilson, zoom out. And Alan would sit in the edit bay and be like, look at this. You can see the little bumps on the basketball as it's spinning going into the hoop. Jeez. It's like, I have no idea what happened in that play though. And it was, but right. That's like the sign, because the wider you are, the easier it is to keep the action in frame. And he would like to brag about how tight he could get and still be able to follow the pass from guy to guy on the court. And the ball is always in the frame. And it's like, yeah, but we don't have any of the context.
Yeah, context. Why did they pass it to that ball? Oh, right. He's the only one open, or whatever happened over here. It's like, yeah. You get that. I find that with hockey, it's like the further they pull back, I actually prefer that, because I could see the full play develop and I could see what they're looking at and stuff. Yeah. And it's, there's things that you could see. I remember this is many, many years ago being at a Bruins game and seeing, like, and this is how far back it goes, like Ray Bork turns the net, he's behind the goal and he makes like a pass all the way, and you're like, how did he see that guy coming? And it's like on TV you'd have that camera down there, especially back then where it was a 4x3 frame, and you'd be like, all of a sudden he just lets go of the pass, and then the camera has to swoop. But to be up high sitting, I was literally behind the net looking down the ice like he was, and I'm like, I see what he's doing, and you see that pass play happen. And same thing can happen at an NFL game. And they do a good job on their replay now. But when it's actually happening, they have the side view and the quarterback makes his throw and you don't know why he threw it there until they go to the replay behind and you can see what he's seeing. And what's amazing is it's like, especially in football, you see the quarterback will throw the ball and you're like, nobody's there. And then coming into frame, you see the receiver come flying across and you're like, how the hell did he know he was going to be there? And it's like, you'll say that and you'll be in amazement that he threw it to a spot and he ran to it. But then on another play, he'll throw it and be like, how did he miss that guy so wide open? No, he didn't. He was throwing it to a spot and the receiver ran to left instead of going right. But you never find that out on TV. But that's that, like you were saying, like you pull back. What good is it to see Wilson?
Yep. His goal was always on every shot, he wanted to fill the frame with the basketball.
DJ, I think we need that back in hockey for us non-people that watch hockey only on the Stanley Cup. When they used to track the puck.
Yeah.
They had a little trail. I was like, what happened to that? Why did they bring that back? I can't see that damn little puck.
Because the actual hockey fans were like, what are you doing? It was like, it looks like Sonic Hedgehog running across the screen. What are we doing? And then it would light red if he went over 100 miles an hour. You're like, yay. It was like, oh my God. But that was also back before HD too. It was harder to follow the puck in 480. Yeah. Or actually it was like, what was it, 260, something like that? Was the lower version? 380 or whatever. What was broadcast, Travis? It wasn't 480.
It was broadcast in that era was 480i.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was lower. I thought it was even lower.
That's what the broadcast was 480i. The footage being provided was often lower. I mean, VHS was 240i.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But, a lot of, this first station that I worked for, we were shooting Super VHS in the news department. I mean, it was not high end, but yeah, broadcast back then was 480i.
Oh, okay. All right, John.
All right. I got to roll.
All right.
I got to go.
You've been here for a while. Thank you very much.
I've got editing to do. I've got to I've got a Michael Frank's design Hushbox video to do.
Yeah, I heard
I'm
about that
cutting-
earlier. I can't wait to see that little
I've got
preview.
a tour of Chris Deering's theater.
Yep.
And I also hope to get my blinds up this weekend and do some videos on those.
There you go. That's Thrill Cat over
Yep.
on YouTube. It's Thrill Cat Cinema, right? Over on YouTube.
Thrill Cat Cinema Lab. Yep.
Cinema Lab on
It's-
YouTube. I just, it's like knowing somebody's phone number. I don't know it. I just click on it and go there. So for me to promote, I'm like, Travis, you know him, right? Just go to his channel. That's what I say. It's like, whoops.
And we're all Googling Travis's channel, and we're like,
Right.
pop up.
It's right there on the screen. Thrill Cat Cinema Lab. It's just youtube.com/@thrillcat.
There you go.
So,
All right. Later,
on.
buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
See ya.
Talk to you later.
Bye, Travis.
There we go. Now some privacy, guys. Jesus.
Left, my gosh.
Oh my God. I love Travis. Travis and I do we agree on anything? It's so funny. He's watching right now laughing. And he's like, nope, we don't. It's great. It's awesome. And that's why Travis is one of those people. I've met so many people doing this, and it's, if you, and Steve and I talk about this all the time, so it's not something I'm saying, and I've said it on the show, but if you go into things with the attitude, like Steve, block on YouTube, like somebody that doesn't agree, block them. And it's like, I've met so many people and have become like some of my best friends at this, that people that completely disagree with me. Steve's one of them, right? And it's like, people would come at me about stuff, and instead of blocking them, you just talk to them and find out. And it's like the other one, John Thompson's one that he used to drop into my channel all the time, bashing some of the stuff I would talk about. He's very opinionated, as Brent and I talked about the other day, being opinionated. Well, John's very opinionated. But then once you get to talking to people, you understand where it comes from, and then you appreciate their point. You can learn. He learned from me, I learned from him. And it's some of the best people that I know are people that never agree with me. There's nothing wrong with that. Just means they're wrong. That's okay. I'm fine with that.
Everybody.
See, I'm the only one here saying that. Usually if they're here, they're like, yeah, we don't mind DJ's wrong all the time. So, John, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening, man.
You're always like that. You are like that. When we hung out and we went to Exponent and stuff, you just stood there. The only time you spoke was when somebody come by and you'd go, do you know who this is? It's like, no, that's DJ. It's like, that was when you spoke the most, and I really appreciate that. It's pretty funny.
I just like being on the team and hanging out with you guys. I like listening more than talking.
You got to fill me in on that Daredevil cowl you got behind you. That's new. I remember that.
Yeah, that's that was 3D printed by a buddy of mine.
Really?
Here, I'll show it to you. Let me.
Hello. That is awesome.
It was he did the clubs and
nice.
Oh my God.
Since I've gotten a 3D printer too. I haven't built anything that cool.
He's
But
got the car. See, I made this. It's like, I got the car, the test car.
Actually, one of the first things I printed, and when I see Mikey the next time, I printed the futuristic Doc Brown glasses from Back to Future 2.
Right. You showed me
So
that.
when I see him soon, I'm gonna give those to him. So and you
geez.
really can do just about anything. So
Yeah,
it's cool.
Nice.
Yep.
That's awesome.
that's awesome. Yeah, that's Joe, my son. We got him a 3D printer. It's got to be like 8 years ago now, for Christmas. And same thing. We did. He did the Mandalorian helmet. Like, did like 6 of them to try and get it right, because it's like something goes wrong, especially back then. He printed all sorts of things with that, and then when he graduated college and he's looking for jobs, it's one of the reasons he got his job is because where he's working now is because he was into 3D printing, and he was in a machine shop that was looking. They'd never done it, and you can do the prototypes, 3D print them before you go to metal, right? And he was like, so they wanted to bring that in, and it's like, hey, look at that. And you're like, hey, our Christmas present got you a job. So, but being in engineering, but yeah, they've gotten so much better. That one there is gorgeous. That the Daredevil behind you.
Yeah, I think he
Now,
said it took like 80 hours maybe overall. Yeah,
Wow.
but it's cool. It looks like it's
is
like
it two
Kevlar
color?
and
Did he paint it or did he use 2-color 3D printer? Multicolor.
so you have I can't remember what it's called now, but it's a part that connects to the 3D printer and you can actually have 4 different rolls at once.
Yeah, yeah,
AMS. Yeah.
yeah.
It's got silver, black, and red on it.
And it's all printed that color. So it's just so they just yeah. He actually, my son just texted me, I don't know, like a month ago, where he works just got a multicolor 3D printer for the first time. And it's like those aren't cheap, but yeah, it makes it, yeah, you could do so much more, obviously. But yeah, it's crazy.
It's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have some fun. Let's send Carl right off the edge. How you enjoying the Lumagen there, buddy?
Oh, it's awesome, DJ. And I love the aspect ratio changing where I don't have to use my lens memory anymore. I think that's might be my favorite part. You know?
Yeah.
Of course, the video processing is awesome, but I watch a lot of YouTube in my room, so that'll go to the 4:3 and before or 69, and then so I would have to change that, and now it just does it. And then when you want to watch a movie, it just does it.
Yep.
And I
Like
do
automatically.
I do like that. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Really?
It detects the ratio and then it automatically puts it to you, whatever it is.
Yep.
With no delay.
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just
that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And since I have the 235x1, it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
First world problems.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to DJ's letting me play with that, so thanks to him.
Indefinitely for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DJ's your drug dealer. Here's just a little taste.
Here's a taste. Now I'm gonna ask for it back, and you're like, all right, whatever it is.
Now I know why they made that.
He'd trade his kids. It's a win-win. I get a Lumagen. He asks for my kids.
I'll keep the subwoofer, and we'd be even.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Problem one down.
Because you were so nice. I've had that HSU. I just haven't had a system to play it with. And we keep talking about how Mikey has great bass, but that near field right next to him,
Yeah.
And I'm looking at that one day, and I text him. I'm like, "You want to use this thing?" And he's like, "Okay." So I'm like, "Let's get together soon and just, like you said, indefinitely, just use it as long as you want, man."
Yeah, because a lot of this stuff is just sitting around, and it's like it's funny. One of the I'll say it now, but you reached out to me a while ago about the Lumagen, and you're like, "This thing's awesome. How much?" Right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I've said this to people, like, "Well, you could sell that." I'm like, "I know," and it's like, but in the situation that I'm in right now, where I need money in all corners for the house, I'm like, I don't want to be like, I need this, and it's like I don't want. So I'm just like, nope, out of sight, out of mind. I'll let you use it when I'm back into my theater or whatever, and I need something like, hey, okay, I'll be smarter about it, and not. I don't want to sell that and put in like a cabinet. You know what I mean? I don't want my Lumagen to become a cabinet, and I want that to mean something and be like, hey, and then be like, hey, this piece in my theater, I sold my Lumagen to Johnny Speakers for this,
Mm-hmm.
and do something like that. And it's like, I'm glad it's getting used, and it's not just sitting there in my house and you're enjoying it. And it's like, there you go.
That's how I feel. Yep. That's exactly how I feel about subwoofer. Yep.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
But your Lumagen is tucked safely in a closet where nothing's going to happen to it. Whereas John's subwoofer is literally in the walkway. When my kids have friends over, I'm freaking out that something's going to happen to it.
Well, to be fair, it's like the Lumagen's a little more delicate than the subwoofer.
No, that's true.
I wouldn't walk on. Yeah. I mean, you could stand on a subwoofer and you're not really going to hurt it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it's like, if you kick it, you might. Now, where you have it near field, so obviously it's firing towards the couch. Yeah. That's not an issue. You don't want somebody walking by and putting their foot through the woofer itself. That's not going to happen. So you're good. And like I said, those 2 orange cones on either side, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what's the big deal?
You know,
Hey, Mike, you have it under that little table where you had your Thanos hand.
that table's gone. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
underneath it. It's literally pushed right up. There's no space between it and the
Yeah.
couch. It's
Gotcha.
literally right there. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, it leaves about 2-3 feet to get through there. So you can walk through just fine as long as you're paying
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah.
But you know,
Kids are
teenagers don't
goofy.
always pay attention. So
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Kids are goofy. Yeah, I fixed my surround channels in my theater back when I had them on and be like, this one's not even connected. Or you'd run Odyssey every other month or whatever and be like, why is this, it's the polarities reversed or whatever. I'm like, I know I connected it right last time. Be like, nope, somebody knocked it off and put it back up, hurried. Don't tell Dad. I'll get in trouble. I'm like, okay. Just like my screen has a little bit of pink silly string on the top corner. On my theater I had to get that off. I'm like, how did that get up there? I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have 2 kids and me. I don't use silly string in my theater. It's like,
Right.
I think my daughter talked about it once. She's like, yeah, it was one of my friends. I'm like, I figured. Like, but it wasn't them, but it was one of their friends or something. And you're like, oh well, that's what you got to do. Ike dropping into Lumagen is a great tool to have. Yes, and that's exactly what it is. It's a tool.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tool. Does a great job. And but yeah, and yes, Carl, the Mad VR is good too. There you go. So Mad VR is great. Lumagens are great. Video processors are great. So, but again, you don't need one. If you see a need, you grab one, or they can solve a lot of problems, and that's what smooths out your system. Now, John, do you have one in, one out, or do you run some stuff through? Because that has the 4 inputs on it, right?
Yep. I have the Zapedi, the Blu-ray player, and Apple TV, and Kaleidoscape running into it. So I had the 4 into that and then 1 that way. And sometimes there's like Apple TV is flawless for the switching. The Kaleidoscape, sometimes it takes once or twice to where I have to either start the Kaleidoscape over or start the Lumagen over. It like doesn't all sync in perfectly.
Why would that be?
I don't know. I was listening to a podcast where Nelson was talking to the Horizon home theater guys.
Yep.
And they were talking about those 2 switch situations. And Nelson says he runs everything to the receiver, the AV receiver, back to the Lumagen. And he says he does not have that problem. So I'm thinking about maybe trying that out.
Trying that.
It's not really a pain in the butt, but it's, it's not perfect. And
I went the other route because I was having problems with more than just the Kaleidoscape. Now I don't remember that issue. I didn't have that problem with my Kaleidoscape.
Okay.
But I'd have startup issues here and there, but it wasn't unique to a piece. It was something that, like, you'd start up and be like, oh, okay, and then you'd reboot and it'd be fine every now and then. But when I ran through whether it was the Denon or the Marantz, like either the Apple TV didn't work well. It's like the switching, especially going from source to source, it got a little bit wonky. It wasn't anything terrible, but
no, and that's the situation I have. Yes,
it got a little wonky. But when I put everything through the Lumagen, way, way, way less wonky. Like, and I did a lot, and and you guys know, I'd like to do a lot of like A/Bing, and it was so much easier and faster to jump from one to the other using the Lumagen on, because the inputs on the remote, you just go 1 is input 1, 2, and I can just go from input 1 to input 3, bang, just like that. Whereas on your Marantz or your Denon, or you're looking at, okay, hit this one, and then it has to do the switching for everything. It just, it didn't do it as fast. It wasn't as smooth. But I mean, nothing is this system where you just a display, to a receiver. I mean, there's no lag time. There's no nothing. It's just a simple simple system. But when you get into the complication of video processors, a projector and all of that, there's going to be some, there's always going to be some lag time and stuff like that because you're adding more variables to the system, Just like you go to Cedia and go into all those rooms, right, Mike? And like they change, you'd be like, okay, next scene, and and you'll see people online. Oh, that's ridiculous. I would never. I'm running a Trinov, and it's going to have that kind of a lag time. Yeah, if you get the benefit of the Trinov or the Storm or whatever, it's like, yeah, you're not. If you're going to go scene to scene, then do a system like this, but you're not going to get the dynamics that a Trinov or a Storm can bring to you.
Right.
And it's like, are you sitting down to watch a whole movie and you want the best possible experience? You're going to need a Trinov, a Storm. You're going to need all this stuff. It'd be like, there you go. So, but yeah, jumping back and forth. What's that, Omar?
DJ, you mentioned AB, and I always remember because when we were, again, purchasing our sim stuff, there's so many different steering wheels and wheelbases, and they're all top notch. It's like, okay, they're all in the same realm. They get the same force feedback. And we would do that. We would do, try one system on the same track, same car for like 20 laps. And then we jump over to the next one and do the same thing, 20 laps. You're like, oh, yeah, I kind of felt, but about that much. And then we're like, okay, but that much is equivalent to $1,000.
Oh.
Is that much worth $1,000? And
would you ever notice?
No,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like,
but it's that marketing though, and it's that FOMO that kicks in. Like, oh my god, is this gonna make me faster? No, it's not. But knowing that it's kind of like with your Kaleidoscape. Okay, I don't have one. I have a DVD player. I mean, a Blu-ray, and it's like 4K. It's like, okay, yeah, but I know Deej when he's doing his thing and he's got his time to watch movies. It's like, I mean, guys, remember when we first talked and we were like, DJ would mention small little things and we're like, what? Mike, we did that at your house. What was the movie? Matrix, remember?
Yeah.
Remember the little
behind the code.
Yeah, behind the code. I'm like, I've never seen that. Like, yeah, DJ said it's there. And sure enough, we put it on your OLED and you're like, damn it, there it is. I missed it. Remember the little clock in Maverick?
Yep.
When DJ said, hey, who's heard the clock? We're like, what clock? He's like, in this scene right here. And then what do? We go back and play Maverick for the 100th time. And we're like, this is unbelievable. We never would have seen that or heard that. It's like, yeah. But that's that marketing tool, that FOMO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all there. It's like I've been to and it's funny. I've been to people's houses and they'll have ask me to calibrate their system or something. And one of the scenes I'll use is like Terminator 2 and be like, you hear the kids in the background? And I'll run their system and you can't. It's like, it's not calibrated right. And I'm like, here, let me tweak a few things here. And it's like, then you play it out and you're like, where have they been? No, they've been there the whole time. And it's like, and that's where we were talking about, like Travis and I talk about, you can measure things, you can do all sorts of measurements and stuff, but what can you see? What can you hear? What can you actually experience? And that's what's fun about doing the scenes in movies and stuff like that, where you're like, I'm hearing this. Are you? And I liked when I had people argue, it's not there. Wait a minute. So are you telling me I heard something that isn't there? Is like, no. It's like, they're like, no, that ain't there. I didn't hear that. Okay. But why are you arguing with me that I did hear it? Like, why would I make that up? And then other people obviously do hear it. And you're like, and you don't want to be that jerk and be like, well, your system can't hear it. Your system can't pull it out. But it's probably not the case that their system can't. It's just not calibrated right, Right. So, and it is another case for getting as close to reference level as you can get, because sometimes that stuff can't be pulled out if you're turning it way down, even with where you put on the Odyssey, not EQ, but It's the setting.
Dynamic volume.
Yeah, where it raises so you turn your volume down, but it'll raise up some of the quieter noises and stuff for you, so you don't miss as much. I forget which one it's called, but even that it doesn't really do it the way it's supposed to be, because sometimes that'll make things a little too loud, in my opinion. Like if you're down 20 dB below reference and it's raising those quieter cricket noises, but then the stuff that's supposed to be at louder, it's now getting it closer to it. That to me doesn't make sense. Because you're trying to raise something to be audible in the room that is now turned down past it. You're bringing everything, you know what I mean? You're bringing everything to the same level. So the guy talking at the front of the room is as loud as the cricket in the back of the room. That don't seem right. But that's why, to me, it's like, try to get your room as much to reference level, right? Do the room treatments, do the everything to get yourself there so that you can get that, so you can elevate everything. And now you can, really enjoy the experience in the room, and you're getting to hear it the way it should have been. So it should have been heard, in my opinion. But what do I know?
DJ, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Mikey's got a TV. Omar, you have a TV, right? In your room? Okay. And I've had the thoughts of trading the projector for a 100-inch TV.
Yep.
Have your thoughts changed anything now that you're mainly watching on a TV versus projector? And the quality is just better on a TV in general, brighter. Have your thoughts changed at all since you've been living with a TV?
No. I love the quality. I really do love the biggest thing for me is the the masking, the lack of not needing masking, the black bars. Like I can do a variable aspect ratio movie and be like, oh my God, I can experience and not be upset about it, because with a projector system, you go to variable aspect ratio. And if you've got a 16:9 screen, you've got black bars at the top and the bottom, but they're not dead on black. Even if it's a JVC or whatever, you can have really good black levels, but it's still not what an OLED can do or what this can do, And so you put that masking in to get that more dynamic image. I like not having that, but the sheer size. Now I had 110. They do have 110-inch screens now that look fantastic. Samsung, I think, has them. I saw them at Cedia, and they look fantastic. But just think it's like, I just love the projected image. And I'm going bigger now. So like my next screen is going to be, up to 150 inches. I'm trying for, see how it actually shakes out when we get there, but I'm going to be between 145, 150. Right. I don't know. I want acoustic transparent. I want and I know what I'm giving up experiencing it here. And that's the other thing. I think we're giving up as much. And I've said that to people in the comments on YouTube and stuff, where it's like, if you're experiencing a projector and you're like, oh, you can't get the same black levels you can't, but it isn't that far off. Especially when you put a video processor in line, that, believe it or not, that helps your black levels a lot, because it's going to give you the brightest brights in certain scenes and still keep those, tone map that scene so that your black levels are where they should be in that particular part of the scene. So, yeah, not really. Hasn't really changed. Not at all, actually. It would take, I don't know what it would take for me to get out of a projector idea in a screen. Like, it would have to be substantially cheaper and still like same quality, right? But it's not, right? If I wanted to do a 150-inch display, you're talking, that's crazy money. So it's not even close. Why are you still thinking of doing it?
No, I don't think so. Well, there's always a little bit of a thought in my head, but no. But I just wondered if your mind was going to change
No.
since you went to the TV.
No. I may. The one thing that may have been changed is my new theater is going to be a theater. My podcast studio may not have a projector, have my old projector in it. Now I'm going to design the theater, the new podcast studio, a different room around the same idea as what I had at my other house, my other theater. I may go with something like that, or like I said, like a 110-inch screen display. Because I had, if you think about it, in my old theater, I didn't have a acoustically transparent screen. I had, the Stewart screen with the speakers around it at 110 inches. And by the time I build this, maybe I could do, 110-inch Samsung or something and it just for ease of use too, be like, boom, it's up on the wall, makes it easier. I have a projected system downstairs. This is the podcast studio. You can have better light. I don't need light control. I can podcast and still have it behind me, so I may do that one variable in that theater, but theater/podcast studio. But the new theaters, I think we're years and years away from being able to afford display that would be able to do what a projector and screen can do now. So
Okay.
Is that a good answer? Bad answer?
Sure.
What do you think?
Yeah, sure. I
And
did.
Mikey's like, now do I want a screen? It's like,
No, there's no, yeah. I like I love my TV. It's great, but there's no comparison for size. Like size is in my opinion, it's the end all be all. Get as big as you can get, and 77 inches just isn't big enough.
So yeah, that's the thing. It's about that experience, right?
Yeah.
And you walk into the room and when you put that screen on, when you turn it on, and it's the wow factor and everything, but then now you having come from the OLED, that's going to be difficult because there is going to be everybody else is going to walk into your room and have a huge screen and be like, oh, yay. But you're going to be looking for those details, and it's going to be harder for you to pull those out. You can, because like I said, it's, a lot of that stuff like that, the Matrix one, I couldn't see that on my screen until I put the Lumagen in, right? That stuff wasn't there. Yeah. And now and that's what made me feel better is like, once I did that, I'm like, I could see stuff that an OLED was pulling out. Right. And that's why I was like, I told you, I'm like, check this out, Yeah. So that's why I taught when people say like, oh, you can't do anything, you can't get that with a projector that you can get with an OLED. I'm like, I've got one of, a lot of people would say, it was like one of not the worst projectors in the world, but as far as 4K and HDR, it's on the lower end of the scale. But you put a Lumagen in line or any video processor in line, and it raises that bar. It's like it's almost imperceivable between the difference in levels because you've now upped the game with the processing.
Yeah. I have a little bit of buyer's remorse. I kind of wish I would have gotten an ultra short throw instead of the OLED, just for the size. I mean, it's
yeah. I don't know. But there's a compromise there. There is a compromise in quality.
Quite a bit on an old, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it could get a lot bigger than what this is.
Yeah.
So, and if I would have done that before getting the OLED,
you wouldn't know the quality.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But was the tech there were short throws as big a deal at the time you bought your OLED?
I think so. I was just so dead set that I wanted an OLED that I didn't even really consider it at the time. But that would have been 2022. So yeah, ultra short throws were a thing. I could have, but hindsight's 2020.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna duck out for a second, fill my water, use the facilities. You guys talk amongst yourselves. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
I'll be right back.
Johnny, now that I see that Daredevil cowl, you showed that to me last May, didn't it? You had that when I was over at your house.
I think so. I think so.
I remember seeing that. Yeah, that's awesome. When you first hopped on, that was the very first thing I saw.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize. Yeah, I just kind of set my phone up, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's back there. That's cool."
So
Mike, did you get rid of your OLED?
What's up?
Did you get rid of your OLED?
No. I still got it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Still got it. I love it. I just wish it was bigger.
What size is that again?
77.
Okay, 77. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they make them that bigger than that nowadays? I haven't.
They'll make an 85, but it's like almost double the cost.
And the 97 is like 15,000, I think.
Well, they make a 97 OLED now.
Well, I'm not sure if Sony. I mean, LG definitely does.
Okay.
They make the G series has 97 inches.
Okay.
Oh, we're going back to plasma type money. Remember the plasma TVs?
Yeah.
It's like 30,000. It's like, wow.
Right. Can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I absolutely love my TV. I just wish it was bigger.
Yeah. It's a great TV.
Thank you. So, you coming up to Chicago on Tuesday, Omar?
No. What's up Tuesday?
SVS is going to be at Apt Electronics.
No, I caught them down here. They were, I think, in Fort Lauderdale. I drove down there to go see them, hang out with them for a while.
Nice.
Yeah, I love their SVS products. But dude, I wanted to touch base with you when I was up there like a few weeks ago, because we were in Schaumburg for they had the Sim Racing Expo over there in Schaumburg. And I was like, oh my God, I want to reach out to the guys, but we were just like in and out because it was like it was a 3-day event, but we were just there one day. It was like, and then the next day I went to go to the Cubs game.
Oh, nice.
Like, yeah. It was real short on time, but definitely next time I plan it to be there a little longer.
Yeah.
What games are you playing on your sim, Omar?
We do iRacing and Le Mans Ultimate.
Cool.
Yeah, it's such a blast. I mean, I'm 50 plus and I just love sitting on that damn thing and releasing stress and just driving and then yelling and screaming at everybody who's hitting me and whatnot. I'm like, oh my God, but it's so much fun. It's like the new thing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
A few months ago, Forza went onto PlayStation. And for a few, I became obsessed with that game. So I started looking into Sims, and I'm like, do I really want to get this far into this? And I just said nope. And I just play on the controller. But
it's a night and day difference, though. You would love it. It's like, so that people understand, it's like going from VCR to 4K, literally. That it's like wow. Yeah, but it's a rabbit hole. All hobbies are expensive. You know?
Right.
So let me just ask DJ. He knows.
You're talking about the Sims?
Yeah. I told them I missed going. I wanted to reach out to them. I was out in Chicago. It was like maybe 4 weeks ago, or something like that. Over in Schaumburg, they had an expo, and they have a real big one out in Germany. It's like massive. Like it is the place to be. And we were over there. This is the first year they actually had it in Schaumburg, and we went to go. I took my son to go see it. It was pretty cool.
Nice. They had hang on a second. I'm talking to somebody. They had the Sims at Cedia. They had a whole Sim setup.
Oh, really?
They were oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You'd walk by. They looked like 4-wheelers. Like like a Honda Odyssey 4-wheeler without the wheels on it. It was just like these rigs set up with the bars all around, and you'd sit there, and they had like you said, the screens all around you and everything. It was really cool. I didn't sit down and experience it because I can't afford to, so I am not experiencing it. Because next thing you know,
smart man,
like, I need a rig. I'd be like, oh, here we go. It's like I learned that a long time ago. I remember the Dodge Avenger. I couldn't afford one, so I went to this dealership looking for a car, and they're like, I loved that car, and they're like, do you like the Avenger? I'm like, oh, I love them. Blah, blah, blah. And the salesman's like, let me take you for a test drive. I'm like, nope. I'm like, why? I'm like, no, because it was like right on the line. Like back then, I think the car I could afford was like $16,000, right? And the Avengers were like 21, and I'm like, I can't afford that. I'm like, why do I want to try and drive it? I know I'm going to love it. I already love it. What do you think? I'm going to get in and go and I feel like Fred Flintstone. There's no shocks. No, I'm going to love this thing and I'm going to do everything I can to get into one. So I was like, nope. Don't let me drive it. I can't afford it. I don't want it. I'll drive a Ferrari because there is no amount of help I could get to be able to afford one of those. That's not even close, right? It's like, so, you know, kind of like I like to go into $1 million theater because I can't afford, I'll never get that. But it's like, you see somebody else's theater and you're like, there goes my wallet. Somebody that's closer to you be like, oh my God, I got to have that. Oh geez, here we go. But yeah, try not to experience something that's just over your budget. Cause once you do, you're like, guess what? It's in your budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that rabbit hole is serious. I remember when I bought my SDS subwoofers, and that was an amazing experience when you're bringing 2 subwoofers on a pallet via a freight liner.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, this is serious. I didn't go to Circuit City or Best Buy for this.
Yeah.
This is being hand delivered.
Oh yeah.
It was a pain in the butt trying to bring it upstairs, each one like almost at 100 pounds each. It's like, wow.
What was that? Which SVS was it?
The PB 3000s.
Oh, 3000s? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just moved out my PB 2000s out of my house. And yeah, you're like, you put them in. Once you put them in, you're done.
Yeah.
Like, but you're like, time to move. Those were like a couple of the hardest things I moved in my house.
Yeah.
Because it's
sell it with the house.
Yeah. No, I didn't do that. I went through that. That was a headache and a half. The buyers didn't want the theater, or they wanted it, but they wanted it at a price and that's what's difficult. I don't even know how much I talked about that here, but when you're selling a house, you can't expect the people to appreciate the cost, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like Chris was saying earlier, Chris Deering talking about, you can get a DLP projector for like $2,000, like down, you know, or get a projector or whatever down at Best Buy. Why would I pay all that money for a good projector for like $10,000 when I can get, there's a difference in quality.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were trying to sell the house, and I was like, the theater wasn't part of the price for the house. And then my agent's like, well, they want this. Can you leave them a working theater? And it was like, yeah. And this is what it's going to cost. And they're like, well, they don't want to pay that. Can you put in something cheaper? I'm not Best Buy. This is what I got. You know, it's like, and then even my agent's like, well, my husband has an old projector. Could you install that instead of No, now you want me to do an install? Like, well, they just want a working theater. I go, talk to them. Yeah. They're buying the house. They're buying the room. They've got the room. Sell them your projected. And like, well, they don't know how to put it in. Well, then they could come to me and I'll charge them to put it in. I'm like, why? Because I'm selling the house. Like, it comes with, and then I've had 2 people giving offers on the house where they were like, well, it's not a theater if it doesn't have the equipment. Well, is my garage a garage without the cars? I was like, it is a theater. And like my son said, it's like, it's all wired. The infrastructure is all there. All you got to do is plug and play with your speakers, everything like that. It is a theater. It's because if it's not, I mean, fine. Then strip everything out, patch over the, you know, any holes I had for speakers, whatever, do whatever you want and call it a bedroom. I don't care. But I mean, look at Steve. His garage isn't a garage anymore. It's a theater. Mm-hmm. It's like, so don't tell me it's not a theater if it doesn't have the equipment, because it's like, there's so much work that went into it. And then somebody else brought it up. I think it was John Saccone. And he was like, do you know how many people like that listen to the show would kill for the room part? Mm-hmm. Right. Like somebody like yourself, yeah. Mikey, you've got all the gear. You want the room. This guy's got the room, and you know, or was getting a room. And I'm not picking on, people outside of the hobby don't appreciate like what I'm giving them, mm-hmm. or selling them at a very low price. One of the sticking points was theater chairs, right? And that was part of the package. I'll leave my theater chairs there. And it was like, I'll leave a working room and here's the price. And it was literally, I was charging $7,000. That's all I asked for everything in the room. Not the Lumagen, it was a projector, the screen, the chairs, this Denon receiver, my NHT speakers, obviously the Panasonic, the overhead speakers, and I was leaving my Blu-ray player. I was going to give the Blu-ray player was included as well for $7,000. And they're like, is that what they're like? Well, we don't think it's worth it. Okay. But it is for me. And it's like the projector and the screen alone, and then all the wiring and everything, all the HDMI cables and stuff that are doing all this. And they're like, well, how much were those chairs when you bought them? Now they tried to nitpick it down. I go, well, I probably paid like $4,000 for those. They're like, how old are they? I'm like, well, like they're like 20 years old. Well, see, they're not worth as much. They are to me, because I know what it costs to replace it. And they're like, yeah, but how can you charge me that? Because I get to choose. They're mine. They're mine. I could tell you they're $20,000. That's what they're worth to me, right? This is what this room is. And like, well, okay. Like, well, we don't want to do that, so we're gonna pass. Okay. Yeah. And I was like, I'll just take all my stuff with me. The next few days, they were not. I think they were bluffing because they were not happy. I was like, taking all my stuff with me. So, yeah. It was a headache. It was a headache. So, but now I have all my stuff and I can build another theater with it. I can sell it. I can do this and that. And I even told the buyers, I go, you might not like the deal, but I'm telling you right now, take it. And then if you just take all the stuff and throw it up on eBay, and you'll make more money than what I'm charging you. Because if you pieced all that stuff out, you can make way more money at it. So, but oh well. Yeah. Now I have all the stuff, and I was able to do this room with it. So good for me. But
you got the new elevations, didn't you? Didn't you grab those already?
Yep. No, I just grabbed them for this room because I know I'm going to use them in the next place. Yeah. So I got two of them in here. I got two overheads in here. Yeah, really nice.
Nice.
They're big. You guys have seen them. So yeah, big, bulky, beautiful.
Did you get the gloss finish on it?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I got everything. Hang on a second. Oh. The earpiece came out when I went to the bathroom last time. Yeah, I'm getting gloss for everything, even though everybody's like, why? Why would you get gloss? Because it's all going behind, walls. Yeah. False walls. And I was like, yeah, but I want the gloss so that when I light it up back there, the gloss is going to reflect everything, and you'll be able to see through the walls and see everything and be able to be, what's back there? And be like, check it out. These are where all the speakers are. And I think that's going to be really cool. Yeah, I can't wait for that part. It's like, there was, Brett will be on way later tonight. You guys will have to watch it tomorrow, but at the play, Brett, where he's working now, they had a bunch of demo rooms in Denver, right outside of Denver. Actually, they bust us out there, and one of the rooms did a lot of like the lighting the way I want. And I was talking to them. I'm like, this is exactly what I want to do. And we had like this long conversation, right? And like just about the lighting and how they did it around each speaker, and they can light it up. And it's like, even behind the screen, an acoustically transparent screen, they would light that up and you could see all the speakers back there. It's pretty cool. So that's I can't wait to show all that stuff off. It's going to be fun. Got to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. When we were talking with Travis about me eventually moving out to the country, I'm hoping that I can find a place with an unfinished basement so that I can build the room exactly how I want to build it. That would be ideal. I would love to do that. That'd be so much fun.
Yeah, it is. It's funny when we were talking earlier about doing, trying to isolate and trying to, like Chris was saying, about like is diminishing returns of you trying to do a room within a room. Yeah, really hard to do when you already have the existing room, right? And that's where it gets expensive, because now you're trying to save space and do that room within a room. But like in my case, when I'm building, it's new construction, I'm not doing a room within a room. I'm just trying to build a room in my basement that's separate from the rest of the house. And it's like, I haven't built the room yet. I'm going to build the theater. And then when that's done, then you put the room around it. You know what I mean? Yeah. The outside walls. So it's cheaper. I mean, I've talked to people, Paul Hurt being one of them. He's been making suggestions. This was like a year ago, going, you should do this, this, and this. And I go, but I'm doing this, this, and this. And he goes, oh, that's even better. So it's like, but most people don't have that ability, right?
Yeah.
Because you already have an existing room. And if you can go into a pretty big room, say you go into like a 25 by 14 room, that's a big room. But you want to put a room in that room, that's shrinking down substantially. Right. And then you've got to put your stuff in there. So it gets to be expensive when you try to do it in an existing room in itself. But the way I'm doing it is actually cheaper because I don't have to buy all that fancy stuff, all the hat channels and all the other things that you have to do. I am doing one layer with a little bit of green glue, but from everybody I've talked to, like, you don't even need that at this point because it's already all separated out. So
the isolation is more important than
absolutely.
Got it.
Yeah. And what's the funny thing is, like, now my room is already constructed. The room is up, 4 walls, the door's there, everything. It's just not, it's all framed.
Yeah.
It's just not, there's no walls, right? I haven't put any drywall, nothing on it yet. But the room itself, like, goes like this a little bit. And like Joe and I was standing in the room and he's like, that's part of the noise cancellation because the room can flex.
Oh, sure.
That flex allows, and that's one of the things Chris was talking about, that I'm going to have issues with the sound in the room. I have different issues over other rooms because now that I've isolated and there is no breathing, right? Like, even I think I said on the show the other day, I was talking with my electrician and we were in the room and one of his employees is like, what are we doing in here for outlets? And like, nothing. DJ's doing it. He's doing all, steel conduit all around with steel, because it's all going to be inside the room. All the electricity in the room is coming in at one point, and then I'm running it all the way around the room in the room. So there'll be no outlet boxes with holes in them. There'll be no, like, in the ceiling. I'm not putting in ceiling speakers, so there's no holes to leak out. Nothing is leaking out of this room. And like Chris was saying, is like, you're going to have well, he wasn't saying it to me, but he was like, if you do that, you're going to have other issues where you're to calibrate the room. But I'm going to have like no issues of sound coming into the room or sound going out. Yeah. I mean, if you're standing right outside it, you're going to hear like, but it's not like it is now or was in my other house where the whole house shook, So. But even now, like here, it's like the dogs start barking. You can hear it. In a room like that, you won't hear that. There won't be anything like that. It's going to be great.
That's be awesome. Yeah.
Mike, a little drywall in your section. You can enclose that whole living room up.
Oh, it's been discussed. It's not down by the wife. Oh, yeah.
The hard part for you, Mikey, though, is your ceiling.
Yeah.
How much of a drop is that drop ceiling?
A little more than a foot. I think I've got about 8-foot ceilings down here, but with the drop ceiling, it makes it like,
probably 7.
Yeah, it might be 9-foot ceiling.
But you have conduit up there too, right? Yeah. Not conduit, but ventilation ducts and stuff that you'd have to go around if you did an actual room, like if you actually framed it out.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the things. Like, when I built my theater, it was just dumb luck. I remember when they built my house, and I knew I wanted a theater. It's like they were lucky enough in the plans. Everything was supposed to be centrally located because we had central air, forced hot air, and stuff. So it was all supposed to be in the center of the house. You come down the stairs, and right to the side of the stairs at the center of the house would be the heating system, and the ductwork was going right up through the center of the house. But I can't remember what they ran into, but they had to move it to the end where it ended up being. So you came down the stairs and there was nothing there. You come down the stairs when that was just an empty basement, and you look to the right, and there was not even any ductwork. The ductwork was all up into the joists for that section of the house, because the ductwork ran down the other side of the house, the back side, and the ductwork, to get it to the front of the house, it had to go up and over the middle beam that was holding the house up, right? So once it's up there, it goes all the way across on the joists. So that one space where my theater ended up being was just wide open,
Huh.
no equipment, and a full height of the ceiling of the basement at the time, and that's it. So you come down, I was like, and like I said, dumb luck. I mean, that's what I wanted. If somebody asked me, that's what I would have asked, but nobody was asking me. He was the builder. I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
And I came down that day and I was like, it's all over there. Like, oh, and this is like, we moved in first, like December 1st. This is probably like September, like 10th. And I'm just like, oh my God. Oh my God, it's all coming together. And everybody's like, what the hell are you talking about? And it's like, I knew in my head exactly what I wanted. So it was, it's going to be fun when you start shopping for a house because you're going to be doing that. Oh my God, this house got everything. Be like,
yeah.
Fun.
Well, Joan, I have to actually get out of here. I got stuff, but
all right.
See everybody.
See ya,
see you, Mikey.
Good seeing
Thanks.
you.
Talk to you later, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.
So, Johnny, what have you been experiencing in your theater? What do you got for fun?
Well, can I say, I actually almost made a purchase yesterday.
An almost purchase. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've been watching, but there's a DLP projector by the Valerian Max.
Yeah.
It's like all the YouTubers have it,
Yeah.
And
we were just talking about the other day that Paul, my latest Takeover Tuesday, that came out Thursday, Paul Frederick, he's got the Valerian, I believe it's not the Max. I think he has
like the Pro 2.
Yeah. I think he has a Valerian Pro 2.
And everybody says it's really good.
Yeah. He said the Max is a little brighter. He's dying. I hope I have this right, but I think he's like, I'm dying for the Max, but he's like, it's brighter, but I don't think I need it. Right.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, but
yeah, it adds the Max adds vertical lens shift, which is kind of nice, I guess.
Yeah.
You can adjust the iris on it, which some people say is good. Some people say it's not a big deal.
What do you mean, like adjust the iris, like dynamic, like during the movie, or just like
during
set
setup?
And forget. Okay.
Yeah. Set. Yep. So if you order before tomorrow, the 2nd, you get $1,000 off.
Yep, that's the one Paul was talking about because he was pitching it that way too. He goes,
Yep.
he got his Pro 2 for like $2,000 because he did the Kickstarter.
Well, so it's like 4,000 by tomorrow. But then, so every day when I wake up, I go on AVS Forum and look at the marketplace. And there was a guy like within 30 minutes of me that got one last Monday, doesn't want it, and was offering it for like $2,800.
Why doesn't he want it?
I'm like, okay, I want it, but I'm like, I have to talk. He wants to go in a different direction or something. I don't know, but that's what he said on the ad. But I'm like, before I do this, I got to talk to the wife. She doesn't wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning like me. So I would talk to her in the morning. She's like, whatever you want to do, So I went to go look. Some guy offered like $2,500 shipped. And the guy's like, deal. So I'm like, oh man. So somebody got it before I did. But I was planning on doing that. So
all right, here's my buyer beware thing. What's the catch? I've heard great things about them. Haven't seen them yet. What is the catch with it? Why are they so cheap? Why would you have a great setup with your JVC, now a Lumigen in line. Now I definitely think your Lumigen is going to help with any projector. So that's fun. But what have you heard any negative? Like what's the sales pitch on why you want it? And have you heard anybody on like cautioning on why you don't?
Well, so I mean, I realize that all the YouTubers have probably been given one by Valerian, so you have to take that into but I watched one yesterday that pretty much made me want, and I don't know if I'm going to get one, but what kind of really made me want one is Matthew Pose on YouTube. I think you've met him too.
Yeah.
He's really smart, but he seems like the type of guy, when he doesn't like something, he's not afraid to say it.
Exactly.
He got the Max and he really didn't have anything bad to say about it. Like he was objective where he said, here's all the stuff I like,
Yeah.
here's the stuff I don't really like.
Oh, I'd listen to Matt
But
100%. Yeah.
yes, and he's got either NZ8 or 800,
Mm-hmm.
and he said, I can't tell you that it's as good, but when you consider the price differences, there's a lot of value in this thing. And it was kind of just like the turning point where it'd been like, and then that deal came up like right after I watched the video. I'm like, I gotta have one, you know.
Yeah.
But like now that it's $1,500 difference for a new one, now I'm thinking about it again, you know.
Yeah.
But if anybody was to pull the trigger, that just seems like without having to spend 15 grand on a projector, that seems like the deal right now.
Yeah. That's well, and I'd love to ask Matt, is the difference in could it like the JVC, like it's not as good as the JVC, but it's close. And I don't
Yeah.
see the price. I don't, he sees the value, right? Like,
Hmm.
I mean, but is the difference maybe the processing the JVC? Is it what, because you're negating that with the Lumigen.
Yeah. Right.
So what does that mean? Like, I need to know more details and stuff
Well,
like that, because
even
that could
the
be a great source where you think about it for $4,000 or $5,000. If you bought one
Yep.
at regular price, right? You buy it for $5,000. Whoops.
Yep.
And then you pair it with a video processor. Even
Yep.
if you pay full price for a $5,000-$6,000 video processor, what are you getting for your $11,000 compared to the JVC or Sony at that price or more?
Yeah.
Because I know that like if I bought a $10,000, if I bought a $10,000 or a $15,000 JVC or Sony, I'm putting a Lumigen in line on that, right? So what's the difference between the two? That's what I want to find
Yeah.
interesting.
Supposedly the onboard dynamic tone mapping on it actually is surprisingly good. I don't
Okay.
know if it's as comparable to the JVC, but people said it's pretty good. The funny thing about the Matthew Pose video was, so he was kind of gushing over it, right? But
Yeah.
then he had to kind of like check himself because I guess he was getting a bunch of messages from people that are like, you keep saying how good this $5,000 projector is,
Yeah.
but why would I ever spend 30 grand on a top end JVC or Sony? And he kind of tried to reel it in a little bit, to be like, well, there is advantages, if you have over 140-inch
Screen.
screen, you'd probably want to get the more light put and all that things. But he really did say that this thing is for like 5 grand, it's pretty much unbelievable. For 4 grand, it's even more unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And I'm kind of getting a deal on a piece of equipment. It almost feels as good as enjoying it to me. And when you feel like you've gotten a lot of value in something, I almost like it better, Like, I
Yeah.
don't think I'll ever be a guy that's like a new $30,000 JVC just came out. I got to have it because I got to have the brand new one. I'm always like,
Right.
I'll wait a couple of years. I don't mind,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not
Wait
only,
till
I mean, I
it's
can't really buy a $30,000 projector anyway, but even if I could, I just don't think I need latest and greatest
well,
every
especially
year,
nowadays. Especially
Yeah.
nowadays where what's the tech? It used to be like you wait a year or two and you can get like a 2-year-old model brand new, but it's a 2-year-old model and it's going to be cheaper because the new tech has, you know, superseded it. Nowadays, it's like you buy a 2-year-old model. It's like, has the new tech superseded it that much? Not
No.
much. Not really at all. Be like, oh, we got a little bit of there's been no big advancement from 1080. Now we're at 4K, and since we've been at 4K and HDR, it's like how much advancement has there been?
Yeah.
And it just I don't know. It's like, and then I always go back to that shootout that was like I think 3 years ago or whatever, the projector shootout they did, Kansas City projector shootout, and it was before Mad VR existed, the way it does now, but it was that they used the Mad VR computer program to level the playing field for all these projectors, and people were like blind testing and saying that this, $2,000 projector, people were preferring that or saying it's as equal to the $30,000 projector.
Mhm.
And it's like when you see people doing blind tests like that and they're blown away by it, you're like, it tells you like it's all about the processing. Everything else is a light output. So it's just, and then color, accuracy, which on an A/B test, how are you really do you know what the color output's supposed to be and how close is it and stuff like that, where you get, that's when you get into, you got to talk to somebody like John Thompson that's in a mastering room to go, that red isn't the perfect shade that it's supposed to be, but we never know that stuff. Right. So
Yeah.
when you're looking at color fidelity and stuff like that, you're like, okay, but we can get so close with, video processing now and all of that stuff. It's like how, these new projectors, that I think that's where it's going to be exciting and get us to, like, look what it's doing to you. You're like, you've got a great setup and you're like, is this better? Is it cheaper? Can I do this? And you're like, you don't even need it, but you're
No,
like, oh
no,
God. Yeah.
no. I do like the thought of a laser because I can't really play video games in here. I'm just worried about bulb life since I have a
Yeah.
bulb, and I think the laser would cut that out. Then I would feel like if I came in here 2, 3, 4, or my kids did, then I wouldn't feel as anxious about, having to replace a
Yeah.
$500 JVC bulb every year or something,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. But see, to me, it's like, now I agree with that, but I'll also say, what happens when you get towards the end life of your laser? There's no
Yeah.
buying a new
No,
you're looking at, you're not getting a $500 bulb, you're getting a new
no,
projector.
it is true.
And
It's
that
almost,
scares me.
it's kind of throwaway,
Yeah.
almost. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, whereas a bulb base, I would, to me, it's like, okay, I can not upgrade, but I can change out my bulb every so many hours, whatever it would be, 1,000, 1,500. And you get new life and it literally, the projector never is obsolete. Whereas the laser projectors, it's 20,000 hours and it might take you 10 years to get there. But if technology hasn't changed 10 years from now, I need a new projector. There's no change. There's no swapping it out. And, that's tough to me. It's like, cause that's a big, you start getting down to the end of the life of that thing. And now you're acting like you did when you had a bulb.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're like, stop, shut it off. Like, I want to watch a movie next week.
Yeah.
So, but it's hopefully in the future, the projectors or whatever are cheaper. And I used to say I keep my stuff for like 5 years. I think my projectors would usually last around 5 years before I could get into another one. And that's I think the basis of the laser projectors. It's like, if you can get 5 years out of it, you're probably good and then ready to upgrade to a new technology.
Mm-hmm.
But like we said, it's like, how much has the technology changed? It's
Yeah.
like, if I got a bang on like laser projector when 4K first came out, I'd be right around the 10-year mark right now going, uh-oh, I need a new one. Because how much has really changed?
Even with AV receivers, I have a Marantz 6011. I think I got that thing in 2016. So
Yeah.
unless I need to go to HDMI 2.1, which I don't right now,
Yeah.
and I use a mini DSP, so I don't need the 4 sub calibrations, there really has been like zero, and receivers have gotten so expensive in the last couple of years
Yeah.
that I think the equivalent to that thing is like $2,500 now. I just don't see the upgrade that it would
Yeah.
be to spend $2,500 if this one works,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like receivers. I think we had a big push on receivers when Atmos came out, and then DTSX, because I had one of the first, my Onkyo was one of the first Atmos that didn't have DTSX. And then obviously that comes out and you want to be compatible with all the formats. So you needed that. And ever since then, it's like, all right, what are we looking at here? How, if you got a Denon or Marantz, you're looking at, very good processing. What's the need for me to change from there? And I haven't. I went, this Denon that I'm using in here, I would have still had in the theater, but I was like, all right. I had the amplifiers left over from when I had my Onkyo that didn't have enough amplification. This Denon has enough. And I was like, you know what? I liked the idea of doing separate, so that's why I went with the Marantz and went with the 7706, and I did all the amplifier. I loved it, and I thought it was great, but did I necessarily need? Was it that big of a? It was. I thought it was an improvement, but I didn't think it was. It wasn't as big as when I went from the Onkyo to the Denon. It wasn't that big. That one was probably one of the biggest jumps I've ever had. That's the one where my wife was like, "Did you get a new projector?" Like, because she thought the image on the screen looked better because the improvement in sound. And again, you're down to getting back into the processing. It's all about the processing and the Denon had Odyssey, the Onkyo didn't, so the room correction on the Onkyo wasn't that good, but I was early adopter of Atmos, and that's what it took. So that's what I grabbed, and that's what I could afford.
Which receiver do you have, Omar?
It's a Marantz. I forgot what model, but it's maybe 3-4 years old or something. I think it's like what is it? Aurora 3D?
Auro 3D?
Yeah, Auro 3D. Yeah, it has that, and I thought that was like the latest.
Yeah,
like maybe Kodak, and I'm like, oh, this is a perfect timing because I don't think they'll come out with something new anytime soon. So yeah, I enjoy it. It does what it's supposed to do. My big upgrade was when I bought my my amp. It was a seven channel amp, and so I just have my Atmos just going to the receivers, and then everything else is just being shot out through the amp. And that was night and day difference. That was really, I was like, oof. Now I know why people go with separates.
Yeah. I mean, I like I said, when I went to the Marantz with the separates, I like it. I thought there was an improvement there, but I mean, what the Denon can do with 11 channels is awesome. It's great processing, sounds great. I felt like with the separates, and I talked to Ira about this, we went back and forth. I'm like, I had I think 200 or 250 watts for each channel going with the amplification that I had. And I'm like, I gotta be getting more out of this because I feel like it's better. I feel like it's cleaner, right? But when you get into now, is that a mental thing? Like, am I justifying it? Because it's not that big of a difference. I felt like the difference is there, but I honestly can't tell you if I'm just justifying it or it's actually there. And I'm not I'm not going to go and do room, measurements and everything to prove it. But there is something to be said. And a lot of people will be like, yeah, it's a waste of money and that's stupid. But I like having it in the rack like that too.
Yeah.
I like looking at the rack and being like, oh, wow, look at that. I got, here's my processor. And actually in the rack, because they're doing it that way, the processor goes to the middle because it doesn't generate as much heat. The amplification can go to the top and you got the nice lights. I got the Emotiva with the blue lights. And I'm like, you have all that. That is enjoyment to me. Like, I can't tell you how many times I just open the door to my media closet and be like, that looks good.
Yep. Yeah.
See, PJ buys stuff for his enjoyment, not to try to sell it on YouTube like everyone else does. Like,
it's like I'm doing it for me, and then I'll stand there and stare at the rack. I'm like, I think I should change that to over there because I think all right. But that's the fun. It's like to me anyways. It's like enjoy the whole thing. It's like when Chris was saying earlier, like turn the lights down, turn off the projector and any lights from any of your equipment in the room. How much light is that doing? I'm like, wait a minute, your equipment's in the room? It's like you got this like amazing theater and you want to get like, why is the equipment in the room? So the equipment here is in the room. So I knew exactly what I was talking about. Cause when you go to a really black screen, I could see the reflection on the screen. I could see like, oh yeah, it's just it's actually my battery backups. I have two of the, what are they? Triplate or whatever. Yeah. Two of the Triplate battery, UPCs. So, UPSs, and they're the only thing with lights on them. Cause everything else I shut off. And it's like, so when they go to a black screen, I could see these green dots. But yeah. And that Larissa, who owns the house, she even said, she's like, you can get all that out of the room you want. You can cut a hole in the wall and put it in the closet. I am not tearing your house apart. She's like, I don't care. I go, she goes, you'd fix it when you left. I go, I know, but I'm not doing that to you. Because once I go down that rabbit hole, I'll be like, oh, we could do this. We could do this. But, and I got other stuff I got to do with the other house. So.
What speakers do you use, Omar?
I have 9.2. So I got
Like
my
what
two
brand?
subwoofers.
Like what brand or brands?
For my rears, the SVS, the bookshelves,
Prime bookshelf.
and yeah,
The
and then I
primes, yep.
have the elevations 4 up on top,
Nice.
and then the center is my SVS Ultra, and I picked up some. Oh God, what are they? Off Facebook Marketplace. They were like paradigms. So for my left and rights that I've loved for music ever since, and I just kept them for my home theater. And then I was like going down a rabbit hole. Like I heard some videos of, oh my God, they all got to be the same, and it's like, okay, maybe I must be missing out on something, you know. So I was really thinking about getting the SVS, like the towers for the fronts. I don't know which ones yet, but I'm like, am I really gonna notice a difference? Do I go down that rabbit hole and spend a couple grand on 2 speakers, and when these are perfectly fine? But you know, there's that snake oil thing that people talk about, like, oh my God, am I missing out? Should I buy it? Should I not? So I'm okay. I'm happy with it. It sounds great. But you know,
Yeah.
for the 4, 6, 8 hours or whatever you're spending a week watching movies or whatnot, I think it's fine. It does what I need to do.
Well, it's more than fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than
It's
fine.
like, I get what you're saying it to this audience, but it's like most people are like, oh my God. But yeah, no, I get it. It's in that case, I don't necessarily think it's snake oil. I think it's, like you said, like it's the upgrade. How much of an upgrade is it worth, right? Is it worth the output, and what are you going to get out of it? Because the time, energy, and money to swap them out, is it worth it for that much? Like, how much better is it going to be? You know, it would have to be a big jump for you to put in that time and energy and money, right? So,
yeah, I haven't experienced, or I don't know what it would feel like. You know how years ago, DJ, you talked about speakers, how they sounded, how they were bright and some are warmer. It's like, I don't know if I would be able to tell the difference, and if I would like one more than the other. And it's like, kind of like you didn't take that ride in the Dodge Avenger because you're like, no, because I'm gonna buy it. I'll buy it if I sit in there. And it's like me, if I keep going to these shows, I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna go buy that. I'm gonna go buy that because I love how it sounds there. But will that sound like that at the house?
Oh yeah. There's that. You know, and you know, Johnny talks about that all the time when he's on the show. Like, you go and you'll experience, and actually going to Expona, you were saying like some of these like $100,000 speakers sound awful there because of the room they're in. But if they're put in the right place, they're an amazing speaker, right? It can go with speakers, it can go in a completely different direction. You might hear them and be like, that's the worst thing I've ever heard, but it just wasn't good for that room. Right. Especially at a show like that, where it's like you're in, you set up, and you're out. So you're not really getting a good demonstration on what they're capable of. But how many people, it's more often goes in the other direction, because you go to these places and you get a demo of speakers, and that room is set up for those speakers. Right. And you're like, these are amazing. And then you get them home and you've bought them and everything. And you're like, they don't sound like this. This isn't what I heard. And people miss out on the biggest part of speaker sounding good is the room that they're in. It's the environment that they're in, because the sound is going to be bouncing around that room. And if you're not controlling that the same in each, you know, as where you heard them, you're not going to get the same. Maybe you get them home and you like them even more because your room is better for them. I don't know. But most of the time it goes the other way around. And you're like, that's not what I heard. And because most people just don't have the proper treatments.
Yeah. That's the key, the treatments.
Yeah.
What's weird is some of those boutique speaker manufacturers that, they sell their stuff for 50 grand a pair. Um, they say you don't need room treatments. Their speakers are so good you don't need them. But then you hear them at a show like that, and you're like, yeah, this
Yeah, but
is nothing special.
how do you say that, but you don't know what room it is?
I yeah,
You know what
I
I
don't
mean?
know.
Like there
Yeah,
might be a case where I've heard a lot of people saying like these are so good, their off access is it's tamed so because that's what you're looking at. It's like, off access is what's bouncing around the room or whatever. And if you can tame that or control it to a degree that you'd be like, you don't really need room treatments with these, but you don't know. I mean, yeah, you might have done a good job with it. They might be great at that, but if you're in a really small room, it's still going to be, you know, reflections that maybe they didn't anticipate. How do you know? You can't say that the problem is solved because you don't know what the problem is.
right.
It's like I don't care who you are. It's like somebody said that once. So like if somebody in home theater asks a question and the other person gives an answer without asking, usually it's that you should be asking more questions. If they just give an answer like that, they probably don't know what they're talking about. Because how many people can ask a question that you can just go, oh, here's the solution. You'd be like, they go, what kind of projector should I get? What kind of display should I get? What kind of speaker should I get? What kind of anything? It'd be like, you can't answer that. You can't answer it. You need more information. And if people aren't asking that information, then their answer probably isn't valid. And that goes for manufacturers. These will solve that problem. How do you know? How do you know what my problem is? I don't know yet. I don't know what it is. How do you know?
Well, that's a great part of marketing because if you're being paid to sell a product, then you're going to give that one answer. What speakers do I get? Oh, well, you got to get these.
Right.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go get these. Why? Because so-and-so that's got 100,000 followers, he must know what he's talking about because,
Yeah.
he does this for a living per se. And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, you didn't ask these questions. How big is your room or, what's your layout of your room and whatnot,
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, I mean, you are getting that, but there are places and there are people with, you got your 100,000 follower YouTubers and you got people that you can look at and that they go, all right, in my room, I'm doing this. And they'll tell you what that room is, and that's good. That's fun. That's where you can get some information and you see people like that. Oh, that's bought and paid for. That's an ad. Yeah, because they're doing it for a living, but they need to get paid to do that. But they're giving you the best information that they can. There's people like myself that I'm like, I don't get paid. I can get, price breaks here and there, but I don't get paid for my stuff. I only want the stuff that I want. And this is what I do. But there are people that they get paid for this and I'm friends with them. And it's like, there are people that get paid and it's dishonest. And I don't mean like dishonest, but they'll be like you said, like how many people are getting that projector and they're like, I love this because they just got it. Right.
Yeah.
So that's hard. Like, and you see people in the comments all the time saying that, oh, you're just saying this, you're just saying that. But I think we need everybody doing it in all the different ways that we're doing so that the consumer, which we all are, can discern for themselves. Like you learn to know who to trust, who not to trust. And, and I don't even think it's a matter of trust per se, as much as being like-minded.
Yeah.
Right. Like
right.
you're going to gravitate to the, as they call influencer or whatever, that's like-minded like you. You might not agree with everything they said, but you understand why they think that way or why they're saying that. And, and that's what you're really looking for in when you're basing, looking for, trying to get opinions on a purchase or something like that. It's like, and it's hard, but it's funny when I was starting out, there was no information and that's hard. And now it's information overload and that's hard, and it's like, you know, but that's the fun of it, you know, unless you're just trying to do a turnkey, which none of us are. And that's what we're doing. You know, you just look, I mean, if you had the answers, the game's over, you know, and it's like, I don't know. I don't want it to be over. Once I get an answer to something, I find another problem.
Yeah. And we always will, even when we get to a point, DJ, where your room it's really good. There's just something that happens to you where you're just like, what could I change? And even if
Yeah.
it's not better, I I don't know about you two, but I do just get bored. You just
Yeah.
get bored of being able to just sit down and enjoy a movie. That gets boring after a while, where you're just like, I just want to swap something out, just
Yeah.
because the equipment is almost as fun as the watching of content, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And that's how
Oh,
I feel about that projector. I don't even know if it will be better, but I know I could pretty much swap that out for the JVC after I sell it, and it'll just be playing with something new, you
yeah.
know?
Oh, yeah. I've torn apart the back of my rack, I don't know how many times, just to make it look neater, just
Mm-hmm.
for fun. Like the back, it's too much. It's like, oh, I've added too much. It's been like 10 months and it's all like, you know, spaghetti back there. Pull the rack out of the closet, rip everything out. You got cables all over, and then you start putting them back in neat, and you wire tie them down the side. Like, what the hell does that have to do with the theater? It's like, it was running perfect. It's going to run exactly the same afterwards as it did then, right?
Mhm.
But it's like, oh my God, I got it. It's like, that's why people see like I love putting that picture out of the back of a rack and be like, you see people, oh my God, they don't know what's going on. I'm like, oh, I love that. I tear that thing apart and put it back together, you know? That's fun. And it's,
Mhm.
you know, it's like you said, it's like you get bored. It's like, I could go sit and watch a movie. Let me tear this apart and put it back together. Is it going to be better when you're done? Nope. There's a good chance it might be worse.
There's a good chance.
You forgot
know,
to
it's like-
connect something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. You misconnect. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. 100%. You'd be like, oops. Oh, damn. Uh-oh. It's like, I didn't mean that. Oh, what was
Totally.
one of the ones I did recently? Oh, my God. I did it when I can't tell you how many times I've done this on installs. And I'm not an install person, but over the years I've done enough of them. And I was doing Rich Keefe's, who's like you said, he's #dork, but he's also a local like sports caster. So he's like kind of a local celebrity and everything. And I'm like, I'm at Rich Keefe's house. He asked me to put it in this theater. And I did the same mistake that I do. I did it in this theater. You sit down and watch, and you're like, well, I go to watch Star Wars. And I'm like, that pan didn't seem right. Ah, you shithead. Yeah, I just, yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting in the room like, okay, that's the right, that's the left. Okay, let me put it in my pretend. I was like, nope. Yeah, I have my rear channels backwards. I was like, and I like watched like 2 movies like that. I was like, what an idiot. No wonder why I'm like, that car went from the front to the back, but it only went down the same side. I was like, oh no. But like, I don't know what happened, but yeah, that was early before I ran Odyssey. At least when I did Rich's, we ran Odyssey right afterwards, and they're like,
Yeah.
no, it's not there. I was like, oh yeah. I felt so stupid. I'm like, oh my God. It's like, but it's one of when you're looking at the back of the room, you're like, okay, that's the right, and then you go to it depends on where your rack is, and you're like, which is the right? My rack is facing this way. This is, yeah, I got all screwed up, but yeah. So stuff happens. And so, yeah, or you do like John did and not download the Odyssey calibration. That's
I
one of
bet
my
you a lot of
favorite
people
ones.
have done that, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know?
Well, it was so much so he goes, you never told me to do that. I was like, didn't think I had to.
Well, even the app doesn't tell you to do that, though.
No.
Like after
No.
you do the thing, you have to put the little square with the arrow up. You have to use
Down-
that to send it to the receiver of your choice.
Yeah,
If you have
exactly.
multiple
Right.
receivers in your house.
And I chose from my list.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
But
But
if you
yeah.
were to have a living room and a theater system,
Right.
they would give you a couple options, but it doesn't tell you that
No.
after you get done with
Nope.
the Odyssey. So
Nope. Yeah, you have to upload it. And the funny thing and this is where you get like, when you talk about like, is it real or is it just your head? He ran it multiple times. Upgrade. He's like, oh yeah, that's better. Nothing. It was
He did nothing. Right.
Nothing had changed. But every time he's like, he'd go a couple months and run it again and be like, yeah, all right, that one sounds better. Nothing. And then all of a sudden you do get it. And he was like, oh, I don't know what he was listening to. It was like another YouTube channel or podcast or something. And somebody's like, oh yeah, when you upload it, and he went, you got what? And then he calls me and he's like, you never told me. I didn't think I had to. It was like, I didn't tell you to blink your eyes either, but you do that every day. So it was that one of those things. And then when you do it, then he's like, oh my God, what a difference. It's like, I can walk in now and it's like, I haven't had it with this, but sometimes the Odyssey would shut off just for one reason or another. You'd come in, start it up, and you'd start a movie and be like, this doesn't seem right. And I look and be like, nope, the EQ was off. It wasn't running. And I was like, oh, you turn it on, you can hear. I mean, it clears everything. The dynamics of the room change. But if you've never heard it, you wouldn't know the difference. You think it's a minor thing. It's actually a pretty big thing. But well, depending on the room. But yeah, John.
Hey, before I go, guys, I wanted to get you. What did you guys think about the F1 movie? Did you guys watch it with the same sort of like IMAX cameras as Maverick?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen is there a variable aspect ratio of this? I don't think there is yet.
No, I meant kind of like the whole setup of how they.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
how they shot it and how it was like you were in like the cockpit with was it Brad Pitt?
Pitt, yeah.
And yes, it is it's like Maverick on wheels. Have you seen it, Omar?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay,
I've seen it several times.
I love it. I love it. It's one of my home theater movies of the year for sure. And it's for picture, for sound. Steve and I are like, we rave about it. But yes, I love that in cockpit, that imagery. And then even behind the cars coming at you. I love that movie. I love the
They did a lot of good AI stuff. I know people like, obviously like Steve, being in the UK and whatnot, how they're like, oh, but that's not real. F1 cars don't move like that. We get it. But you got to throw your little Hollywood, seasoning into it, because that's what kind of makes it. Because if you literally watch an F1 race, you're gonna sit there like, oh, okay. But the whole action and him cutting through cars and whatnot, we know that's not real, but it sells. It sells.
Yeah. Well, we went through the same thing with Maverick too. People are like, you don't do that in a plane. They don't fly planes like that. No kidding. But cops aren't always out busting people either. They're usually sitting around doing nothing. You don't want to make a movie about that. It's like, like you make a movie, the whole movie is centered around the one exciting thing they do in their life, maybe, or something. But or this is how you would never fly a plane, but damn, it's exciting. Yeah. No, if you're going to get into realistic, then what are you doing going to the movies? It's supposed to go to, it's supposed to be fun.
Yeah. That's what takes our mind off our work life for, a couple hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, who wants to watch the real version of Top Gun? A couple guys sitting around on an aircraft carrier waiting to go. Nothing's happening. We got 2 hours here of watching this. Okay, what's happening? Nothing. I'm not scheduled to go out for days. And what are you doing? A couple laps around to keep my fresh, in case something happens. Okay, that's great.
That's funny.
So,
all right, guys, I got to run. I appreciate you guys as always.
Thanks, Omar.
You're
appreciate
welcome.
It. Talk to you again soon. Later, buddy.
Bye.
So, where did he go? There he is. Boom. Yeah. So we got you guys. I was just talking. I don't know if you heard me and Takeover Tuesday with Paul that I did. It came out Thursday, and he was talking about. He's like, he lives in upstate New York, and one of the things he loves about like our show is, he's like, I got nobody up here. It's like I'm on an island. I got no friend. Nobody likes home theater. Nobody likes this. And I was telling him about you and Mikey and stuff. I'm like, I go, yeah, maybe somebody in your area, like you and Mikey, are what? You're 2 hours apart, right?
An hour. No, yeah, 2 hours apart. Yep, you're right.
2 hours.
Yep,
So it's like
yep.
Chicago's in between you, right? Something like that.
So he's like, I'm west of Chicago and he's south.
Right.
So, but there's no like diagonal road. You have to go like straight south and straight
Right.
east to get to his house. So yeah, two.
Yeah, because when
Yep,
I came out, I stayed right by where Expona is, and then I'd
yep,
be an hour south to go visit Mikey one night, and then I was like an hour north or whatever to go see
yep,
you at the
yep,
border of like Wisconsin or whatever.
yeah.
Something, yeah. But so yeah, so you guys are like 2 hours apart, and then you kind of like met through this. It was something like that, right? Like one of you mentioned where you were. How did that work?
Um, yeah, I think he was on with you or he was on with Ara for that his little HD tours he
Mm.
does.
Yeah, we did the
And
HT tour with Mikey. He was one of the
yep,
first ones
and he
Aaron and
had
I
his
did.
Twitter handle, so I just DM'd me and I DM'd him and
Hmm.
said, I live here. If you ever want to get together or something, let me know. It's kind of some people are introverts and they want nothing to do with that. And
Yeah,
some people are gung ho about meeting other people. So you just throw it out there. Like there's a couple people that live actually in my hometown that I've seen on AVS forum through classifieds, like their town, they're selling something in my town. You message them. I'm always up for meeting new people. If you'd want to come check out my room, or I'll check out. Oh yeah, sounds awesome. And then you never hear from them again. So you don't
yeah,
want to creep, be a creep, whatever. But you just throw out anything, and if people want to bite, they do, and if they want to be left alone, you just leave them alone.
yeah, yeah.
You
And
know.
it's tough. It's tough, and that's what I was saying. It's like everybody, like you want to be able to put people together,
Hmm.
but there is that like, oh, let's set up a page where you go and you put your address in and see where everybody is. And like I was saying to Paul the other day, I was like, yeah, but you do something like that, and you're like, hey, you're like, look at all my gear. This is what I got, and you got like all the tens of $1,000s worth of gear, and you're like, come to my house. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
uh,
there's different kinds of people. Like you'll look at your neighbors. I have like if somebody comes to my house, I'm just like, come on in, Then I
yeah,
have people I've lived by for 8 years where you knock on their door, they open the door just enough for you to see their face, and
yeah,
they don't even want you to see into the hallway. People are protective about their space more than others,
privacy.
I guess,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
they want their privacy, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's, um, yeah, I won't get. I told the story before. I won't get into that one, um, but yeah, it's part of like the fun of all this is getting to talk to all the people, and then people, being like, oh my god, I don't know anybody. I wish I got to meet people. And I said, like I said to Paul, I go, hopefully somebody's hearing this, and they could be 2 hours away from me or whatever, and be like, I'm up here, I'm up in upstate New York or wherever, and you're like,
Yeah.
you know, and that's how it works out. So, but it is a quote unquote lonely hobby though. We all started
Yeah.
out by ourselves,
Yeah.
and built ourselves a man cave and go down there and spend time alone. And now because of the internet, you get to meet people and talk about stuff like that. I hope something like M Wave comes back. I thought that
Mhm.
was going to that. I thought was super interesting and fun for the consumer. There's nothing like that for the consumer, really.
So actually they posted tickets, they announced dates for 2026 for that.
They're bringing it back.
Yeah, so I'm in a Discord server for like a Chicago area group,
Yep.
and somebody posted it's September of 26. There's zero details on it whatsoever. But I do know when Michael left, and
Yeah.
people asked Ryan, is it dead or what? And he goes, it's not dead. He goes, we'll take 25 off and we're going to regroup. And I think what they want to do is the first year of M Wave, or maybe the second too, they focused on like comparisons. So they did the video processing versus projector processing, and they did all that stuff, which is the stuff I really like. And it
Mhm.
kind of then it ended up turning more into just a bunch of demo rooms, which is really cool too. But I think they want to go back to their roots where it's going to be like, we're going to have 8 projectors and we're going to compare them, and or have speakers and compare them, or have speaker wires and compare that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they want to get back to. So they do have tickets for sale, and it looks like they're going to do where you can go to people's houses. You know how you paid to go to people's
Yep.
houses?
Yeah.
They have tickets of it. Well, they have the option to do that, even though there's nobody's theater to pick yet. But
Okay.
so it's not dead, I guess.
That's good. Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard. What was I listening? I heard Ryan talking about it. It was more about scheduling for him because of everything that, like, his responsibilities now. Like, he's got to be at Cedia. He's got to do
Yeah.
that. Like, I saw him at Cedia,
Mhm.
and but yeah, it was like, and I did hear. Where did I hear it? Where he was saying like it most likely where before it was in like June, right?
Yep.
May or June, late May
And
or
it's really
June.
hot in Kansas City in June. So I think
Yeah.
they wanted to avoid that.
Yeah, and he was like the way his schedule worked. I think he was saying it was going to be sometime in September. So it's funny you say that now. So yeah, that's cool. That's good.
Yeah.
Be or so like just under a year from now they're going to be doing it again. Cool.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where they did the AB and the or multi. It was the speaker wire and the coat hanger one.
Yep.
And people
Yeah.
were mad.
Yeah.
Like the speaker wire manufacturer was like, "Ah, that can't be." Like, it was blind testing. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
It's like, you can have. I mean, it's yeah. That's where you get into some like snake oil stuff, and it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, cables.
When you went to M Wave, did you check out the projector comparison room that they kind of had going on? There was 2 guys that were kind of leading it, and it was the only room or it was their only section of where they did stuff like that. But I think that was my favorite part of M Wave.
What
They had,
projectors
I
were they
think,
running?
they had like
I've done a
the
few of them. I
cheapest
can't remember
Christie,
now.
which was like that $15,000 Christie.
Okay.
They had the Epson 12,000. They had the Sony 5,000. They had the JVC NZ7, I think.
Okay.
So none of the high-end ones. It was kind of like the lower of every brand or middle of every brand.
Okay.
And it was really interesting just to like the Epson 12,000 was really impressive to me, I thought. There was no video processing on any of them.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was just, yeah, I like that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I saw that room.
Yeah.
For
I know
some
you were
reason.
pulled in all directions when you were there. So
Yeah.
I didn't know if you got to get that,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I didn't get to see that room, or I didn't see that room. But I've seen those demos before and those comparisons, and yeah, it again, like one of the like I said, after my first time being a CEDIA, it's like our rooms aren't far off,
Yeah.
right? And that holds true with all of that stuff. It's like it's not so much the equipment; it's how well is that piece of equipment implemented. Right. And you can get the most expensive projector, but if you don't install it and calibrate it correctly, it's nothing compared to a well calibrated projector that could be literally a tenth of the cost.
Yeah.
And so it's now you compare both of them being perfectly calibrated, you're going to see a difference, but now you've probably just shortened, you've closed the gap. Right. So like, I can't stress this enough. And I've said it to so many people, like when you're paying for something, like, especially in the projector world, when you're paying for something, you're paying for power and processing for larger screens, larger throw distances, and stuff that the cheaper projector cannot do. It can't do a 150-inch screen. It can't do this. But if you put everything down to a 100-inch screen and calibrate it correctly in a light controlled room, the difference between those two pieces is so small compared to what you would actually say. Right. the comparison that you want to show what these projectors can do is here. I'm going to show you the perfect image that this, say, $2,000 Epson can do at its max. Boom. There it is. You got a 120-inch screen at like a 10-foot throw, and here's the image. Here, we're going to take the JVC, whatever, NX9 or whatever, and be like, that's a 150-inch screen, and look, and you're like, oh my God. And they're like, can that do it? Nope. That cannot approach that. That's where those differences are. And that's, and then watch a movie and see the processing power of the two of them. And that's where the differences are. But when you shrink everything down, like they usually do in these ABs to like a 100-inch screen, you're not even seeing the value of that. They're actually doing a disservice to the higher end ones because that's not what they were meant to do.
Mm-hmm.
And too many, I feel bad because too many people end up spending the money on these higher end pieces when they're still only doing like 100. They could get pretty much the same quality, if not literally the same quality as something that was cheaper. Like, don't get the top of the line JVC, get the middle one. Or maybe because of the throw distance and your room size, you could get the lower one and have the same quality. Right. And it's, people argue with me all the time about it. Travis being one of them. But it's again, like we said, and Travis is one that says that don't do measurements. What do you see? And when you're looking at stuff like that, it's like, there's a reason those projectors are that expensive, but do you need that? Do you have that reason? So,
well, and I think subwoofers are kind of like that too. It's a big thing now
speakers,
to just
subwoofers, amplifier. It's all has that. You don't need that much power, but look what I got.
No. Well, I do think speakers are very subjective, and what I love, you might hate, and whether that's your taste or just how. I mean, like I said, I've had some brands of speakers in my room, and it's not perfectly treated, but it's pretty good. And if I watched a hour movie, massive headache, and from speakers that were like well reviewed, people loved them, but for some reason, my brain or my ears, it just did not work out. But subwoofers these days, people are just, is it fun probably to load your room up with subwoofers, run a demo clip and your house fall off its foundation? Yes.
Or you crack the tile in your kitchen?
Yes. I mean, it is fun, whatever. But Mikey's room is Mikey's got two 12s. In me, I think it just sounds just great, A little bit more tactile, which I think he might. I haven't been to his house since he plays with that 15, but do you need 8 18s in a 15 by 20 room? You just don't. You dumb them. They're all at -12. And is headroom work? Is headroom nice? Yes. Less distortion? Yes. But is it something that 4 or 2 PB 4000s, no, you don't have the infrasonic quite as big or whatever, but overkill, people just take overkill for better, and it's just not in projectors and subwoofers, I think.
Yeah, in anything like that. Hey, Rob.
Hello. What's up, party people?
Hey, speaking of guys that believe that you don't need 818s in a room to make bass sound good.
It was like his ears were burning. It was perfect topic to jump in on.
It's like I spoke into the lamp, and the genie that is Rob H just like came right out.
Okay, I'm lost. Where are we?
So Rob, we were talking about how people with like projectors, you need 5,000 lumens to make your room better. And I said with subwoofers, the common thing now is you need all these 18-inch subwoofers in there will make your room better when you have a 12 by 20 room.
Sure.
And I'm like, there is such thing as headroom that will make less distortion and better. But you've always preached, you're like, you put 4 PB 2000 there, and that's all you're ever going to need. To make it sound great.
I mean, you can damage your hearing if you want to. That's
yeah.
That's about, at some point, that's about all that's left to do.
Yeah.
No, I that's the joke I've always made, right? It's like if we had our previous systems where there was like maybe you were getting 32 hertz, like this is back in the day, right? 20 years ago, right? You're like maybe you're getting 32 hertz at a loud level, and it's like 25. Wow, you got to spend some mucho bucks to get there, and then 20 hertz was like kind of unheard of, but maybe you could get it. But it's like, well, if from 32 to 25 was better, and from 25 to 20 is better, then getting down to 8 must be best of all, right? And it's if getting to from 105 dB to 110 to 115, if that was better, then getting to 135 must be better, right? I mean, that's how the logic goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, well, what we were saying before is like, do you need 8 subwoofers? Do you need this? Do you need all the power of a projector for that throw distance in a room that doesn't have it, or your screen size doesn't demand it? And
right,
but like
depends on what you want to do.
Well, yeah, really, no, that's what we were saying. It's like, what are your needs as opposed to wants? And like I want to do 4 subs in my new theater, because you get a better chance. It's easier setup, right? It's like the calibration of the bass throughout that room is going to be smoother with the 4. That's why you go to 4. After that, it's like, well, what's the difference? How much more is there? And I'm not saying I'm not going to not do more if I can, because
if you get a Trinov, right, you're going to do the waveforming. Why else would you have so many channels available?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's the fun in that. And it's like, well, like what I'm doing with a lot of people I've heard don't like, but I'm doing the SVS towers all around. Okay. I don't need that.
Are you getting anything that's going to do Dirac Live art? I'm out of the loop, man, on everything you've got planned.
Oh, I haven't. I don't even know what I'm doing for processing yet. I'm so far away from that. I'm still building the house, but it's like, yes, I do want to. I do, would I like a Trinov someday? Yep. Would I like all of these different things, but Dirac Live,
well, it's to me that's going to be an interesting one, right? Because like, is Trinov going to add Dirac at some point if there's enough market demand for it? It seems highly unlikely to me, since their whole thing was their own processing.
Yeah, but, they're so proprietary. And
I mean, of course, they have waveforming, which is a differentiator for Trinov. No one else really has, exactly their version of waveforming. So,
Storm has their version, but it's not.
It's not exactly the same. Though.
Exactly.
Yeah, the processing on it is different. And I mean, Storm is using Dirac, so that's predominantly what they're doing there. I mean, they're doing the full out version where you can actually have independent EQ on each subwoofer as well, which, as far as I'm aware, that's not happening with Denon and Marantz. You got
Dirac,
Yeah, for their Dirac live bass control implementation, like you got the independent distances, you got the independent phase, but you still can't really have an independent EQ on each of those 4 subs completely separately. So it's not quite the equivalent of multi-sub optimizer there, and it's not the equivalent of waveforming, even the 4 subwoofer version of waveforming. But no, I'm curious to see what's going to happen between, you kind of got Storm and Trinov as the 2 behemoths up at that end of the price spectrum in the market right now, and it's like, that's depending on how the market swings, because one of them is basically just saying like, buy a whole lot more subs, and the processing is already going to be in our Trinov processor, and the other one is saying like, we can keep developing art to where it's not just subwoofers, right? It's like, the more full range speakers you have, the more we can do over a wider seating area. So yeah, it's going to be interesting what works best in your own personal theater too, DJ. Because I mean, I'm assuming you're building an enclosed room.
Oh
at the very least.
Oh yeah, it's a room with. I mean, like I was saying earlier, everybody knows it's going to be isolated from the house, room within a room, because I'm building it ahead of time. So I'm not actually doing a room within a room. I'm doing a room, and then I'll do the room around it. So we have full isolation, everything like that. It's like take everything I've learned over the last 30, 40 years, and it's going into my design of this room.
But see, art's a new thing. I mean, I don't know what's going to be best with that one. And it's you got this. Like, it's funny because I'm looking at the graphs people are posting, the people who are I haven't done art yet. I've made a promise to myself that for once in my life, I'm going to actually wait until like the weekend where I'm like, I am actually going to do it this weekend, as opposed to getting it months in advance and then putting it off and putting it off. So,
Yeah.
So I haven't used art in my own system yet, Dirac Live art in my own system yet. But seeing the graphs people are posting, and it's like, that's fairly objective stuff, right? If you're seeing a reduction in your RT60 time at a given frequency range, it's like, oh I believe you. There's not really much to doubt about that. But what I found most interesting are the people who are like, the problem I had in my room was at 250 hertz. Mm-hmm. And Dirac, as far as in the Marantz and the Denon implementation of it, it's pretty much looking like it cuts off at about 200 hertz, but it's not a brick wall, right? It's a crossover again. So there's some stuff happening upwards of 250. And so people are like, hey, look at the graph, made the graph better. And then I'm seeing those same people come back like a little bit later, and they're like, but I can actually hear my surround speaker, like I can localize that there's a sound coming from my surround speaker when it's supposed to be my front right speaker playing, right?
Oh boy.
Because that's a high enough frequency now, right? It's like even if it's quieter, which it is, it's a counterwave by all the other speakers that aren't the primary channel.
Yeah.
Counterwaves coming out, and they're all quieter, but you get the frequency up high enough. It's kind of like, okay, you can tell there's two sounds emanating from two locations in your room because they're coming at different times, right? One being the counterwave to the other. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting because the graph is showing you one thing. The graph is just showing you the decay time, and it's like,
right,
yep, decay time improved, and I don't doubt it for a second. At the main seat anyway. But then you get
it's
that.
also measured with a microphone and not your.
That's right. It's not your brain.
Yeah. It's like, did you hear Floyd Toole, Dr. Floyd Toole on with Brent and Dennis?
I have. I'm behind on podcasts, and I know that's there because I heard.
I
you
know
with
how
Brent
much you
and
love
Dennis.
Dr. Floyd Toole and his stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's like I thought for sure you would have been like day one on that one.
That was a great listen. I listened to that.
Wasn't
that
it?
Was, yeah.
I do chronological listening, so that I don't forget something. So
yeah.
I just haven't gotten to that part of the week yet.
Yeah. Didn't you guys had Dr. Toole on, didn't you?
Nope, we haven't talked to Dr. Toole. We talked to Todd Welty. Yeah, we had Todd Welty on, and we were going to talk to Sean Olive, but that just doesn't happen. With schedules and everything, and then Tom's house disappearing and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's a little bit of an issue. There's a little bit of a snag in the plans.
Got in the way of the show. I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll love that one, Rob. You'll love it.
Oh, I'm sure I will. Yeah.
Oh my God, and yeah, you heard the whole thing, John.
One part I like about it is Brent is very smart, and he's very well respected in the industry, and so is Dennis. But to hear them like fanboying, and the respect that they had for Dr. Toole, it was just, I like that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, did you hear when I had Brent and Dennis on, and it was before their podcast with Dr. Toole came out.
Yep.
And we had done our open, and I was like, I did the open, and I go, yeah, these are the guys from audio. And then Dennis goes, Unleashed. I was like, oh my God. Now I'm fanboying to them about like, oh my God, I set it up, and Brent's laughing. He goes, you did it faster for you than he does it for me. And I'm like, I'm fanboying out because I've got them on, right? Well, Dennis goes right in from there to fanboy. He's like, oh, forget that. He's like, I had Dr. Toole on, and he's blah, blah, blah. I was like, and now he starts fanboying on my show. But it's just, it's hysterical. It was hysterical. So
that brings up a question I wouldn't mind chatting with you gents about, because it's going all the way back to there's been all this discussion about the harm and target curve, and you've clarified, and I've clarified, and multiple people have clarified, and Dr. Toole has clarified how that speaker chart, that graph that gets flashed all over the place, it's like descriptive, not prescriptive, but go based on the sort of speaker design that they believe ought to work best. That's the result you're going to get when you measure it, but descriptive, not prescriptive. That's not a target you can just throw into Dirac or Odyssey or whatever, regardless of speakers in room, and say, that's the universal target curve. There, Toole himself has said how that's going to change. There is a range, right? We've seen the updated graph where there's the gray range that it could fall anywhere within there, and you're still within what is sort of as a prescriptive what would be a good result. and it's going to depend on room and speaker dispersion and directivity and characteristics like that. But
Right.
but going way back, like all along, all of the writing ever, it was always, you know, in the actual write-ups, the language of it was how in the listening panels where they made the determinations of, hey, what that speaker target curve ought to sort of end up being, what the speaker itself ought to be like, and then they work backwards and measure it in an anechoic chamber. Okay, what was it? They always talk about preference, right? Preference. That's a word in there, and that makes sense because it was all being funded by a speaker manufacturer. So they were interested in what do customers prefer, and then it's somewhere along the lines gotten kind of fuzzy in terms of like forum talk and YouTube talk and stuff, right? Reddit talk. It's gotten, at least to me, my interpretation of what I'm seeing is like it's gotten kind of fuzzy of we've accepted that was like the preference, and there's the logic of it, which is like, hey, if the speaker just plays exactly what the signal said to play completely linearly in an anechoic chamber, logically that just makes sense, right? The speaker isn't altering the signal in any way. That just makes complete logical sense. But the preference of that in-room speaker target curve, it's like it was preference, and we have so many people now who are like, I want to know what is right. And it's like, well, if it was always based on preference, how do we know that was right, quote unquote, quotation marks around it? And it's like that's all gotten kind of schmooey.
John, I think John will agree, but you got to hear that podcast. He answers all of that, right?
Yeah.
John, he talks about like that target curve is like it was never a target.
Yeah.
It was that was what did he call it? I forget what he called it, John. It was like that the target curve isn't the target. It's like that's just like what it was for that room or whatever. It's like this is a way to do
those
things.
Speakers, in that room.
And it's like he was saying, and he literally mentioned exactly what you're saying. He's like, you want a speaker that plays flat, right? It's like, okay,
anechoically.
Exactly. It's not altering the signal in any way.
Yeah, and that just makes logical sense.
Right. Mm-hmm. And what I thought was interesting, and you and I have had the discussion many times, but it was like, if you heard a noise out in a field, what would it sound like? And he even went to the piano like you and I did once. And he goes, if you played a piano out in a field, he's like, it wouldn't sound right.
No, it sounds weird. Well, you'd go, that sounds like it's out in a field. It doesn't sound like a concert hall. It doesn't sound like my house. Yeah,
exactly. That instrument needs that room. It needs the reflections. It needs all of this. So, I mean, he does a great job at going into explaining all of it. But it raised some questions for me that I'm dying. I got to talk to Brent. I want to get him. I'm like dying to talk to him about because, and this is one of the things, like when you and I had the discussion on the podcast, it was like, people, and I've said this to people, like, I want a ton of room treatments because I do movies. I want I want my 11, 13, 15, 24 speakers to be, I want them to dictate where I'm hearing stuff. I want to reduce the reflections. And there's so much of like, so for instance, like you want that piano to sound right. You need the reflections of the room because that's what a piano does. It's like when you play your guitar in a room, it's in a room. If you're out in a field, the sound just goes by. It doesn't sound right.
Exactly.
But in a movie, you're listening to stuff that would happen out in a field.
Yeah.
Right? You're hearing an explosion that is supposed to be happening out in the environment.
Yeah, it could be.
And we're trying to duplicate it in a room.
Yeah, well,
we're trying to bring the outside in a movie situation, in a home theater situation. We're trying to bring the outside into the room. And you and I touched on this when we were saying it. It's like, but in a musical situation, you're trying to recreate the room. And Dr. Toole talks about that.
Depending on the recording,
well, you're trying to duplicate the recording studio, where they recorded it. What did they want?
Well,
and that, you know what I mean?
He wrote about that early on, right? I know the term has had debate and everything, but like he's just coined it as the circle of confusion, not meaning that we're confused about what it means, but just that if I'm in a mixing studio and I'm a recording engineer and I've got a certain set of monitors that I use, and they're like I've described before, they're my tools, right? These are my tools. I know what these monitors sound like, and I'm fairly confident that because I know what my studio monitors sound like, even if when I'm satisfied with the mix I've just created and I play it back through my studio monitors right now, I go, well, that's not actually how I ultimately want it to sound. But I just know from experience that the way it sounds right now, it's going to translate into how I want it to sound when someone plays it back through a nice hi-fi system. And like, that's that circle of confusion of, well, if all you go for is complete anechoic accuracy in your home playback system, you're going to end up hearing what it sounded like on those studio monitors, like right there at the final stage, where the very person who made it said, well, I know that it sounds right to me, but it's not ultimately how I want you to hear it at home. I just know that how I'm hearing it right now is going to translate well to home. But then the question, well, what's the home environment? There's so many variables. And that's why this idea of I'm going to be able to get the sound right is, I think it's folly. I think it's folly, right? That there is no right. Like there's not a bang on precision right. And that's so frustrating for, you know, all of this stuff where, you know, Dirac coming in and changing their default target curve at one point, right? Like when Joe and Tell, right, when he was on with Brent and Dennis on their podcast, and you know, like that's his Magic Beans thing is one philosophy of it that I think is great. I think it's a great program. I think it works astonishingly well. But the notion of like, well, that's giving you yet another slightly different target curve. And I mean, his is not even doing where the front left and right speakers are going for the same target curve, which has been a pretty universal thing on like everything, like whether it's Odyssey or Trino or Dirac or whatever. It's like they aren't usually giving you a different target curve between front, left, and right speaker. It's like that at least is usually uniform. But, you know, under the way that Joe's done things in that Magic Beans program, it's like, well, there's a logic behind it, because he's going, okay, we're using a moving microphone measurement technique to get you a quasi-anechoic measurement. Difficult to do in a room, but it's an effective technique. Not for the bass, but he's talked about that. That's fine. And so you get your quasi-anechoic measurement. Then you say, okay, well, first thing I'm going to do is do speaker correction. I'm going to try and correct the speaker frequency output, so that quasi-anechoic for my speakers above 250 hertz or so, that is going to be anechoically flat. Okay, I mean, there's going to be some audiophiles out there who are instantly going to say, nope, I'm done, because the whole reason they bought whatever speakers they bought is because they aren't anechoically flat. It's like, okay, that's fine. But for the home theater crowd, we're like, okay, we're on board. We're all Tool aficionados, and great. Anechoically flat. And then now we can measure back at the seat, same moving microphone technique. Now we can basically subtract one from the other and say, okay, I mean, if we got a quasi-anechoic measurement with the close moving mic technique, then when we do the same moving mic technique back at the seat, the difference must be the difference that the room's acoustics made to the sound. Again, logically sound there. And then we can say, okay, so now we have a quasi-anechoic measurement. We've flattened that. So that the speaker has been corrected. What is the target curve going to be? And saying, well, it's going to be close to what an anechoically flat speaker kind of, sort of should measure like in a room. You know, like, again, it's doing that, okay, going back to the Harman target curve being prescriptive instead of descriptive. But we also know that it kind of logically does work, because it's like, well, if that is the preference, then, you know, you're not going to be rigid to it, but it's going to be maybe closer to preferable than basically anything else that we've got. So it's like, okay, so then you end up with, hey, the reflections from my front right speaker are different than the reflections from my front left speaker, maybe because of the room, maybe because of the positioning, maybe because of the speakers themselves, who knows? But now I'm going to have, you know, separate independent EQ targets for those two things. They're ultimately targeting like a curve, but we're correcting different things. So we're going to have, you know, some boosting in certain frequencies that happen in the front left speaker only and not in the front right speaker. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting approach, but it ultimately comes back to like, I think it's a great approach. It's not identical to, say, Odyssey 1, right? Odyssey 1, you got a choice. Choose your target curve, but it's applying that same target curve to all speakers.
To everything,
different philosophy. And there's the people who swear up and down that Odyssey 1 is the greatest thing they've ever heard until they hear something else. And now that's the new greatest thing they've ever heard. Well, how can all of those things be true? How can all of them be it's the newest thing you heard?
Yeah, exactly. And it's the latest, greatest, recency bias, whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, you in the chat. So Paul Hurt over there, who's a professional in the professional music industry doing all that. So he's like, he's like making points and then you're getting to them. And he's like, at one point he goes, and I'll just put this. He goes, and Rob gets the same point exactly when I did.
Well, there you go.
He's typing it out like crazy.
Is that a good sign? Should there be consensus? Should we disagree more?
Well, no, he's talking from the music, like he says here, he's a very few music recording studios putting EQ into their monitoring system for various reasons. Ultimately, you choose monitors that work for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
yeah, there is no singular true right and wrong when it comes to the audio reproduction. So yeah, it's I mean, the fun of it is it's going to be discussed and debated forever because we're never going to truly reach a single point consensus. It's not really a possible thing to happen. I mean, mainly because even if we did, let's say we find some magical point in the not too distant future where we do have like complete industry and audience consensus and acceptance of one thing, there's still all the recordings that happened before that, a huge number of which were never mastered to that thing. Are we going to remaster every recording that's ever existed up to this point? It seems financially unlikely, right?
Yeah. And the one that I've always said is like, we're trying to get objectivity into a medium that's 100% subjective, right? Yeah. It's like this, to your point about like the audio files looking at like, well, this speaker is bright or warm or whatever, and be like, yeah, but it's not flat. It's not correct. It's not right.
Also,
but I
move it
like
away from the wall. Maybe it's not so warm anymore.
But I like it. It's like this is objectively better. It's like, no, you can't use the word better with the word objectively.
Hey, look at that. You've come around to what I debated to you like 2 years ago.
Oh, no, I've said that forever. I'm like, you can't say better about objective because objective is like it's objectively brighter.
Sure.
But do you like that? That's the subjective part, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So
preference.
Yeah, it's
the word
the
preference
and but the entire thing we're duplicating art. So what do I prefer? What do I like? And it's like we get into, I think you guys talked about at some point this year, I think it was when you had Joe on. Joe Klosnick was on your show, and it was, what the heck was the question? And you and I was like dead on with you. I remember you saying it, and I was like, yep. What the heck was, I think it was like, what the heck was it? It was something about maybe speakers or something like that. Can you alter speakers or the sound in your room? Are you messing with, what the heck was
it's not ringing a bell properly for me.
Yeah, it's, but I loved the question. I love the idea. Like we get so objective, like about our screen, about what we see, like, cause you can do that. You can look at your screen and go,
that one's defined. Yeah,
exactly. But sound is so much more subjective. Are you altering what the artist intended?
Right.
Joe had the question. I forget. I'm getting close to it, but he's like, are you altering it if you play it outside of its codec or something? It was something like that. Like if you upmix it or...
Oh, I see. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, because we did talk about upmixing. Yeah.
Like Nolan doing everything in 5.1. Are we doing what are we not being honest to what the artist intended by using Neural X or something like that? I think it was something
expanding
like
it to all the speakers, something along that line, or the other direction, right? Like you're folding it down into whatever system you have available to you, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's bad because you're folding it down because that's what you have available.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. But if he's putting out 5.1 and you want to run your full gamut of speakers, are you not being honest to what the artist intended?
Right,
but I'm like, I don't think so, because I think when you run not Odyssey, but Neural X, right? If you upmix it, I think all you're trying to do is get maybe what the artist intended in a perfectly set up 5.1 room that maybe you don't have. And Neural X with the,
Well, and
calibration of
it's
your
the
room
whole
is going to
question
get you
of,
closer.
not everything is literally available to every artist, and obviously going back in time, that's completely impossible. So,
Right.
if it had been available to them, what might they have done differently? I mean, that's
With Christopher Nolan, he's still using
Sure.
5.1. So
But if
it's
you're George
available,
Lucas,
and he's given the, double guns fingers to it, saying, nope, hold my beer. I'll make your object base sound silly when I do my 5.1 mix. Okay.
Well, I wanted to skip back a little bit to it where I was talking about the Dirac Live art, because I was just looking up on acoustic modeling. It's like, so yeah, you get some 8-inch thick panels, whether that's full 8 inches of insulation or 6 inches with an air gap, which pretty much superimposes. But it's like, that is like really effective, right? We're looking for that absorption coefficient above 0.8, and it's like, so it's really effective everywhere above 250 hertz, and then it's still quite effective down to 100, maybe even slightly lower than that, which is why 8-inch thick panels make for great bass traps. But it's like, so okay, if we're talking about that region where we almost always need EQ, we almost always need some help, we need some bass trapping. So from below 250 hertz, great. We maybe Dirac Live Art, if it's all working great, like that line is going to look great up to 250 hertz. We don't need 8-inch thick panels anymore. So we could go down to 4-inch thick panels, and for, just treating regular reflection, slap echo, those types of things. Because Dirac Live Art is not going to be addressing your slap echo if you've got one, right? If you've got a marble room with absolutely nothing else in it, maybe it's going to be, honestly, it's probably going to be better for the bass than just about any passive treatments you can realistically put in there. But above that, but it's like, so you're still getting those 4-inch thick panels. If you go down to just 2-inch thick panels, there's still going to be a gap where it's like, what is actually treating that in terms of decay time? It's like, you can't really do it. But then, I'm looking at this, I'm like, if we're going for the optimization, like both in the graphs, but in the listening too, right? Those folks who are saying, hey, when I tried, having that Dirac Live Art going all the way up to above 200 hertz, and I'm starting to be able to localize some sounds here and there, it's like, so dang, it's like, so maybe we can't get away with nothing but 4-inch thick panels and don't have to put anything thicker than that in our room. It's like, the line is looking really good, but if I'm actually localizing sounds, it's like, so we didn't quite get there. I need 6-inch thick panels so I can, use Dirac Live Art up to 150 hertz, which should be pretty hard to localize below that. Yeah. And then, but we still need the panels that can get down to 150 hertz. Like, man, it's like, how much have we truly gained? It's a little. I mean, I'm talking for an optimized theater, right? I think where art is like tremendous, because even price wise, I think it's tremendous for how many people do we have. Like, it's a living room setup, it's a great room setup, and like 4-inch thick panels are a no-go. It's not going to happen. Let alone 8-inch thick panels. Like, most people, their spouse is not going to let them put 8-inch thick acoustic absorbers up in their living room. It's just usually pretty unlikely. So I'm like, $800, like, to fully treat a great room. Are you gonna fully treat, if you did have free reign, if you could put 8-inch thick acoustic panels up in your great room, like, that's going to cost more than $800, isn't it, to actually be effective? I think.
Do it yourself, probably not. Yeah. If you, Home Depot and some insulation.
It's not going to be much cheaper, though. I mean, I
probably,
think $800
depends on how much you
need,
how big the room is. But yeah, it's like where more people are doing these media rooms as opposed to dedicated home theaters. That's where that's going to come in.
And it's like, and you're not going to do waveforming in there. You're not doing 8 subs in your great room. I mean, most people aren't anyway. So I'm like, I think Dirac is onto something here. It's what maybe frightens me a little bit is like the people who are gonna benefit from it the most. I was like, is that the crowd who's gonna ever even know about it, and then be willing to spend, even though we can point out the dollar value that it has. It's like, is it gonna get into the rooms where it's really gonna be the best? Because it's like, I don't know how like, look at the measurements people are already taking it, the guys who have the dedicated rooms where they built it from the ground up, like you're gonna do. And it's like, you build it from the ground up, it's fully acoustically treated, it's an enclosed rectangular room, it's all the things. And it's like, okay, people are going to swear up and down that art made a difference because they spent the money to do it. But like, even in their graphs, it's like I'm not seeing it. It's not there.
Yeah, the room
because
was-
what you had already was so darn good.
Right. And everybody I've talked to about it, and in the industry, even like the Trinov people or Storm, it's like they're found your foundation is your room.
Yeah.
You
Of
know,
course, yeah.
and if you can do most of the work with the room, it makes it doesn't mean that like waveforming or Dirac or any of these things are like you don't need them, but it makes that job you can get that much more of an improvement.
Yeah.
Right. Like it will refine the already pretty refined room and it'll also take a room that and it'll give you something so much better than what it was. Right. So you take an untreated room and it's going to improve it to the point that you're like, wow, that's amazing. But it's not going to be better than the treated room with the same process.
Without,
you know what I mean?
Like, a really well-treated, dedicated room without art up against an untreated living room with art. I still think the fully dedicated room is gonna come out on top objectively and subjectively.
And they've said the same thing. It's
Sure.
like the people I've talked to, everybody I've talked to have said the same thing.
Because it isn't magic. There's only so much you can actually do.
and I've said that about like when I first heard waveforming for the first time, I'm like, well, if you have a well-treated room, doesn't that do the same thing? And they're like, yeah.
Well, I think that's why they're finding, right? I think that's why they're finding that they're like the 4 subwoofer version of waveforming works so well. I'm like, but who are your clients? Right? Like,
well, that's where you get into, like you said, the people with the media room or a big space that they don't want to do all of the room treatments that would be required to match the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. And so if they can get that close to it with their technology, I think that's where and there are people that will pay for that. I don't want I don't want to do all of this room treatment at the front and the rear of the room and have all this absorption and false or whatever you got to do. They'd be like, oh, I can do this and get like 90% of what you have to do and modify
I'm just
your
like,
room.
It's kind of, it's kind of exciting me what art could mean for all those living room setups, for all those great room setups, because it's like, okay, so hey, Def Tech already a part of Sound United, all under the Samsung umbrella now, Harman and Samsung umbrella, and it's like, hey, they had their built-in subs in all of their tower speakers for ages now. They had built-in subs in their center speakers, and it's like, okay, so now we finally genuinely have like a really good use for that. It's like, we've always talked before. It's like, well, I don't really want full range speakers, all around in my dedicated enclosed room because I'm going to base manage things. But it's like out in that living room, it was problematic before, directional bass and all of that. But it's like, hey, with art, you could actually genuinely make use of it. And then you don't necessarily have to get gigantic beefy external amplifiers to power full range speakers because you've got self-powered subs that are built into speakers like the DefTechs. I'm like, there's something really there if they can grab it and like get it affordable enough and promote it in there. But I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking at the history of the home theater market going after the living room crowd, and I'm like, I don't know. All the pieces are like there now. That's exciting to me. All the pieces exist, but I'm like, is it gonna happen? Am I gonna be able to walk into an average living room and be like, this is as close to a dedicated home theater sound as we can reasonably expect with products that have all existed and art was kind of the missing piece of it?
I look at it this way. I think it's another way. It's the latest way, and I think it's a good way. I like it. I think to sell product, to get you to upgrade, right? And it's like, I agree,
Rob.
I don't
want people just to upgrade.
Well, you're not
I want
gonna...
the living room crowd, man. I want the living room crowd to finally genuinely have really good sound.
Exactly. Like John, my co-host, he has a living room setup, and he's gone through like painstaking, things to like calibrations and had somebody professionally do it, which was found out, oh my God, it's crazy. But if you could have something like this, he would upgrade his receiver to do that. And that's what we were talking about earlier in the show. What's been the need to upgrade your receiver since 4K HDR, Atmos, and DTSX? Not really much.
HDMI has been driving the upgrade cycles.
And that's what we said, DJ. Exactly. It's HDMI.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, but this is something that could drive that. Like if you can get better room correction in the living room, it'll also drive it for, like, I'm seeing it. I can't get any of that stuff on this Denon because this Denon's it's too old. If I got a new Denon, I could try it in here.
Yes, that's right.
But this sounds great. This room sounds great. But if I could get that new side and toy with it and tinker with it, as I was saying earlier, but that's what's it's gonna fuel the enthusiast to.
I hope so. Yeah,
more
like
stuff
you see
can
what I mean,
tinker
right?
with.
Like I don't want it to be where it's just our little tiny home theater dedicated crowd community that knows about it and uses it, and like, sure, maybe it makes an improvement in our home theaters, and some people are going to be more excited about that than others. But it's like, where it's going to make the most clearest audible difference is like kind of a different crowd of people, and I'm like, that's what excites me more, because
how do you get the new crowd? You mean?
How do you get the? Because like most of us, I'm a little bit scared about the crowd just keeps getting older and smaller seemingly and more expensive. Like you know me, I'm the one who's like, I don't love that so many companies, their only business proposal is we're going to get existing customers to spend even more money with us. Like, I just don't see that as truly sustainable. Somebody's got to be welcoming in. And it's like, more people have living rooms than dedicated theaters, right? I think that's a pretty safe statement to make.
Oh,
it's like, so we've got it. We've got the solution, hopefully, right? Like I say, I haven't even used Art and I'm heaping all this praise upon it, but it's because theoretically it should be able to make a very, very worthwhile improvement in the most problematic area that we've always had. Right. But it's like, but we still have, like I say, I still have those little misgivings. We still have those little gaps in there where it's like, maybe there's nothing besides passive treatments that can really, really get that last 20% type of thing.
Yeah. John, I think you have to go. Is that what or do you have
Well, I do, but now that I never really looked into direct art, but when you think about my living room situation, so Rob, I have in my living room 12-foot ceilings.
Mm-hmm.
The living room is 25 by 30 maybe, but then it's got a kitchen. Great room, right?
Great room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have 2 channels, but I have legacy focus SEs in there.
Okay.
I love them. I've wanted to go surround, but I've just my wife. It's not that my wife doesn't want the big absorption panels. I don't want the big absorption panels in that area.
Yeah.
But
even if you put a printed image on 8-inch thick, it's still 8 inches thick. There's no getting away from that.
I would like to add surround
Your walls
sound,
aren't
but
that thick.
Yeah. So I've been hesitant to add surround and everything because I just think it won't sound that good. But now if there's a solution where it's possible to sound good without having to have all that, and it's not that I hate how they look, but they don't look great, so yeah, this is kind of exciting to me a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, I mean, it is recency bias for sure, but I mean, it's an idea that's logical. I mean, we've had everything. I mean, we've needed the sheer processing power to do something like this. That hasn't existed at a low enough price point for something like this to make sense. I mean, noise cancellation is not. That is very much decades and decades and decades old. But to do it in a scenario like this, it does just require a certain amount of brute force processing power to be able to, you need the flops to make it happen. And so, we have that now. So yeah, it's really exciting stuff. It's to me, the interesting part is, what everybody's going to dig into in the forums and everything are those little gaps that still exist in it. And can we find a processing solution to get around those gaps that exist, or are we still going to be left trying to convince somebody or other to put passive panels up in a room?
So DJ, I do got to go, but the part that makes me laugh is, so my wife opened up the door and she mouthed to me, "How could you still be talking about that stuff?" And I'm like, this is like my 6th or 7th time I've been on here. You've met DJ. Why are you even questioning this?
You've met DJ. I'm not talking. He is.
Hey, I'm trying to take the burden off for a while. I'm only here for an hour or so I'm trying to take the burden off your voice. You're here for 25 hours. I'm only here for one.
Last year I got to talk to you for a second too, Rob. I do love your podcast. And
thanks, man.
Yeah, I found DJ through you, so I don't know. I kind of hope every year. I kind of hope that like we overlap in some way. If nothing else, I can at least listen to you. So, yep, yep. So, DJ, thank you for the invite. I really appreciate it. So,
Thanks for being here. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming on. It's always awesome. And these dogs are going crazy here. I'm trying to mute
Yeah.
myself when I'm not going crazy. Somebody's at the house. But no, thanks, Johnny. It's always awesome. And I mean, most of the time, Rob, he just sits here and he just like absorbs the information. And
That's it.
having met him in person, he does the same thing in person. It's like, so
just take it all in, man.
take it all in. I don't know how he does it because Rob, I can't keep my mouth shut. So it's great. But yeah, thanks, John. It was awesome having you here, and we'll have you on again soon.
Checking in multiple times here, probably within the next how many hours you got.
I'm almost like halfway through.
Okay,
there you go.
It was like the halfway mark, pretty much. I think we're 12
and I
hours
usually
in.
get up about 4 or 5 even on the weekend, so I'm gonna see where you are.
There you go.
Let's see how you're
nice. Hopefully, I'm still awake. Otherwise, you're like, ugh. So no, I haven't fallen asleep yet on the show. So, but all right. Thanks, Johnny.
Good luck, man. See ya.
Thanks, buddy. Talk to you
Good
later.
to see you, John.
Bye.
All right.
Finally, some privacy. I've used that before.
No,
These
I wouldn't
damn
have.
dogs.
I wouldn't have minded having John's input on what I'm about to ask, but one other thing that I've had in mind is like, so I've intended to, but the last movie I actually saw out at the movie theater was Superman. Or no, I guess I saw Fantastic Four after Superman, didn't I? But anyway, it was those two. They were close back to back. But it's just that it's that funny thing of, so I'm sure you had the same sort of approach where like before you ever had a home theater. Like I think almost everybody who's ever gotten into home theater, the sort of log line, right? The selling point was, I want to have a movie theater experience in my house.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty common thread, pretty common thought that goes on. And it was just like, so still have no Dolby cinemas in my country. I don't think Canada has I think we have one Dolby cinema somewhere now. I think that's it, but we have an absolute paucity of Dolby cinemas. So we've got a few HDR by Barco theaters. So that's basically the only HDR that we have out at movie theaters. I don't have one local to me. So best I've got is IMAX. Not that I'm complaining. IMAX is pretty darn good. They're all laser IMAX now, but they're not the grand theater laser IMAX. We've just got the regular laser IMAX in my neck of the woods. So, okay, so I'm seeing Superman. I'm seeing Fantastic Four. I'm seeing them in IMAX, laser IMAX. So it's the 6-channel sound, not the 12-channel sound. But it's like the sounds pretty darn good. But I'm like, I can get more rumbles in my theater, and that's in my tiny little apartment, which I can't play it as loud as I might play, although I can basically play it as loud as I want to, if I'm being honest about it. But you got that side of it, and then on the video side of it, there's really no question. IMAX is going to have black bars when it's when you've got the actual full was it 1.39? What do they do
for like full, when you do it, basically it's like 4:3, like
pretty darn close to it. Yeah, there's a very specific aspect ratio for the full. But so 2 out of the 3 IMAX theaters in my neighborhood, they do have the full height version of it.
Yeah,
but then Superman and Fantastic Four, they're in the 1.9 to 1. IMAX aspect ratio, taller than your regular theater, but not as tall as the full screens, which means black bars, right? They don't have masking. They don't have physical masking that takes the top and the bottom of that IMAX screen off. So you got black bars going up there, and it's like, so they're objectively, it is obviously not an inky black, completely invisible, like on my OLED black bar.
Right.
IMAX content on my OLED is going to fill up the entire 16:9 aspect ratio, but there are black bars. They are not truly inky black. So to me, like when I'm, hearing YouTubers, when I'm looking at forums and things like that, it's like, is anybody's target to have a movie theater experience at home anymore? Because I for all of us enthusiasts who are into it, every single one of us wants better than the movie theater, don't we? Like, is anybody aiming for the movie theater experience? I don't think we'd be satisfied with that.
Yeah, I do. There are people. Yeah. I would include myself. We have a common listener. You guys know him on your show as Infinite Gary.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
He's definitely one. He's definitely
fair.
one
That's
that
fair.
would that he's like, nope. HDR too much. That's not the movies.
Yep.
Right. And I've talked to other people that are like that.
Okay,
They're like,
okay.
I want that. And like I said earlier today, it's like I want that projected image. I want it to be like this isn't an OLED. I went with this is the Bravia. What do you call? I forget the name of it now. But it's the step.
They're all called Bravia, so yeah, you do have to get specific with the number.
Yeah, it's whatever it's
is it mini LED or
mini LED? Yeah, with a local dimming, and it's like Ara's the one that told me. It's like,
so it could be a 7 or it could be a 9.
5. This is a 5.
Oh, okay.
Now that you
Could be
say
5,
that,
yep.
probably a 5.
Okay.
And he's like, because I was looking, I knew that I was going to be in this is a small room. I was like, OLEDs are expensive. I wanted a 75-inch OLED in this room, and it's like, this is, for me, for all intents and purposes, it's temporary, right? This is my friend's house, and she's allowing me to have this room to put a theater in.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting about 6.5, 7 feet away.
Yep.
So I'm getting the full effect. I mean, it is literally like being back in my other theater. It's that, projection wise, looking at it.
As far as field of view.
Yeah. And one of the things Ara was telling me is like, you might want to, instead of spending the money on the OLED, where you get the inky blacks everywhere, go with this, and you're going to get the inky blacks in the black bars because it'll shut that off. But the
long as you got enough local dimming zones, yep.
Yeah, the image that you're looking at in screen, those blacks aren't going to go as deep because you can't shut them off if they're showing you something. Yeah. So, and I was like, oh my God, that's right in my wheelhouse, because I'm going from a projected image. I'm going to go back to a projected image. So this is kind of giving me the best of both worlds there. And yes, when I go to my next theater, what I'm building, I want a projected image. Now, I wouldn't go as far as like Infinite Gary and say, I don't want HDR. I want to do that. Is it better than potentially the theaters that are around me? Yes. But that doesn't mean it's not what the artist intended. Just because nobody's built that theater around me that can play it as well as I can play it doesn't mean that's
I know,
not
but
what
it's
I'm
just
going
like,
for.
It's just the I mean, I'm doing it from a little bit of, truthful, but a tiny bit of tongue in cheek, like to be humorous about it.
I get it.
To be humorous about it, right? Because it's like, most of the folks that I'm like, certainly on Forum Talk and even Reddit and that, it's like, as you get more and more into home theater, like the notion of having a movie theater at home was maybe the initial thought, the impetus behind it all. But it's like, you see the extent that the hardcore home theater enthusiasts go to. It's like, oh, that has gone quite a bit beyond like just equaling the movie theater at home. You are clearly into the territory of, I want better than a movie theater. I mean, who amongst us, when we have friends over who maybe haven't seen our home theater before, or maybe haven't seen it in a while, like who doesn't want to hear, oh man, this is so much better than any movie theater I've been to. I mean,
absolutely.
That's a nice feeling, right?
Oh, absolutely. But and I mentioned this earlier about like not dismissing people that are going to argue with you, and don't like on Twitter just block them, because like one of the people was like John Thompson, who's, producer for Disney, he's in the industry. He's seen this stuff. One of the arguments we've had was exactly like you're saying. It's like, he's like, no, this stinks. You don't understand. It's like, he would say like, you're not getting the proper image. You're not getting this and that. And we go back and forth, but then I'm like, but John, what are you talking about? This is the best quality that you can get. The physical media is the best quality. And he goes, no, that's not even close. It's this. But what he would, and it took us like 2 hours on the phone to get to the point that he's talking about the mastering room.
Sure.
And it's like, no, but none of us have access to that. Right.
So
like we're getting the
I
best quality at home that you can possibly get. And to your point, like, there's no Dolby cinema in Canada, but they do exist, and there are actual cinemas you can go to that will equal, maybe even better, some of our rooms. And that's what, those are, you think it's expensive to do it in our rooms, try and do it in an actual commercial theater and what it would take. And that's where it's like, yes, do people spend a ton of money to go and get to that quality? And it's like, have you gone too far? And it's like, well, that's for you to decide, right? And it's like, what you can get for minimal is probably going to be better than most theaters in the world. And you're 100% right.
I'm just thinking about the bass experience, right? So much focus goes onto that deep bass and infrasonic bass and stuff, and it's like you're not getting much infrasonic bass out at a commercial movie theater. You're really not. And it's like the Dolby Cinemas that do have tactile transducers, that's how they're doing it, right? That
Right.
if you want a physical rumble that's below 20 hertz, or obviously they're using those tactile transducers above 20 hertz, but that is the method by which they're giving you that physical rumble that you cannot hear, but maybe you can feel something. But that's the method to do it in a commercial movie theater. So, this idea of, hey, I'm doing something at home that literally is not being done in the commercial movie theater. So
Right.
if we don't want to use that word better, like I'm going beyond the commercial movie theater in my home theater now. So I'm not just bringing a movie theater home. I'm doing something beyond what you can even do, paying a ticket and going out and seeing it that way.
Yeah. And wouldn't you say like that might be driving the commercial cinemas to better that's why they're getting a laser projector. They're getting the update. The newest one here is got the new Barco laser projector at the Showcase X Plus. They're like Barco, and you're like, most people don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
You could have said Peugeot, and they'd be like, okay.
Well, I mean, certainly on the theater side, it's they are competing with the home market, so they're like, we got to do something.
Right.
Bring people
So
back in.
To that point, it's like, now who's driving who, right? Like, we started out trying to be as good as the local theater or duplicate the theater. And now, because of the technology and everything that's gone on over the last 40 years, we've bettered the local theaters.
No,
and now the local theaters are trying to catch up to us.
That's
and
right. Well,
they literally are.
I found it. I just found it humorous in my little mind, thinking of like that initial idea of I want to bring a movie theater home, and it's like now very few of us are satisfied with just having a movie theater at home. It's like it's got to be better. It's got to be better than a movie theater.
That's why we're not still all walking around, or driving around on a horse with a carriage. It was like, there's a better way to do it. And that's like human nature, try to better. That's what your show is based on, is like everybody wants a better way to do it. I've been in home theater for 30 years, 40 years 30 years by the time I listen to you guys. And I'm like, okay, let me see if there's something else I can do that's better. Because we're always looking for better. And all the technology is pushing that.
We'll see if Dirac Live Art helps us in that quest. Yeah. So I wanted to leave a little time because time flies by on this thing, doesn't it? And I'll certainly stick around until whenever your next guest shows up. Whenever that might be
shortly.
Oh, I'm sure. I have I'll have to admit I haven't listened to every minute of your podcast. Like I say, I'm behind on stuff. If you talked about it, I missed it. Did you and your co-hosts talk about K-pop Demon Hunters?
We were actually one of the first.
So I missed it way back.
Yeah. Oh, it was way back, and it was an accident. I was watching my friend's daughters, and while I was doing the show, and it was literally, I think, the day or the day after it came out.
Okay.
And I was like, oh yeah, I hadn't seen it yet. I just watched the trailer, and I talked to them. I'm like, this thing's awesome. Blah, blah. I'm like, it looks really good. I put it down for the girls, and I was like, here you go. And they love it. They was,
awesome.
And the following week I was talking about it. I'm like, they absolutely love it. It's their favorite. This was literally like the day it dropped or the day after. And ever since then, everybody's been like, have you heard about this movie? I'm like, I was the one that told you, dude.
So, I mean,
I wasn't, but yeah.
Not that I want to say enough has been said about the movie itself, because I love it, but I wanted to talk with you a little bit, like on the technical side, right? Because I mean, so Netflix original, Sony made it, but they did the deal, so wasn't released in theaters initially, got enough, buzz that the Netflix is like, hey, let's at least do the limited release so we're eligible for awards, and did that much, and now they just did the re-release, right? The sing-along version.
They're doing
back
that
in
again
theaters.
for the
they're going to do it again. Yeah. But on Netflix, right? It's 1080p. It's not 4K. It's SDR. It's not HDR. Is it even an Atmos? That one? I don't think it's an Atmos, is it? It's 5.1, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just found it interesting. Oh, hey, look who it is.
What's up, fellas?
Michael, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, sir.
We're we're talking about some of the technical side of K-pop Demon Hunters. That's where you've joined us here.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, because I'm just like, so because I don't know what the business deal is between Netflix and Sony on that one, and we've had some things in the past because Sony, since they're like the only one who doesn't have, I mean, they've got their Bravia Core service, but it's not exactly like everybody else's streaming service as far as, you know, studio relationship to a dedicated streaming service goes. So I mean, they've predominantly paired up with Netflix as far as releasing their stuff streaming wise. So some of the stuff that's come out exclusively or at least initially on Netflix from Sony Pictures, Sony has ultimately released physical media of that to a greater extent than some of the other streaming exclusives. But I'm like, that one in particular, I'm like, I want a 4K version of that. I want Atmos mix of that. I want HDR of, like, it's going to look even better in HDR. Like, I want that movie in 4K HDR. How are we going to get it? Because if, like, there's no technical reason why Netflix couldn't have at least a 4K HDR Atmos version. Their streaming service totally supports it. So it's like, why are these movies that come from the studios that go to the streaming services, like, they're still giving them the 1080p SDR mezzanine file? Why? I'm like, give me the 4K. If
it didn't change its popularity, that's for sure.
Right, but are you going to tell me that movie is not popular enough on the service to justify whatever the incremental cost is?
Right.
It's
well,
like, come on.
Would it be? Here's the thing: would it be that much more popular?
No,
Because
definitely.
to the point that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Rob. You literally had to ask: is it in Atmos? I can't remember.
Right.
At that point, does it matter?
Well,
right?
I mean, I still want it.
Yeah, and now you're getting into. I want that.
Right?
I want the codec to say it has it. When
I'm like,
in actuality, it's like all that matters is the experience in the room.
But like, what gives me a little bit of hope on that front is Arcane, at least season 1, right? Arcane season 1, they did release on 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray, so you got 4K, you got HDR for Arcane, and I mean, Arcane was definitely a partnership. Like, you know, Riot Studios, they were making it, but they partnered up with Netflix pretty early on in that, when we have all the behind the scenes stuff, so we know that, you know, for a fact. It's like, whereas the K-pop Demon Hunters is like, no, that was Sony Pictures. They were making that movie, and they just decided that their distribution method, rather than putting it, you know, wide release in theaters, they were going to go to Netflix with it. But they made that as Sony Pictures Animation, as opposed to it being a joint venture between, like, it wasn't funded by Netflix originally. They, you know, they're the release version of who paid to put it on their distribution system. So it's like, if Arcane, which, I mean, honestly, viewership on Arcane, I don't think the numbers are anywhere close to what K-pop Demon Hunters got just in sheer views. So that was almost a prestige, right? There was enough prestige behind that somebody at least was willing to be convinced to pony up. Although, I mean, look, it's Riot Games. They have essentially infinite money, so maybe they entirely footed, like, maybe there's just a fan at Riot Games who's like, I personally want a 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray version of this, and that was enough, because we know that stuff like that has happened in the past. So I'm worried that I won't get my 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray of K-pop Demon Hunters, DJ. That's what I'm scared of.
I'm not worried about it. It's pretty good as is. And if we get the improved version, I'll grab that too, because that's what I do.
I mean, another reason I want 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray is when it comes to printed panels and printed artwork. Like, I got that 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray of Arcane, because I love season 1 and I hope season 2 comes out on disc as well at some point. But it's like grabbing 4K screen grabs and using that as artwork to put on acoustic panels. I'm like, I want the same thing. I want some K-pop Demon Hunters acoustic panels. And 1080p is not going to cut it. I don't want fuzzy lines.
Oh boy, here we go.
I have to AI upscale it. I mean, that's the only option that's left.
There you go. Hey, how big is your screen?
Screen? Oh, I've got a 77 inch right now. Yeah,
77 inch. So you're
like
right
you.
at
I'm
the
sitting
line.
6 feet away from it. So
okay, so you're at 6 feet away from 77 inches. You're right at the line where 1080, where it's perceivable.
Oh yeah,
1080 to 4K. You're right at that line.
It could be better. I mean, no, OLED has enough intra-pixel contrast that if there's going to be extra clarity to be seen, it's entirely possible there. But I'm worried about the K-pop Demon Hunters. It's got to happen.
All right, you heard it here.
Are we influential enough? Can we make it happen?
Let's hope.
Can we put
let's
pressure?
Hope. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the power of Bright Side Home Theater.
Rob, make it happen.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Yes.
see.
Don said-
Over here, AV Rant with the smallest viewership numbers out of any of us. I'm the one who's going to have the influence on that one.
There we go. So, here's the this one came in. Steve at in the chat again. He said this about Ara earlier today. He said, "Yes, I also discovered AV Rant from the Takeover Tuesday vacation.
Yeah.
Always fun listening to Rob and Tom. So yeah, it's pretty funny because like so many of my listeners came from AV Rant and came from HT guys, and then to have listeners now actually being like, oh, I heard of them from you. I was like, really? That's interesting. It's like, what's next,
Coming
Michael?
full
People
circle.
heard of you from me? Actually, I do know somebody that said that. I never heard of him before until he was on.
Yeah.
I was like, really?
Well, I had to laugh a little bit. Just it was seeing Todd's behind the scenes footage from Cedia just most recently, right? So he does those great things where it's before the show floor is completed and
him
then when
setting
everything's
up Soundroom 7. Yeah.
yeah, and when everything's being torn down, right? He does those quick little vlogs that he puts up on YouTube. So I love seeing that behind the scenes stuff. I was just laughing at myself because during the pre one, and it's so before all the industry guys are there, all the guys setting up the booths are there, and nobody's dressed up yet, right? Everybody, and it's well, no, that one's in Colorado, right? So it's
Denver,
I don't know how hot it was at the time, but anyway, it's like everybody looks exactly like me and you, DJ, and it's like we all look exactly the freaking same. Like we all wear the exact same outfit. We all, like everybody looks the same. I'm like, so what happened there? Is there some kind of genetic marker for being into home theater where we all ended up like looking exactly the same? It was kind of shocking. It was humorous, but it was shocking.
There is a type, right, Michael?
It sure seems like.
I mean, we meet all these
weirdos.
people. Yeah, we're all weirdos. We're all like, nerds, whatever you want to call it. There is, you would say that. You meet all these people. And
but it was
we're
down to
all
the
just like
clothing.
them.
It was down to the clothing.
Absolutely.
Everybody was dressed the same.
Absolutely.
I mean, dressed for comfort, I gotta say, right?
Yep.
No, it wasn't camera time yet. Everybody dressed for comfort,
Yeah.
but it was just, it was, I don't know. I was kind of blown away by it.
Yeah. Speaking of comfort, I like the new t-shirts you got going there, Michael.
Thanks, man.
Obsessed Home Theater.
Yeah, these just came in, so super pumped about them.
All your videos now, you're wearing it. It's awesome. I got to get one.
What's weird though is I wear this everywhere, and it's funny. I know my wife thinks I'm just like the nerd.
Yeah.
She's like, "Don't you have other clothes?" I'm like, "Yeah," because I used to always wear button-ups because that was easier for the microphone when I'm making videos.
Yeah.
But this is so much more comfortable than a button-up, so I wear it all the time. I wear it to the dentist. I wear it to Publix.
Yeah.
Wherever I go, I just wear it. They're super soft, so
Yeah. And every now and then you get somebody go, home theater? What are you
it's
talking
funny.
about?
I saw a guy at Publix one day. It's been probably, I don't know, 6 months ago. And I was wearing one of my shirts. He was like, "Youth man?"
Oh, God. That's how we recognize you. The shirt.
I was like, "Oh my gosh, that was funny, dude."
Do you look that much different in person? But,
Yeah. That's hilarious.
No. He doesn't
Every
look
once
that
in a
much
while.
different.
I'm not famous, but every once in a while, I'll be on a plane or something, and
Yeah.
when they see me, or I'll be at the airport. It's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
So I got to head out here pretty soon, but I mean, it's as serendipitous having Michael here because I don't. Okay. I don't know how to word this. Let's just say Sofa Baton, right? They've been very, very not uptight about talking about their stuff. They haven't been too worried about non-disclosure agreements or anything like that. So yeah, I'm assuming you have an X2 on the way, or
Yeah,
already
it's on the way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
on the way. Okay, so
Yeah, they
on the
didn't
way for
say
us
it,
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. I just wasn't sure if it's like if we were way behind or
Yeah,
what was going on there. But I don't think we're breaking anything by saying that. I don't think they're going to get too upset at us because they've been hyping it up on their own Facebook page, and it's up for pre-order on their site now. But I'm kind of excited about that X2. I mean,
So I've seen them. They're progressing. So the X
Yeah.
S, it was all right. It was kind of buggy.
X1S. Yep.
X1S actually was really good. I enjoyed it. I had some issues with it connecting to a couple of components, and that's understandable. I mean, they're relatively a new company. They don't have the longevity that Harmony has.
Mhm.
They don't have that massive database. So it's going to take them a long time to build that up. But I'm curious. I'm curious to see what changes they made in the new one.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
nobody
not.
has the longevity of harmony.
What's
Yeah, nobody has the longevity of harmony, and that's
No.
what's hard for the people coming in now is they're competing against a totally established, streamlined system.
Decades.
Yeah, that we all loved because we're like, look at how. I mean, this is easy. Yeah, and it was easy. The help button. So if you're not home and somebody else could be like, this didn't work, I mean, that's what really sold it for guys like us, right? And I mean, because we could all set up a DI, I was a Philips Pronto or whatever I had, and I could do that.
Yeah.
And if something went wrong and I'm in the room, I can fix
You can
that.
take care of it. Yep.
But somebody else tries to use it and be like, nope. So that's where, harmony
I'm a
took
little
off.
bit worried about reviewing the X2, not because for myself. I mean, I know what I'm going to do, but it's just like when I, peruse Reddit and stuff, and it's like, wow, there are some very specific desires of certain people. And I know there's going to be the requests of like, can you test whether this way? And there's going to be stuff where it's like, no. I mean, in a theoretical world, I suppose I could test that, but realistically speaking, and it's like, I'm not a Home Assistant user, and there's going to be a ton about the Home Assistant integration, right? It's just like, man, I mean, thankfully, it seems like they're blanketing everyone who's ever heard of the Sofa Baton name. So there's going to be plenty of people doing the review. So I'm hoping somebody's going to really dig into the home automation side of it, because that's not going to be me.
Yeah. The only thing I've got is my lights. That's it.
Philips Hue lights, right? I can do the Philips Hue lights, but you could do that before, so I'm not expecting some gigantic change there. But I was always saying all along, I'm like, if the X2 is an X1S, where instead of having to use the little thumb wheel, I can just use a touch screen, and instead of the screen's back button being in the upper right hand corner and demanding a two-handed operation, I'm like, if that's within single hand thumb reach, I'm like, I'm already good with it. Like that's all you need to do to satisfy
improvements just for that. Yep. Yeah, that was a bad design. I said that in my review. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, seriously? Like, this doesn't make sense.
It's a comfortably small remote in the hand. So yeah, the notion of having to either do the squeak it up and get your thumb up there and squeak your hand back down, or do a two-handed operation on something that size. That was nuts.
It's funny.
It is.
I've had my Harmony so long, and when all these remotes started coming out, I was literally right towards the phase of where I'm going to something else. So I haven't even touched much of that. I have a couple here that I am messing with, but even here it's temporary, so it's like, what am I getting into? But that is one that you can go down that rabbit hole and have a lot of fun with it. But like you said, like that is funny. Like, well, what were they thinking?
It gets
like,
awkward sometimes.
Who thought
like,
this was good?
Sometimes I want to change activities, like I'm already in one and I want to go to another one. I don't want to turn the whole thing off. So,
boy.
And I haven't messed with the unfolded circle stuff. Have you done any more with that, Michael? Or
I didn't do anything. I had a podcast with them and invited them on my channel, and we had a great conversation. And I was in touch with Martin, and we kept in contact on the Remote 2,
right?
And then nothing. And then the Remote 3 came out. No communication. So I'm like, okay, whatever it is.
I got one here.
I haven't gotten
it. Want it out there, or if they don't like me, who knows?
Well, I haven't gotten a good sense of how many physical remotes actually because like every time I have it's not like I go to their website every single day. I've been going more recently because of everything with Sofa Baton, but it's like every time I have personally gone there, it has said pre-order, and I'm like, it's never just been, hey, buy this thing now. It's in stock. Go ahead and buy it. It's always said, whether that was the Remote 2 or now the Remote 3. So I'm like, how many have they actually put in customers' hands? I've never gotten a really good sense for that.
Yeah,
I have one. I got a Remote 3.
My guys, they got theirs on. They did the Kickstarter, I guess.
Yeah, that's how I got mine.
Okay.
Yeah. I got mine. Travis told me about it. He did a review, I think, on the 2 or something like that. And he's like, sign up for the 3. And that was like, I don't know, like a year and a half ago or so. It was a while ago. Yeah. And it literally just got delivered the day I closed on my house.
Okay.
So it was and I put the address in like a year and a half ago. So it got delivered. And I'm like, oh no, it's going to the wrong house. And it was funny story about that. It was like, all right, so I called him up and it's in shipping. And I was like coming via UPS, and they're like, okay. So I talked to UPS. I go, I don't live there anymore, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it. And they're like, okay, well, you can have it rerouted, but because it's international, you can't have it rerouted to where you live. We got to send it to a UPS like hub, and it happened to be like the CVS is considered one of the hubs. So I was like, okay, so this got dropped at CVS, and I was going to go pick it up, and I didn't. I was tired on the way home, so I didn't stop at CVS. And I get an email from a woman in town that works at the town hall doing, like, I know her from building the house. She works in the building commission office, right? Her last name is Briggs, like mine. Her husband's first name is David. The remote got delivered to her.
No way.
The remote, what are the odds? But the remote, and she happened to know me from me building a house, right?
Wow.
So she emails me and goes, I have a package here from like whatever. So I go and get it, and I think this is everything, right? And I'm like, so I'm trying to install, like, use this thing, and I call Travis, my buddy Travis, who told me about it, and he's got YouTube video. And that's the thing. I call him up, and I go, what am I doing here? How do I install it? He goes, I've made videos. Yeah, I don't got time for that. Just tell me what I got to do, right? So we're talking, and he goes, put it in the cradle. I go, what cradle?
Yeah, that's
and he goes, it didn't come with a cradle. He goes, yours didn't come with a cradle? I'm like, no. I go, I got this in the box. He goes, oh, it's another box. Guess what's at CVS?
There you go.
So UPS tells me I can't have it delivered to another address because of security reasons. So I got to send it to a hub. But for some reason, the other box this goes with, they just send it to some other address, which wasn't my old address.
How? I mean, sure, the name, but I mean, that's completely different street addresses. How on earth?
Same town, same name, different address is and that's what I was asking for.
Literally a driver Googled your name and went
know.
where the white pages say you live. That's bizarre.
The good news is I got everything.
Yeah, wow.
The bad news is I've been messing with it. It's pretty cool. I haven't had the chance to go to Travis's page, and he'll tell you all about it.
Right.
No, but that's the thing. It's like I've seen people talk about it on YouTube and stuff, but I'm like, I can't get one. It's not that it's cheap either, right? Like just ordering it, right? It's not the cheapest remote out there. It's like I don't want to feel like because I mean it seems like Sofa Baton and Unfolded Circle are kind of the consumer competitors, right? Almost everything else you got to have some kind of home automation system involved in it.
Yeah.
So it's like, so if those are the two main competitors, as part of reviewing the X2, I'd like to be able to talk about the primary competitor, but it's like, when I physically don't have one, what am I to do?
Yeah, you just talk about the product and
I guess so. Yeah.
How you like it, the original product instead of comparing it. But yeah.
Alrighty,
there's another brand out there called Cantana.
Okay,
So they sent me one. It's called the Haptique RS90.
Okay,
it's the one that's kind of like it's got an angle.
Oh.
There it is. Yeah. Everybody's got it just behind them somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of
nice box. There,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
So, it's pretty interesting. So I still got to dive deep into this thing.
I have to think all in all that Sofa Baton, like just in sheer units sold, has to be well above the other two. So
it's at an angle.
Gotcha.
Oh, it looks like it's been in your back pocket too long.
Exactly. This is the iPhone that got bent,
Yeah, exactly. Like now you can't, now somebody sits on it and they're going to flatten it out and you're going to get mad.
Send it over to Jerry Rig everything.
Exactly.
That's kind of cool. Makes it harder to lose, I guess, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. Some things I like about it. Some things I'm like, I don't know.
That does seem like a possible mechanical weak point if it's, put face down.
It's long. So like you said, you were talking earlier, but yeah, it looks like it's long for like reaching up and for one-handed use.
It reminds me of the old hello.
Yeah, exactly. The flip phone open.
Yeah, the big ones, back with the ones that had the little cord and you take it to your car or the military.
Your bag phone.
Yeah,
hello.
Exactly.
All right, DJ, I'm going to leave you in Michael's capable hands.
Yes.
Good chatting with you.
See you,
Don't
Rob.
fall asleep.
Thanks, Rob.
See you guys later. Bye.
Later, buddy. Bye.
So you're an hour what right now?
I am an hour with you. Let me look at my schedule here. Hour 13. So I'm past the halfway point.
That's wild, dude. I think you're just a glutton for punishment because that's crazy to me.
Yeah. Michael, I've seen you in action. I've seen you at Cedia. I've seen you at M-Wave.
That's true.
That's you're talking all day long. I watched you at M-Wave where there you get, that was more interaction than you get at Cedia, right? Yeah. Cedia, you're going and talking to the manufacturers, right? And you're being pulled, like, you have appointments, you have to get there, and it's like we see each other, like, hi, bye,
right?
Like, and you're running to the next appointment, But at M-Wave, it was hi, oh Michael, hey, oh people, and it's like this is more controlled than that. Sure. I don't have anybody coming up and going, hi. That's true. Hi.
You control the conversation versus.
Yeah. It's like, and that's the thing. I don't control the conversation. We just have a conversation. We see where it goes.
Yeah. But what I mean is like, you don't have people pulling you. I mean, other than the chat, but it's up to you whether you grab the chat and interact. I can't just like, hey, hang out over here for a second,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You try that and it's like, hey, over here, like, and especially when you were working M-Wave. And it's so like that we need you over here, but then you had people wanted to talk to you and people like waiting in line. It's like you and I like, hey, we finally was talking to each other. And we're like, oh, it took a minute. And it's like, all right, Michael, I'll let you go. There's people waiting for you. And it's like, okay. But it's like, it is for me, like hour 13, it is hard to believe it's been 13 hours. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I say that every year when I listen back and I'll try to put a show together out of it and be like, oh, this is a great conversation. I'm like, oh my God, I'm talking about, it's been 13 hours. Mm-hmm. Nope. Feels fresh to me because the people coming on are fresh, people like yourself. So carry the show for a little bit, will you, buddy? I'm going to take a nap. No.
You get dinner and I'll just keep you going.
Yeah, I'll be back. That's I got prime rib waiting for me in the outside of the room. No. Imagine if I did that.
How do you take breaks as far as dinner?
I don't.
You just.
I don't eat. I got 3 bananas here that I started with, and there's still 3 bananas sitting there. Okay. And everybody tells me like, how do you not eat? How can you do this? How do you do that? Mm-hmm. And it's like, if I ate, I might get a little bit like a little tired as your body tries to digest it. Something. You're like, whoa, all right.
You can go 24 hours without food, but.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of science behind the idea that you should do that every now and then, because that's when your body kicks into cleaning itself and everything. So
I literally, like probably 10 days ago, began down that stinking rabbit hole.
Oh yeah.
Never ever have even looked at fasting, and so I've actually been doing that for the past 10 days. So I've been doing an 18-6 fast. Some days are 24-hour fast. It's wild though.
Yeah.
Like you said, there's so much health benefits from that, cleaning out all the toxins and stuff. And I thought it was just my wife talking. She would tell me about that. I'm like, yeah, whatever. But then when you hear a doctor say, like, oh, there's some like science behind this. That makes sense.
And I've been doing that. And it's like what I'm doing right now with the house build and everything. It's like I'm trying to get food when I can. So but when I can get into my groove, I was doing it for years of just 18-6, and or like 20-4, because I just keep working, and then I'll eat a ton when I come home, and you can eat what you want, and you just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, you got a 6-hour window. So mine's from 11 to 5.
Yeah.
And what I found is when I first started it, I would eat at 11, then I'd eat at 5. And then, after about 4 or 5 days, after it hit 11 o'clock, I'm like, I'm not hungry. Maybe I shouldn't eat. Then I'd go to 12, then I'd go to 1. I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. So I'd eat at 1.
And now you can eat till 7.
Yeah. It's like now I just wait till 5. I eat, but I eat a big plate. I've been doing some meal preps and a lot of chicken and cottage cheese and just stuff that's really, really dense with protein, so it keeps me full the whole day.
Yep.
And so I just eat a big meal, and I've been enjoying it though, surprisingly. Oh yeah. I've lost a great amount of weight. So
the science of it that really intrigued me and got me going on it was the idea of have you heard this one, where the reason that our bodies are set up for that is we're not used to eating 3 meals a day. Our bodies, talking about evolutionary wise, it's like it's only been like 1,000 years, but it takes tens of thousands of years for your body to change, our body to evolve, right?
Yeah.
But we're not used to having grocery stores
Right,
and
yeah,
having
yeah.
eating
Uber
whenever we
Eats.
want. So your body is literally like,
Yeah.
and this was fascinating to me. It's like the reason we ate like that and what our bodies are doing is like it goes a long time because it doesn't know when it's getting its next meal.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
And then
preservation.
Yep. So when you do that, 18 and 6, it's like anything after like 6 hours, your body goes, wow, this has been a great day. Tomorrow might not be like this. So after 6 hours, we're storing everything. It could be the healthiest food you ever had, but your body's going, this ain't happening again. So it stores it. Whereas if you shut it off, your body goes, okay, this is what we get. And it burns it for the day, and it saves enough for the next day. And that's why you were getting that extended days. And when you do that, you're literally only feeding what you'll find that you're going to eat less.
Yeah. That's
amounts.
I'm eating one
within the window.
One meal a day.
Yeah.
And you think in your brain, man, I'm going to starve because I'm always hungry before. No. I'm a slow learner. I'm on.
Yeah. Michael froze. There he is. We're live. And Michael's either that or he's thinking very hard. It's like the worst freeze.
Now we're back.
There we go. Okay. You froze just like this.
Yeah, you got that. I think you got that Temu Wi-Fi over there or something. What's going on, man?
Did mine freeze?
Yeah, you were gone. You disappeared from the stream.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you froze on my end, and I was talking. I wonder what the people in the chat are saying.
Yeah, I don't know what they saw. Yeah, but like your whole square disappeared. It was just me by myself.
Oh, really? Yeah, and I'm talking on my end as in me by myself.
I had a little spinning wheel, and then mine started spinning, and then we both came back.
Oh, all right. We're back. I wonder if that's on my end. That'll stink. I don't know what else to do. There's not much I can do.
Nah.
We're live.
Just keep rolling with it, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully people will understand.
Nah, they don't. They'll just leave.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you got a couple of home theater guys here, and we're talking about, fasting.
Yeah, I know. Where did this one take a turn? But
yeah, well,
that's just the journey I'm on right now.
That's great. Yeah. Yeah. Paul's saying he just had me. So I just had DJ here. So
yeah.
As long as somebody was there and people are still entertained. So when it goes blank, just keep on talking. That's what that Paul's saying. Hey, it's the internet. Yep.
It's that Dollar General Wi-Fi. I don't know. Something.
Yeah. But publicly, I said this to you, Cedia. I love what you're doing with Obsessed Home Theater. I love everything you're doing about it. I love that you're doing, like I said to you earlier, it was like, you're doing the thing that we all, like, I'd love to do. Right. And it's like your explanation of like, I mean, you don't have to explain yourself, but you do. You go off and you explain yourself to your listeners.
Just bring them along for the ride. Like, because I know it's different. Like, before I was the reviewer, and now I still review products. I still test products. I don't need a title. Like, I didn't do this for a title. I did this because of my passion for home theater, and the reviewing part of it just allowed me access to get some cool stuff, to test it without having to go out and buy it every single time just to play with it for a month and then find out it's crap. And then I'm stuck paying for it versus, a company will send it to you, you get to play with it and you send it back. So that's just how the journey began. And I shared a video today, and somebody had asked me, like, did I know that I was going in, it was going to head this direction? And I'm like, this is actually a cool conversation. I've never had that.
Yeah.
And so I did a dedicated video just talking about my journey, starting as a reviewer in 2018, went full-time 2020. And then just last year in 2024, we launched Obsessed Home Theater. And so now the brands that I have been promoting for years because I love them, now it's like, well, shoot, what if we bought them and we stocked them and we ship them to my audience? And to me, that just seems like a really cool progression.
Yeah.
Most people totally understand. And of course, you always got the trolls are like, oh, you're whatever. You're sold out or you're
sold out. Yeah.
Okay. Whatever, dude.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, you're you're making a living doing what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't try to do this, but it's like, obviously having my show, people, what do you got for equipment? What do you like? What do you, and then they're like, why do you like it? And it's, I'm not here for that. I'm here to talk about, like, I love the scenes. I love, my aspect of it.
Like
And there's,
part.
yeah. But of course people want to do that, and they're interested in how I'm pulling out all of this content, like what I'm using to get this experience. But you're making a living at it. If I all of a sudden did the same thing, it'd be like, I didn't sell out. I'm just, this is what I like. The gear I have in here is the gear that I want.
That's correct.
And it's like, do I have access to stuff I didn't have before? And maybe whether it's a price break or just an opportunity to get it where I'm maybe before you couldn't, like you were talking about, full discern.
I'm actually talking to
I got one.
These companies.
It's like,
pretty cool.
How'd this happen? I don't know. I didn't do anything special. I did the sign up because Travis told me to, because I heard about it. And I didn't pay any more or less than anybody else. I didn't get any break, nothing. I got the information at the right time, and I have one, and people like, I can't get one. Right. Oh, sorry. But it's stuff like that. And then like for you to sell the stuff that you're passionate about, what to me is going to be interesting. I haven't said this to you, but to me, what's going to be interesting, you do this for 5-10 years or something.
Yeah.
I could see stuff like that being added. Like this is a piece that, hey, this was my favorite, say, speaker when we started, and we're selling that. But then somebody sends you something for review and you're like, this is blowing me away.
Correct. And
you're not going to stop selling the first one, but you'll be like, we got to sell this. This is awesome. And you put that in your you know what I mean?
Could very well be times that all right. So I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. We just became, like literally last week, a JVC direct dealer. There's only 6, I think it's 6 other.
Was that last week you got that?
Yeah. It's been a 6-month process.
I know. You told me about it, CD. I thought you were getting it the week after CD.
I thought we were getting it 2 months ago.
Exactly.
There's still this paperwork. There's still this lawyers. They gotta, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like it is a big deal.
You were so excited about it when I talked to you then.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to become a dealer. You reach out to them, hey, I want to be a dealer. And they're like, okay, sign this, sign up, whatever. And it's pretty simple. But to be able to sell the product online and to be able to click add to cart, that's a huge deal. And they don't let anybody do that. Most people, they say, nope, you're not doing it. So that was a huge milestone for me. And I'm just super grateful that they were number one, willing to have the conversation with us. Number two, that they believed enough in me because of the past 8-year relationship that I've had with them and their team. And I've interviewed them, and, I've run into them at CEDIA, and they were at M-Wave and all this other stuff. They trusted me, and they knew my character. They knew my integrity, and they're like, Michael's going to represent our brand well. And so they allowed us to sell it online. But we may not just carry them. Like right now I'm looking at Valerian. Valerian makes a $3,000 projector. Well, the first one, the Pro 2, I don't think it's something I want to carry. And the biggest thing is it just didn't have any lens shift at all. Yeah. And that just really limits that application, but it's a good price point. Yeah. So there may be other brands that were like, you know what? This actually is going to be a better fit than JVC. It's not like I'm just selling JVC. And we told them, we're not making you exclusive, but there may be, who knows, we may sell the, above JVC. If you need something just crazy bright, I got an Epson QB 7000 right now. It's a $34,000 projector. It's 10,000 lumens. Black levels aren't great, but that's not what they're known for. They're known for brightness. Right. But it's still a great projector. So it might be, okay, at this price point, and if you're looking for brightness, here's the model that we sell. And it may just be that one. Yeah. But then if your price point is this, then maybe it's these JVCs. And then if it's way down here, then it might be this Valerian. So, but like you said, DJ, that could change over time because there may be another brand that comes out and we're like, holy cow, like this is better than what we have. Yeah. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to sell out what we've got in inventory, and we'll continue to sell, start selling this other brand as well. Yeah. So I don't know what the future holds, but I'm excited, dude. It's been a cool journey so far. We just celebrated our 1-year anniversary in October. So it's been a full year since we launched.
Did you guys hit your goals? Everything you wanted? I know you said celebrated, and what you were telling me back in September was like, you're like, I'm just trying to get to the first anniversary. How did that go?
Yeah. So, I mean, of course, I had a number in sales that I was hoping to hit. So we're under that, not much, but we're under it.
Okay.
But still, even the fact that we're even close to that blows my mind. Blows my mind. You know, we've got people that like just 2 days ago, I had a guy order like $17,000 of, JTR speakers from the website. Never spoke to the guy, but he's watched my videos. He's seen enough and he's heard, and he's like, that's what I want in my life. And so it's awesome. It's wild. It's cool. I had a guy today. Check this out. I'll share this with you. So I had a guy come by today. He was wanting to check out the Valencia theater seats that I've got. He's looking at ordering some.
Okay.
And he said, I got you a gift. And so he hooked me up, dude. Like nice. laser engraved with our logo.
Yep. There you go. Is that the Yeti? Did he have it done yet? Because
it's called Polar Camel. I don't know.
Okay.
His brand or if that's a brand out there.
Because you can go to that's what I did with mine. I do them on Yeti, and you go on there and you just customize and you can put it on there. It's pretty cool. It's like,
but he does this for a living. Like this is what he,
that's awesome.
And so he gave me a gift. I'm like, dude, that's cool,
awesome.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but cool. I have people over. My home has become like a showroom.
Yeah.
And so if somebody's interested in Kaleidoscape, they can come over and see it in action. We'll go through the scripts. I'll show you how to use it. I'll show you the app. They're interested in JTR. I've got a full JTR system. They're interested in the Valencia seats. I've got those. So it's been a cool journey, man. It's been a really cool journey.
Well, you've been doing that forever. And you've been going to people's houses, talking to people about this. And now you're doing it in a way, and you've turned all of the stuff you've just been talking about, you've turned it into a showroom.
Yeah.
How's your family feel about that?
Jessica's still weirded out. She'll go to the bedroom. She's like, yeah, I'll be in here until y'all get done. She'll pop out at the end to say hi and be polite, but yeah, it's still weird for her. Always will be. I don't think it'll ever get non-weird for her. For me, it's like, it's another dude that loves this stuff. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, because again, you've had so many conversations outside the house that it's not weird.
It's not awkward anymore. Yep.
And how many, you and I have had a couple of conversations about the odd person, the odd situation. Yeah. But how many, you obviously have run into.
Get those in my house. Yeah.
No, you don't get that. But every now and then you'll get, I think, was it this year or last year? There was a guy that we were like, that dude was weird. Like, what the heck was that? It was, I can't remember what it was, but
there's some interesting characters out there.
Yeah. But I mean, it's 99.9% of everybody you run into is amazing.
Yeah, they're great. Right? And to me, I love the gear, DJ. I love speakers. I love subwoofers. I love projectors. But at the end of the day, if it was just me and those things, it'd be boring. And so it's the relationships that matter. That's why every year you're like, hey, Michael, what'd I do? I'm in.
Yeah.
Put me down for this hour or whatever. I'm like,
it's
the relationships. That's to me, that's the fun part of this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's when people talk about even going to CEDIA or going to these places, it's like, it's great seeing the gear, but it's that you run into the people and you meet the people. And that's what is. I can't wait to go back because I'm going to talk to you and meeting all the people, and the manufacturers, the ones that you become friends, they're just as passionate.
That's correct. Yeah. These guys live and breathe this stuff. They just get the difference is they get to design it, and then manufacture it and then send it out to the world. And we're the enthusiasts that get to promote it and play with it and test it and then share it with our audience. So, yeah.
But like you said, it's like, if it was just you in your home, it would be boring. Yep. But we all started there.
Correct.
We all started in our homes by ourselves, and we loved it and we did it. Yeah. And then there was something that, all right, I wanted, like, you started doing reviews, and I was like, nobody's doing this with the theater, with the scenes and stuff. And it's like, you do something, and then all of a sudden it's like all of these lonely guys like we're all lonely people, like doing this hobby. It's like, I mean, you're literally, I've said it a couple times this week alone on my show, like, you build a cave and go into it and play with your toys. What do you expect? There's not going to be anybody in there.
Yeah.
But now because of this, because of the internet and everything, you can, you meet people, and it literally gets you out of the house. Made me want to travel more and go to like Denver and, Chicago and Kansas City and stuff to meet all these people. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah. It's been a fun journey, man. Yeah. 8 years is hard to believe.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've been doing 6.
Mm-hmm.
6. And it's like, yeah. And it's funny, when I've said it before, when I first met you, I was like, oh my God, it's Michael, his youth man. Oh my God. And you were like, hey, DJ, you didn't know me. Actually, you did know me. You knew me from my listeners. You're like, you're the guy everybody keeps.
Yes. I bet that's what it was. Yeah. Oh, because that's what it was. They said, man, you really need to connect with DJ. I think you guys would hit it off. You guys would be good friends. And then we finally connected. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we met at CEDIA, we did that dinner that night, and we had a great conversation. And I'm thinking, sitting there talking to you, and I'm like, oh my God, he's talking to me. And then we're like, it was Sunday or whatever, we're traveling home, and you texted me like, hey, I'm hanging out in the airport. How's it going? I was like, what? I was like, what? But it is, and that, I mean, you're real. That's the thing. It's like you're all about the relationships and stuff like that, and. If I need anything, I just, hey, I want to bounce this off of you, or a couple of times I needed support about something. And it's like, you're real like that. And it's,
I want to make sure that I told somebody just this yesterday. We're all building, brand and businesses and this and an audience and a following or whatever. But if we, when you're thinking about like success, let's just call it that. You're climbing this mountain of success. The last thing I want to do is get to the top and look around and I'm the only one there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my heart has always been, who can I reach out to? Who can I help? Who can I support? Who can I make a connection for? And you've reached out to me, other content creators, and they're like, hey, you have a connection with, I'd like to check this out. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not a gatekeeper. I want everybody to succeed. As long as you're a nice human being, you and I will get along great. That's the only requirement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is if you're honest and if you're a nice person. If my requirements aren't huge, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, but I'm willing to help out anybody. I've had content creators that said, "Hey, man, can I just pick your brain on something?" Sure, we'll hop on a call.
Yeah.
And
it is
book.
It is a different world too than like when we were growing up. Everything was like radio, TV. Anybody that's on that, they're competing with people that are on at the same time. So you're like, they're trying to, garner their audience in competition with these other people. And you literally like, I don't want you listening to that. I want you.
Right. It takes away from me, but
correct. In this environment, I don't think it does at all. It's like where we support each other, and the same thing. It's like somebody listens. It's like, all right, what's his opinion? They're listening to all of us.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, that's the idea of like, okay, where, I want Michael's opinion. I want DJ's opinion. I want all these different opinions so that I can make my opinion. And that's the beauty of all this. And if you're the content creator that's like, nope, I don't want anybody infringing on me.
Right.
You're probably not going to get very far
because
nobody's going to help you. They're going to be like, why do you not want to talk to anybody else?
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's definitely some Lone Rangers in our group or like in the niche of home theater and that's fine. They're doing their own thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of us are willing to, we'll do live streams together. We'll hang out together. We'll go out to dinner together at these events. And it's like kind of like a brotherhood,
Yeah.
And we are here to support each other.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's awesome. And like I said, like, never mind just that group, but the listeners, the people that you interact with and stuff. It's like, they're all like, they want to be there. They want to be a part of it. And yeah, it's pretty cool. So other than all that stuff, what's the latest and greatest gear? What first thing that pops in your head right now that's got you excited?
It's got me excited. I can tell you what it is.
There it is. I'm hoping you can.
And it's not even expensive. I reviewed a Weem amplifier, and so it's a 2-channel streamer. So it's got ARC, it's got a touch panel on the front. Now I've reviewed 2 of them prior to this. I reviewed an NAD M10, and I forget the price on that, but let's say it's like $3,000. It's pretty high price, it's expensive. And I reviewed it, and it was kind of cool. And I was like, this is nice. And I gladly sent it back to the manufacturer. I wasn't like, oh man, I need one of these in my life. Never thought about it. So then I got the SVS Soundbase Pro. So no touch screen, but it's a streamer. And again, it was cool, but I didn't get excited about it. So fast forward to like last month, I get this product in. They had reached out. They say, hey, Michael, we just came out with a Weem Amp Ultra.
Okay.
And it's a streamer. It has a built-in 2-channel amplifier. And we'd like for you to check it out. And I'm like, man, I've been hearing this name all over. A lot of people have reviewed them and they've had great things to say. I'm like, I don't know. Sure. Send it. Let me check it out. Because I'm thinking in my brain, all right, in my living room, I only run 2 speakers. Yet I got a full surround sound, amplifier and or AVR. And then I'm going out of there into some monoblock amplifiers. I'm thinking, well, I don't really need an AV receiver. I just need something with ARC and maybe or maybe not have an amplifier built in. So they sent it to me. This thing was extremely easy to set up. I mean, flawless. It walks you through. It's got a built-in, almost like Odyssey. You use your phone, and it was so instructional. It was like, all right, flip your phone upside down, hold it up right here. All right, get ready, start. And it does I'm like, and then when it's done, it talks to you, and it's like, this is just done. It was a cool experience. And then listening to it was phenomenal. I'm going, okay, this is actually pretty stinking cool. And so apparently they've got like 8 different products. So one of them that's like their flagship. So it's $530, but $200 less if you've already got amplification, which I do. Because I've got 2 monoblock amplifiers from Outlaw Audio. So they're actually sending that to me now. And so that's got my attention. It's something that's affordable. So I could see this for, of course, somebody that just has a 2-channel setup, but also maybe it's the person that they're like, man, I want better than what my TV can provide, TV speakers. So I could see somebody just buying a pair of bookshelf speakers and a little subwoofer, or 2 towers and a subwoofer, and getting a killer sound system. Very compact, really small, super sleek. It's got all your streaming. I was like, I don't know, that it's just something that's affordable, fun. It looks really sleek. It's got a cool interface. The app is great, and it just works. And so that might even be something that we bring on. I've got an Ever Solo, which is another brand similar, but they're more pricey. So I'm curious. That one's, I think it's in Kentucky right now, so it should be here in another couple of days. Yes, it does have a subwoofer out, Don. And if you watch this guy on YouTube, his name is Youthman. He's got a cool video. He'll tell you all about it. But yeah, it's got a subwoofer out. Doesn't have dual subwoofers, just has one. So if you did have 2, you'd have to split it in a wide. And you kind of lose the calibration aspect of it. So
how important is that in a system like this, though?
In a 2-channel, well, I mean, if they're canceling each other out and you're getting lack of bass, and that would be a bad thing. Yeah,
that would be a problem.
But. So there's some limitations there, but like I said, for a couple $100, I just thought it was awesome, man. Super cool. So I want to get that in, play with it a little bit. I want to check out the Ever Solo, play with that a little bit, and then so I've got 4 brands that I've got experience with now, and then I'm gonna pick one basically and go, man, I really like this, and then we'll reach out to them and say, hey, love your product, we'd like to sell it, and then we'll buy it, stock it, ship it, add it to our store, and so that's kind of the evolution of the ethos of what Obsessed Home Theater is me getting firsthand experience. Because the average person, you guys in the chat, you don't have the ability to get 4 of them in and play with them and see which one, like what are the shortcomings and what are the what are the benefits of this versus this? And the number one question I get asked is, Michael, should I buy this one or should I buy this one? And so before, as a reviewer, it was just, here's a cool product. Here's a cool product. Here's what I like about them. And you decide. Yeah. And a lot of times my audience is just going, Michael, I'd really like for you to kind of help me make that decision, because I'm looking at these and I'm going, I don't know, I didn't experience it, but you did.
Yeah.
So what would you buy? And so that's really the ethos of what we're doing is, let's do the hard work. Let's put in the work. Let's figure it out for you and help you make that decision.
And that's a good way of looking at it too, is that, you know, a lot of people, they come to you with a question and they've probably already done like 80% of their research, right? And now they're trying to whittle it down. Yeah. And honestly, by the time they get to you, how many times do people come to you with a question and like, you know, choice A is like, yeah, obviously. And choice B is like, that's not even the same product. It's not even, they're so close that no matter what you decide,
right.
You know they're going to be happy on the other side, but you're providing now a service of like, I'm helping you get rid of some of that FOMO.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I thought this was good. I thought this was a good product. And then I compared it. I asked Michael, and now look, oh my God, he's selling it, so he must like it.
Yeah.
That it can help alleviate a lot of that, which is, you know, you're never going to get rid of all of it. But I mean, that's the nature of the beast, right? It's like, but at the same time, it's like, there's so many decisions to make. And if you can have somebody like that's reviewing, that knows this product inside and out, say, this is what and this is why, and you never ever just say it's great. You tell them why you like it, right?
This is what I love about it.
Exactly.
And it's not perfect. There's no product perfect. It's kind of funny. The two guys that came over today, they were just wanting to, you know, before they buy some theater seats, they wanted to sit in the Tuscanies. And his main thing was like sitting vertical. He said, I know I'm going to be comfortable in most seats laying down.
Oh, yeah,
but
horizontal. Okay,
if I'm sitting up, like, how does that feel? And so the whole time he was sitting up, and he really liked the comfortability of, he's like, this is definitely what we're buying. And so before they left, I was like, hey, you want to, you know, do a couple demos? And I'm like, well, yeah, that'd be awesome. And so we went through 3 demos and went through one. I didn't go through my script. Normally that's like a 30-minute script.
Yeah.
And Kaleidoscape. So I'm like, I'll just pick 3 of them. So I did a Trinov demo. It just has a lot of ambient stuff. It's not crazy bass, but it's just nice, a nice ambiance kind of demo. Kind of leads in a little smooth. And then I did A Quiet Place. And so that's very specific with each individual speaker. And then there's a lot of LFE. And then we did Top Gun Maverick, the 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Is that a good demo scene? I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, I like that one. So I ended up doing that one, and we finished, and he told me up front, he's like, oh man, I'm really familiar with this one. I'm like, great. So we get done, and I turn on the lights. He's like, wow. He's like, even in the past couple weeks, he said, I've heard that demo at least 6 times. He said, I've never heard it like this. That was like,
that's awesome.
Completely different experience than what I've ever experienced. And so to me, that's the fun part. And every once in a while I'll get somebody on my channel and they'll say, you know, they'll try to throw a jab. They're like, well, of course he's promoting X because he's a dealer for them.
Yeah.
What they don't know is why I'm a dealer for them.
Right.
I'm a dealer because I love the product and I love the brand of whoever we choose. It's like we chose, like I chose JTR 5 years ago. I've been telling people about it 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And
you've been selling that product with getting nothing in return.
Jeff does not have an affiliate program. You cannot buy these on Amazon. You can't buy them on Crutchfield. So we get no kickback, no thank you, but hey, thanks for the sales, you know?
Yeah.
And so, yes, I'm a dealer for it, but because I was the fan of the product and the brand, therefore now I want to be a dealer for it. So that's the deal. But some people just look at it as, some reason they think that, oh, well, because he's a dealer, he's just pushing what has the best margins. Dude, you ought to see the margins on that. It ain't good, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah. What's interesting, I haven't talked to you, you're also, the margins might not be great, but like in the case of like JTR, it's like, it's better than what you were getting before.
Yes. Well, I was getting 0.
Right.
You
So
know?
And that's what's interesting about this. One of the questions I was going to ask is like, is there any other dealer that is a YouTube reviewer?
So there's only one that I really know of, and that's Jeremy with Tech Enthusiasm. So he's a dealer for, like I've always referred to him like he's the Kaleidoscape guy because he's done so many videos on Kaleidoscape.
Yeah.
But he became a dealer for, I think, JVC, and so he's getting his list of tons of brands. And so if you're interested, you email him and he gets on a phone call with you and he asks you what you want, and then he orders it, and then they ship it to him, and then I don't even know, or maybe they just drop ship it. I don't know what the arrangement. But yeah, so he's really the only one. Of course, there's other brands that they're a business who started a YouTube channel
to promote the business.
Yes.
I see that a lot.
Kind of the other way around, I think. I mean, as far as I can think of, I'm really probably, and he became a dealer for Kaleidoscape before I did, but we've been working on Obsessed Home Theater in the background for a long time.
Yeah.
But we were pretty close, and like when we both launched, oh, hey, we're actually a dealer for this brand that we love. And the same thing, it's like, look, he's been promoting Kaleidoscape. He didn't get a dime from them.
Yeah.
And it's like, now he can sell it and do what he loves and provide food for his family. That's awesome. Don, same thing, man. He's been a dealer for different brands. It's like, I think it's amazing, And it's like, it's funny because, all right, I always find it interesting. And again, this is the really small percentage. Most people are like, dude, you're doing it. Love it. Man, I'm so grateful. I'm buying from you as soon as I can save up for X or whatever.
Right.
But you get this troll in your comment or on Facebook or whatever. And so they've got this negative approach to it. But I'm thinking, okay, so were you okay for the past 8 years when I said, hey, I don't know. I don't even have anything. Hey, this cup right here, this brand of Polar Camel, man, it's a great cup. Love the engraving. It's well built. Keeps my drink cool. Hey, if you're interested in this, would you go click on my link to Amazon? He was okay with that.
Right.
You know what I mean? But if I say, hey, we just bought 1,000 of these and we're going to stock them. We've invested our money in them because we believe in the product that much. Because if we don't believe in it and we don't sell them, they're going to sit on the shelf. That doesn't make sense. So we love this thing. We want you to love this thing. And hey, would you buy from us if my videos kind of turned you on to this product or this brand or this model?
Right.
And that's the thing. You just share what you love. But I always find that funny. It's like, Amazon was okay, but now that you're a dealer, that's somehow shady.
Where you had no stake in it. All you had to do was talk about it. And it's like you lost nothing. You only would gain.
Yeah,
so
there's no risk.
There's no risk. And you had all the more reason to actually over promote something maybe you don't care about. But you know what? If you click the link, I get a few bucks, but I haven't lost a thing. The way you're doing it is you've laid out a lot of money. You've stocked your shelves with product you love, and you honestly, you're taking a risk that everybody's going to love it like you do and then buy it from you. And it's like it's fun. They actually have it backwards. It's like the person doing it the Amazon way. I'm not saying they don't have integrity, but they have no risk.
No risk,
right?
Yeah, we literally have hundreds of thousands of dollars in JTR stock right now.
Right.
So people can go to our website,
stock,
click buy, and guess what? We're shipping it out usually the next day.
Yeah.
If you call Jeff, love Jeff, but if you call him, he's going to be like, or Tony, hey, it's going to be 2 months, 3 months, just depending on the product.
You guys bought all their product.
But that was our business model from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a problem going, look, every one of Jeff's customers, they're having to wait at one time, like especially during the pandemic, they're waiting 5 and 6 months. And I'm going, man, that's so crazy. Can we fix that problem? And we were like, so our first order was a pretty large order. And as soon as that order came, we already had a lot of that pre-sold. And so we took that money and put it right back in the business to buy more inventory and buy more inventory. And so, yeah, you're right. That's a huge risk, but that's what we believe in, you know? And so we just share what we love. We share the story. We share the experience. And over the past 8 years, I've developed trust with my audience.
Yes.
Like, you know, they bought stuff in the past on Amazon or on Crutchfield or Audio Advice or whoever. And they're like, yep, it's exactly what Michael told me it was going to have this issue. And it does, but I'm okay with that because I knew about it. You know, I knew it had this little quirk, but I don't need that feature. So it wasn't a big deal to me.
Yeah.
But I've developed that trust, and that trust hasn't changed because now, guess what? If somebody doesn't like it, they don't deal with Amazon. They deal with Michael and my team.
Exactly.
You know,
right.
we got to figure out a solution to that problem. And so my name is on that.
Exactly. You're putting your name out there. You're putting your name on this, and it's going to spread like wildfire if you're wrong with the masses.
Yeah.
Right. So that was like the other thing I was going to lead to is like, even in just a year now, how much is that like, so people buy stuff from you, and I see this evolving in a way that I think you're right. At the beginning, you're going to get that dip. You're going to get those people that are like, oh, he sold out or whatever. But I think that trust is going to go even higher now over the years because people will buy something from you. And where do you have access to the person that reviewed this so much and loves it? They can hit you up on your YouTube page or in the comments and be like, hey, Michael, I just bought this from you and I got this issue. Not only are you're going to be like, you got an issue? Oh, talk about customer service. You're not calling a number and talking to somebody obscure. You put that out there on YouTube and people are you want to reply to it because that's you. That's who you've been all these years. Yeah. And it's like that interaction you have with your customer base now, I think is only going to help that grow.
Sure.
How much have you seen of that in the last year?
As far as what?
Like people reaching out to you after buying product and telling you like, this is great, or even having an issue.
Yeah. So usually what it is like literally just the other day, I get a picture from a guy and he's like, oh, this is going to be a great weekend. It's his palette of JTR speakers, you know, and subwoofers. And I said, hey dude, can I share that? He's like, oh heck yeah, I'd be honored if you shared that. And so I share that on my channel. And, you know, another guy, he's building a full system. And it's like, hey, and I just asked him, I'm like, look, send me some pictures, man. Let me share it. I'd love to see what you're up to and what your room looks like. And so to me, that's just super cool. You know, when they get it, like you said, they get a chance to watch the videos all these years, they see my recommendations and now they buy from us. And then they're connecting on a personal relationship, on a personal connection. And I'm like, dude, I'm happy for you. I think it's amazing. You're building your dream home theater. You know, you're adding the components that you want and you're building a space that you, your family, and your friends can just kick back and enjoy and build relationships and build memories together. And I just think it's awesome.
Yeah. And I mean, and Michael, is there anything wrong with going with a full SVS setup?
Yeah. I don't know, man. Did you bring your, I got my credit card machine here. No.
Yeah.
A little behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's, I mean,
it's great, dude.
Yeah. And I have my reasons. I love it. And I mean, there's something to it for me. And it's like,
if it checks all the boxes, that's the thing. I'm not out to promote, like, it's like not just what we carry. It's like, I'm promoting the whole dang hobby.
Right.
You know? I think there's some amazing brands out there. And just because we don't carry every brand doesn't mean that those aren't great brands. They just don't resonate with me as much. They don't check all my boxes. Like some of my boxes that I'm just passionate about is deep extension in bass.
Yeah.
And so JTR, man, that was why I went that direction with my theater room, the dynamics. And, you know, there's a bunch of reasons that I chose them for me. Does it mean that these other brands are terrible? No, you know? And there are going to be people that come in my room and they go, that's not for me. I don't like horns. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Plenty of soft dome tweeters out there, that floats your boat, or EMT tweeters or whatever, you just got to figure out what works for you and go for it.
Yeah. And it's one of the things, like with me doing the SVS setup, you get more offers than I get. You get people like, here, do this. I'll give you these speakers if you talk about them. I'll do this. I've gotten a few of those offers, and it's like, and I've turned them down. They're not what I'm looking for. They're not the kind of speaker I want. They're not this. They're not that. Right? Whatever it is. But then the SVS announces their latest line, and I'm like, I was blown away by them. And then the idea, like, just as a quick thing, is like, I want 5 towers around me.
Right.
Because I want that look, because that's how home theater started in the 80s. And it goes back to my roots. And it's like, are there maybe better speakers out there? Maybe, but not much better. Not much that it's going to improve my room to the point that I'm like, but I love the aesthetics of this. I love this idea, because this is what I wanted when I first started out. I wanted these towers. I wanted like back then, the definitive technology, the big tall towers that you had, and because there were no center channels that were laying down. It was 3 towers across the front or something like that. And it's like, I mean, that hits the aesthetic notes. It hits the heart. It hits the notes of, of just the idea of, you're like, this is like where I started out. Right. And I can explain that to people. Oh, we got dogs going, but and this is why I'm not going to drop them in. See, I was just going to drop. I don't know if you could see it. It's like people show up and I just drop them in. Oh, yeah. And then they go, I didn't know I was on. But if you don't drop them in right away, they get up and walk away.
Nose or something.
There he
What's
is.
Up, Paul?
Hey,
Paul.
what's going on? Long time no see, man.
I know, man. I'm good.
Good people in the house. Gosh, I feel blessed to be company with with the man, the myth, the legend, Michael. Like, how you been? Like,
I'm great, dude. Super great. What's up, Ike?
Is Ike dropping in?
I can't see anybody that's in the queue.
You can't see the queue. Yeah, that's why I drop them in right away. I've dropped a few people in today. Wow, you come in quick.
Yeah, Ike's over there picking his nose while G.
Yeah, like, he's not going to put me on you. Oh, no.
I didn't even know, man. I was just joining the link. It didn't even.
Yeah. No, I said, because I could see people like before I drop them in, and Paul dropped in, and I didn't get a chance to, like, I didn't get to click on it right away. And because I didn't, Paul's like,
Paul doesn't even make it.
I'm like, don't want to drop that one in. And that's why I do it. I'm like, if you're there, I'm dropping you in as soon as I can.
I was going to walk away anyways because I didn't have my lights turned.
Paul doesn't even make it this early to our live stream. I was surprised.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, I mean, I had another 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is live and you're coming in hot. This isn't like, okay, let's warm up, get our mics ready and do, there's no like, we have no opportunity for technical difficulties. And actually, Michael and I had a couple of I was frozen. He was frozen.
We were just popping in and out.
Yeah, that's the way I like it. All natural.
Yeah. Oh, so you're the one not wearing pants, Paul.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times that comes up on almost every podcast or video I watch. Like, so I'm not wearing pants today. It's like something with guys and being on video.
I remember Shane Lee used to say that or something. He's like,
yeah,
I'm not wearing pants. Like,
I'm not wearing pants right now. Yeah, every guys, say it all the time. You said it when you were on here with me, and we're doing audio only, Michael. It's like we're recording audio only. Like, oh, good, I don't have to wear my pants.
Yeah, always wear pants, at least on live streams.
Yep. So,
how's the stream going,
Paul,
man? I see
thanks for
pushing
joining
it through, man. Thank you.
He's a beast mode, man.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me, man. It's always good.
Yeah,
to talk to fellow enthusiasts.
Yep. Yes. I'm going 25 hours, and I'm now. What am I at? What did I say? 13 with Mike. 14 hours in. 14 hours in right now.
You doing a 24-hour?
25. Because we set the clocks back tonight.
Oh, yeah.
6 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And Efra looks like they've been here since 9 a.m. So he's hanging tight, man.
Yeah. Trying to keep up watching since 9 a.m. today. So let's see. Now,
awesome.
is that when I started in your local zone? EP front.
Hey, don't be like trying to take away some of his hours. Just take it for what it is. He started.
No. I'm trying to give him the hours because if that was me, he started 3 hours after I started. I'm trying to give him credit. If if his local time zone was 9 a.m.
He deserves it.
Yeah, exactly. If you started when I started, I want him to get the credit because if he's in my if that's you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to give him the credit.
Okay. All right, I'm with you now. Sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just love the fact that people are like, oh, I'll check in all day long, and they keep saying, yep, he's still going. It's like, yeah, hey, that's the fun of it.
That's cool. Yeah. I mean, hey, it definitely breaks the monotony of everything, It's like
I would never do
different.
Yeah,
that's a commitment.
I wouldn't pick today, man, because everybody I know is excited about an extra hour of sleep. Then you choose an extra hour to stay up.
Yeah. Yep.
I was editing until 3 a.m., so I'll probably enjoy that extra hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Anybody can do 24.
Yeah.
It's the 25.
You're so weak.
Doing 24. Yeah, you just did 24. I gotta do 24.
Oh man, I don't know how drunk I would be after 24 hours of live drinking.
Nope, no problem. So
that'd be tough, even for me.
Yeah, but I am doing it. I mean, if you guys don't know already, I'm doing it for Movember, trying to raise money for Movember for Ryan Davey. He's been doing it for years, and just literally just tagging on to that. It's like he's been doing such great work, and like we're gonna add to that. I've got, I don't know if you heard this. I don't know if I told you yet, Michael, but my first giveaway of the day is we got raffles going on. You buy a raffle tickets by going to it's all in the show notes. And let me just pull it up so I can read it. So buy raffle tickets, donate directly to Ryan Davies' Movember page, send me the receipt, and that's how many raffle tickets you get. So it's $5 for a raffle ticket, $25 for 6, $50 for 14, $100 for 30, $150 for 50 tickets, $200 for 75, $250 for 100 entries, $300 for 150 entries, and $500 for 300 entries. We have a bunch of giveaways that I'm announcing. This is going all month.
Yeah, nice.
The first giveaway I announced this morning was a trip to Cedia.
Very cool.
So next year, kind of like, remember Michael, what Brett did.
Yeah,
Brett did 2 years ago. So I'm going to kind of steal that from him and do the same thing here. And so that's giveaway number 1. Giveaway number 2, Ara was on, and he builds these, he builds speakers made out of custom built speakers. He takes the wood, he finds like the historic wood, builds really nice speakers. His woodworking is amazing. And I called him up. I said, hey, do you have any extra like that you haven't sold yet that you could donate? And he's like, I don't have any, but what I can do is the winner we'll talk about it and we'll actually make him to their specs. So like he'll give them some ideas for what, it's just bookshelf. He's not doing towers like he said, but he's like, when he does these speakers, he gets the history of the wood. He tells you where the wood came from. It'd be like 100, 200-year-old, from a barn or something like that. And he builds a speaker out of it. So that's the number 2. I have a couple of more coming today, and I'll announce. I might as well do it now since you are a. There we go. Oh, and Don's entering right at the perfect.
What's up, Don?
What's up, Don?
So,
oh man, see, I felt important until Don came in.
Oh God!
I figured 2/3 of my crew were here. I better join, right?
There you go.
I was like, oh, me and Michael. Oh, I feel important. Then Don comes in. Oh, okay, never mind.
So. Don, you dropped in at a perfect time. The latest entry, the third entry for the giveaway for the raffle, is and Kaleidoscape has been great, but it's a Kaleidoscape M.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Ooh,
yes.
Hey,
you better start donating, Ike.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Let me go
Like,
ahead
hold on.
and
I
go
gotta buy a
on
raffle
real
ticket.
Yeah. So, yeah, I thought that would be exciting. But again, I think with the prizes that we have going right now, it's like there are going to be people that don't want that. right? And they're going to hope that they get something else or something like that. And that was kind of the idea with all of this, you know, trip to Cedia, our speakers, Kaleidoscape. I have other things coming. And so, you know, you're first and foremost, your money is going towards an awesome cause, right? Movember. And it's like, that's why I'm growing this here. And it's like, but so if you don't win anything, you're already winning, right? You're giving money to an awesome cause. And then on top of that, it's like, if you could potentially win any of these things, you're probably getting your money's worth. So,
except for the grand prize, you spend the weekend at DJ's house. So
like, so, who was it? Oh, it was when Ara was on. So I forget who made the joke earlier. They're like, Ara, that's a great prize, because the last one is like DJ's trying to hook up with somebody in Denver.
Oh no, man, that's funny.
Yeah, one night, one room with DJ and a double bed.
Yeah. Yeah. It was one night in Denver and the airfare. That's what I'm offering. So very exactly what Brett offered. So
now let me ask you this: what if someone wants to indulge and add on, you know, the nights? Would you is there a return flight with that, or how does that
it would be a round trip, so if you wanted to pay for extra or do something like that, you could, of course. I mean I'm just gonna be booking whatever it is for you, and it's like, when do you want to fly in and out, and then here's the night, you know, and we got to figure out the schedule. I asked Todd earlier, Michael, have you heard anything about changing the schedule with Cedia next year? I talked to a couple of people that maybe they might do it during the week, and like it'll be over before the weekend next year. So I haven't heard any confirmation.
It wouldn't change anything for me.
No, that's just it. It doesn't really change anything. It sounded like a really good idea, because everybody that's there, this is like a business thing, right? So like, if you're there for work and you work Monday through Friday and you don't lose your weekend on either end, makes sense to me. So I don't know.
All right, cheers, everyone.
There we go. What are you drinking?
Let's see. What are we drinking?
Pale ale.
Pale ale. Boulevard
Pale Ale. There we go.
Mine's kind of boring. It's called water.
Hey, you know what?
I got my Arnold Palmer here.
90% of this is water, so you know.
Yeah, Ike's always got to show off. His is much bigger than mine.
Yeah. Hey.
Well, I mean, I didn't measure, but okay.
Oh boy.
Trust you.
Here we go. All right.
So you brought the wrong crew on at the wrong time. Is it past 9 o'clock yet? Are the kids asleep?
It depends on what time zone you're in, but yeah, maybe not.
I mean, we came in with the red lights on, so you know.
It's 9 p.m.
That was the warning there, DJ.
Yeah, exactly. With this crew.
We're just saved by grace, man. We're good.
We get into that on my show too. We do a little bit of innuendo. There you go. What's that one?
Has anyone seen the 4K version of this? This is an older movie.
I gotta make mine larger.
Where did you get it from? Japan?
Oh, the Godzilla. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's the
4K version of the.
It's the Shin Godzilla one, not the -1. It's the.
Oh, okay. No, I don't think I've seen
2016 release of.
Wow.
Oh no, I haven't seen that one.
What did that cost you to import?
Nothing. I got this at Walmart, man.
Oh, really?
Walmart paid the debt.
I don't believe that, brother.
Yeah, because I tried to get something from there. You know, obviously I like my 3D movies, right? And I mean, it was like $150 to import something with the tariffs and everything else like that.
When I looked that movie up, it did. That's the first thing.
I was trying to get a mini
import.
DSP, and it's an additional $250 to the price because of the whole tariffs and import.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what, man? I could do an additional subwoofer for a couple
for sure.
You can probably find a mini DSP used online.
Yeah, I found one
in the country.
Marketplace. So I'm trying to
That's
find
how I bought my second one used.
Yeah, we're still waiting on ours. It's at Customs. We have no idea how much we're going to be able to sell them for because we don't know how much it's going to cost us.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
So you just wrote a blank check.
Basically, we're like, you know what? Let's buy a bunch of them. Not like a ton, but
Right.
So we bought some U-mic ones and some mini DSP 2x4.
That's why you can't buy a U-mic one anymore, because Michael has them all.
U-mic 1 or U-mic 2?
What if the U-mic 2? Because I'm trying to get the U-mic 2. I was trying to get the U-mic 2, and it's the same. I think it's even more. It's an additional $300.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, man.
So who knows? So we have to wait till we get them in, then we can figure out, like, okay, pricing wise, what does this even look like? And
that means I'm gonna have to sell you my U-mic 1 USB.
See, look at this. This is a sales pitch crew right here.
Here we go.
Don, right?
There we go. Act now, and
hey, DJ, now's time for you to go use the restroom and do whatever you need to do.
Actually, honestly, you know what? I don't have to use the restroom, but it's getting hot. I think the temperature went down outside, so I think the heat in the house kicked on, and in this little room, it's heating up in here. You got and I'm like, why is it getting hot in here? So I'm gonna go check that, and I might shut that up because I'm the only one in this house right now.
We bring the heat, man.
Yeah, you guys. Maybe it's the
grab
red
a quick
lights
bite to eat or something.
Oh no! I'll be back.
He's got 3 bananas. He doesn't eat.
And they're still there. 3 bananas. But I'll be right back. Let me see if I can check the temperature of this place.
All right, guys, we got like
talk amongst yourselves, guys.
We got 1 minute to like just
light me up.
Light him up. Yeah. We should do that. Yeah.
I come back and be like, you're not good, but hi, Deej. We're sorry. Yeah.
Dude, we're gonna
the best is
as soon as he leaves, man.
That is one of the things I like to like when this is over. Like I like to see what people have done. That's the only thing I don't know. I was here for everything except when I ducked out and like you find out like, isn't that guy a dick? Why are you here? It's like, I don't know. I don't want to be a jerk. So that's why I said yes. He's a jerk. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks, guys.
Oh man. So Michael, sorry I missed you on my my little tour up there in the Orlando area. I would have loved to come by and check out the theater.
Yeah,
that is not what you told us, man.
That's
You said Michael has changed across the last year. So
no, that is not what I said. You have a huge Michael supporter here. As a matter of fact, we had somebody on our channel the other day, and I was like, "Look, you got to stop what you're saying right now." So,
oh man.
So
yeah, that was so funny.
Man, people are gonna be jealous of success. That's just happens.
Well, it's funny. I heard a saying the other day, and it said, people want to see you succeed until you do.
Yeah.
They want you to succeed, and then when you do, they're like, "Oh, dang, that's not cool." So, I'm just the great thing, man. We're all just doing our thing, dude.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. If that bothered you, then you're
in the wrong business.
Yeah.
The online social media
don't succeed, right?
You just gotta go for it. It's like what somebody thinks of me doesn't change anything about me. It doesn't change my character. It doesn't change my nature. It doesn't change my faith. It doesn't change any of that.
Look,
and
the bottom line is I've come to accept that you're never going to please everyone.
No.
Oh God, no.
You shouldn't even
You're never going to please everyone.
You shouldn't even try to.
No.
I'd be happy to please 1% of the audience.
Well, that's the point.
I'll take it.
Yeah. No, it's that's like if you try to please everybody, you're actually pleasing nobody. Because if you try to do something for one person, somebody else is going to be like, I don't like that. Okay, let me try over here. And it's like and I got it in a small way on my show in that I used to do because I had the time and the ability was it. We used to do 3-hour-long shows. We'd sit down and chat for 3 hours. You guys have been there, been involved. You guys do the same thing. And you get people that'll write in and be like, your show is too long.
Right.
But then every now and then I'll do a show that was under 2 hours.
Yeah, like an hour. And then
like, and people would write in, I need a 3-hour show.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? So people would, and the people that were trying to tell me in one way or the other, which was correct.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not trying to be correct. I'm trying to be me.
Right. Correct.
Right. And it's like, this is what I do. It's like when you start a podcast or you start a YouTube channel, all the experts will tell you, don't go over 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, hold my beer.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm going 25 hours.
I just talk till I get
be
done.
You. Yeah.
If it ends up being a 5-minute video, great. If it's an hour video, okay, it ends up being an hour video.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you just got to be you, and then your audience will grow around that, like-minded people. And if it's supposed to be, if people can only take 20 minutes and you do 2 hours, well, they're going to have multiple 20 minutes to enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
Mike, I was listening to the clip you dropped on TikTok where you were just talking about the Johnny and, owning your future. And I was like, wow, that's just what a lot of people don't seem to understand. And it was good that you were putting it out there. And I was like, it's a good job. I hope more people get to see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes people don't just understand the journey, right? They see what they think is the finished product. And I'm like, that's not even the finished product. That's just that's just the route.
Yeah. It's kind of like looking at your parents and you see their nice house and they've got a boat and they go on vacations 4 times a year. And as a 21-year-old, you're going, I want that. Problem is you don't realize that they're 55 and it took them till 50 to get to where they're at 55.
Yeah.
And the same thing, when people watch my channel, they're like, one guy said, oh, this is the unobtainium channel now.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been doing this for 30 plus years. Back when I worked at Circuit City, before that as a teenager, Top Gun days, Laserdisc days, going to Circuit City, Sound Advice. And then I've been building my personal theater here in this home for 20 years. And so I love pointing people to that. I got a video called My Journey. And in that video, the very first image I show is back when I had 2 speakers. I had my AVR on the floor. It was a Yamaha receiver. I had a Velodyne subwoofer. And I have a plastic tote. And on top of the plastic tote is a 19-inch TV. That was my setup.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, my journey has been 20 years. And so don't look at where I'm at now and go, well, I'll never be able to get that. Because 20 years ago, I don't think I had no idea I'd be where I'm at now. Had no idea I'd have a channel on YouTube. I had no idea that I would start a business, selling the brands that I love. I had no idea that I'd get to travel the world. I had no idea I'd be able to go into somebody's home that has a multi-million-dollar theater room and film it and share that with the world, And so the people there's a quote by Henry Ford, and whether you think you can or you can't.
Yep.
What's the ending to it?
Whether you think you
it
can,
is, or it is so, or something like that.
So, no, you are correct.
Yes, that's what it is. Whether you think you can or can't, you're correct.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, because it's up to you.
Yeah.
Right. And what I think what's funny about that too is that idea of people will use the excuses like whether I think I can or I can't. Okay, let's take that. I can't have Michael's theater. I can't have anything like that. No. Okay.
Yeah, you determined already.
You already determined that, but maybe you can't have it today. But somebody that goes, I want a theater. I don't need Michael's theater. It's like, and guess what? If you think I can have a theater, and then someday you might, years down the road, you might surpass Michael's theater.
Yeah.
That's what you end up finding out is that if you say you can't do something, you've already failed. You're not going to do it because you're going to take every excuse to justify, oh, it's too much money. See, I told you I can't do it. You're you've got justification right there. Whereas you set out a goal. I'm not trying to build Michael's theater, or when I was building my theaters back in the 80s and 90s, I wasn't trying to build what I saw with the better ones. I was just trying to build a theater.
A theater, something.
Yeah.
We just did a fun exercise for our 100th show, to where we did a $10,000 and a $15,000 build out, and it included chairs, included everything except for maybe treatments and the actual build out. Right.
Oh my.
So, Paul's actually included down to the Costco membership and the screws.
And the drywall.
I even included the staples to go in the staples.
He definitely shoved that Youth Man's deal, man. Because something I don't know, man.
But yeah, we did a great exercise with that. And I was looking. I I thought that I could have put together a really good theater for about $7,000. You know,
it's amazing
you know?
what you can actually get.
Yeah,
it's really
and I'm not saying that
amazing.
7,000 is not a lot of money. It is,
Oh
but you
man,
know,
dude.
it's obtainable for a lot of
Yeah.
people, though. You know,
I could have done, if I would have known sales and then like discounts and or used, dude, I could have done a full blown, pretty decent theater for like $5,000. And I mean, that's 4 subwoofer, $5,000, not, you know, but now you're going to have to deal with warranty. Sometimes things break, sometimes, you know, so,
right.
you know, it's all on, you know, a lot of people, like whenever people sell stuff online, this is pet peeve. I don't know why this brought me up. It's like, oh, you know, they bought $1,000 something, you know, and then they're like trying to sell it for 800. It's like, oh, it's $200 off. You're going to refund me whenever it doesn't work? $1,000 item is not worth $800 there, buddy. It doesn't come with a warranty. They don't forward that warranty. I mean, that's not how that works.
yeah.
It's always
Some things do though. I know Kaleidoscape will
you can call
carry
them,
over the
give
warranty.
them serial number.
and that people aren't even trying to, you know, sell them at 80%. If they're getting rid of them, they're just like, they're almost relative.
I know, right?
It's
like
more like
half off.
50% or of
exactly.
the MSRP, right? And it's like you'll get rid of it for like 50% of its regular value.
Exactly.
But Kaleidoscape is that was one where people are willing to take the risk. You're like, you've been wanting it, and it's like, oh, okay, here's the thing. It might not. You're willing to take the risk because that is such a sought after piece for that particular person.
That's
right?
how
It's
I got in. That's how I got into it. I bought the used Strato S. You know, it was
a lot of people get into it that way. Yeah,
it was right at $3,000. So you know, for I think it was a $6,000 or $7,000 unit when it first came out.
Yeah,
but I wasn't going to pay $7,000 for it. You know.
Yeah, because Don's a tightwad.
I am.
That is not true.
When it comes to the home theater stuff and everything else that I'm buying, if it's food, I'll pay for it. But anything else,
Don is just waiting for the NZ1000 to come out so he can upgrade his projector. Man. Like,
he's almost ready to upgrade his processor.
Oh, no, after talking to Jim and him telling me to put that projector in filmmaker mode, man,
there's no need, man. That Lumigen, right? There's no. I switched mine to filmmaker mode too, and I was like, oh wow, okay,
yeah.
Oh, that thing has my little NZ7 looking like, wow, okay. I guess now it's time to rewatch a bunch of movies.
Oh, did you guys just get Lumigens?
So I've had one for a while, and when we were at Cedia, I talked to Jim, you know, from Lumigen, and I was like, hey, look, you know, I'm just not getting the sharpness that I think that I should get. And he was like, well, tell me how you got it set up. And I was like, well, I got it set up in standard, this, and this. And he said, put it in filmmaker mode. And I was like, really? You know, and I was kind of like questioning it, right? Because I was like, well, isn't that doing processing after the processing? No, but there's something in the filmmaker mode that it I don't know what it's bypassing some of the processing.
Yeah, it stops all the processing.
And it is, I tell you what, if you own a JVC and a Lumigen, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, put your JVC in filmmaker mode.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all I can tell.
Because I mean, it just sharpened everything. Like
Don told me, and I went and I tried.
Oh, so he's saying put your JVC in filmmaker mode.
Yeah, I was confused too. I thought you meant in the Lumigen.
No, not the Lumigen.
No.
Yeah. So that's how I was like,
that's what you were saying. Processing on top of processing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry to clear that up. Put your JVC into filmmaker mode if you have a Lumigen.
Right.
And I would say try it even if you have a Mad VR too. So just
possibly.
So I think the idea, and this I'm spitballing, is the filmmaker mode actually doesn't do processing. It actually shuts off a lot of that processing.
Correct.
That's because the filmmakers don't want all of that stuff on.
Correct.
So you shut all of that off, and it's like you should be shutting off your
to do what it needs to do.
Exactly, because anything after the fact is actually messing with what the video process, the outboard video processor is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of people when I was the same way. It's like, so I get a Lumigen and I put my projector into SDR. Like you shut off HDR because HDR is a process that's being done by the video processor, and your projector just becomes a light source at that point.
Right.
So if you have HDR on and the Lumigen's doing HDR, you're like, that's double processing.
Well, I tell you, also, I've been messing around with and he even and Jim even mentioned too. He said, "Hey, try." I asked him. I said, "Do you use the 8K upscale?" He said, "Oh yeah, absolutely." On some of the stuff, I use it for like football and different types of sporting events, but some of the content he won't use. And look, he creates a product that does stretching, right? Nonlinear stretch, and this is coming from a guy that hates the nonlinear stretch, but I love it. You know what I mean? I got a scope screen. I want to fill the whole screen. So it's like, if for someone that says, "Hey, don't do nonlinear stretch," and then do these settings, I'm like, okay, yes, sir.
That's what the market wants, right? You got to give the market what it wants. And he sent me one for review a couple of months, and Don was like, "You're not gonna send this back." And after a month of reviewing it, I just called him and was like, "Yo,
how much?
I need a deal on this stuff."
Yeah,
it's hard.
It is.
It's been in the rack. It hasn't moved.
Yeah.
So I paid for it. It's a great product.
I got mine years ago, probably 2-3 years ago now, but I bought it through my video projector calibrator guy, Jim. His name's Jim as well, Jim Doolittle. And he was like, I had an issue with my projector, the black level, the crushing and stuff that's going on, and things weren't like anything coming out of my Blu-ray player. My 820 was great because that has the optimizer, right? So that's actually sending a signal to the projector that the projector can handle. But anything else, like at the time I had, I didn't even have a kaleidoscope yet, but I had a Zapedi. So you're getting that full bandwidth of everything. The Zapedi doesn't have the optimizer. So I was seeing, like, I'd play the opening to the first Harry Potter movie, and that all that black at the top was it was like crushing and everything. But I put the disc in the player and I'm like, this looks beautiful. How do I get that? Okay, streaming. We're getting crushing going on in the TV show, the streaming Apple TV streaming show Foundation. I'm like, how can I get this better? And I problem solved this out for months and trying to come up with different ideas. And Jim actually pointed me in the direction of Chris Deering, who I didn't know at the time. He's like, talk to this guy online. He can help you here. And what we Jim and I ended up settling on, he's like, look, I think the only thing that's going to make you happy is you're going to need a Lumigen. And I was like, really? And he goes, I can get you one. And he got me a deal on one for like $4,000, 4242.
Yep.
And I was like, you sure? And I was like, because I was eyeing the kaleidoscope at the time. And he's like, get this before you get your kaleidoscope, because the Lumigen is going to improve your entire system. The kaleidoscope is going to be awesome for what you watch on the kaleidoscope. But now you can optimize a kaleidoscope like you can an 820 to a degree. But once you have your Lumigen in line, he's like, it's going to blow you away. And it did. It did. And it's like you're saying,
the exact recommendation Don gave me. Don was like, get a processor before you even worry about a kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
And that would be my recommendation to just about anyone.
I'm not a
processor.
I'm not a Lumigen dealer. I'm not a Mad VR dealer. I've seen them both. They both do fantastic work. So
got a video processor basically before you even invest in.
Well, and it's funny. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I was going to say about the Mad VR, and it's like Lumigen was around for a long time before Mad VR. Mad VR comes out, and I was already a Lumigen guy. I loved it. I loved my video processor, and it's like, but what I liked about what Mad VR did is, like you said, that the stretching. People were begging Jim for that for years, and he wouldn't do it because Jim's about like what the content creator wanted, right? This is what I want. He doesn't want you to stretch it, so I'm not doing it. Mad VR comes out literally a month later. Is like, fine, here you go, and Jim gave it to everybody because Mad VR was doing it. And you got to keep up with your and competition is it's like
the game, right?
But it's great for the consumer.
He had the stretching for a long time. It was the variable aspect ratio is that during the film they would allow it to do.
That's you're correct. That's the one that he didn't want to do, and he did it, and it was right after Maverick when Mad VR came out. That was the whole thing. And it was like the CEDIA that year was all about Maverick, all about Mad VR and what they could do. By the end of September, Lumigen had it. It was an update.
Yeah.
So it was like, all right, I can do it too. And it's all programmed. It's all like, it's in there. It's like these processors. It's like, what does one do better than the other? And I think like Mad VR has a lot of other features, but they're all outside of like the actual content itself. Yeah. It's ways to, like you said, the stretching or something like that. But the actual content, if you just want to put something in your rack to improve your system, they both do that. They both excel at that. Yeah. And, you know, I haven't found a Mad VR feature that I'm like, oh, I need that over the other one, you know. Yeah. So you could get away with both of them. Awesome.
And that's why I don't get into like product wars, right? Because at the end of the day, competition is always good for the consumer.
Yeah.
Right. Is you always want to have competition.
Yeah. And if you don't have choices, then you have. Yeah.
You always want to have competition, right? And yes, there's going to be differences between certain products, but as long as they meet the core need of what you're trying to do or what they are designed to do, then just pick one and, you know, and move on and hope that changes will come as a result of good competition.
Yeah.
Always
good. It usually does, you know. So
for sure.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying them.
Oh man, for sure. You know, I always say it's the best piece of equipment in my rack. It really is. You know, it's I won't say it's the most reliable. The most reliable piece of equipment that I have in my rack is my Kaleidoscape.
Yes.
I've never had to reset that thing. It just works, man. You turn it on and it works.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not saying that the Lumigen isn't reliable either. But it really does.
It's not that it isn't.
Every now and then I have to do a reset on it. You know, just
a reboot.
Yeah, just a reboot.
Yeah.
But you know, that's
every
piece of.
Is there a way for it to auto switch inputs? That's the one. That's the one challenge for the Lumigen, right? Like for example, if I have my Apple TV plugged into HDMI 1, and then I have my Revolution into HDMI 2, and I was watching Apple TV HDMI 1, right? If I come in and I turn on the Revolution, I have to go back to the Lumigen and press input and HDMI 2 number 2.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
To switch the input to 2. You know, I was hoping that there was a way that it picks up what HDMI is active.
I don't think so.
Not for mine.
Yeah.
I think, and the reason is because there's too many things like Apple TV, for instance, where they'll send like a handshake.
Yeah,
and you'll be in the middle of watching something else, and all of a sudden you're like, why am I watching Snoopy go across the screen all of a sudden? I was really into the peak, but like the peak climax of Sinners, and here's Snoopy going, like, no. And it's like, I think you got rid of that because you don't want that stuff. And there's other features that have done that. Other pieces that'll do that, not the video processors.
I think probably a good solution would be the alternative way to connect it, right? Where you connect all your devices to your processor or your AVR and do that single connection to the Lumigen and just leave it on that HDMI 1 or whatever, and then it does it that way. So,
but yeah, the 4240 or the 4040, I forgot what it is. They only have one input.
Right. That's 4240 has a one in, one out.
Yep.
The 4242 has 4 in and like a 2 out.
Correct.
I have the 572, whatever it is, the 572.
Oh,
which
you
I
got
have
the
6.
Okay.
Yeah, the 6 with the 2 out. But it's the I started using the video switching on the Lumigen because it did smooth out the Marantz. They're all still a little bit wonky, but I found that was a little bit smoother. But I've had more people tell me they find it better the other way. You go 1 in, 1 out, you know, and that's the one thing about the Mad VR that I was looking at, where Mad VR is just, it's always one. All the Mad VRs are 1 in, 1 out.
Yeah.
There's no video switching.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
and I was looking at that like, oh, that's weird that they don't offer that. But then I talked to more people and they're like, I don't need it. I like it this way. And they've, like me, have tried it in both directions. They prefer it that way. I actually do prefer having the Lumagen do my video switching. I do a lot of A/Bing and stuff, and that was more reliable. Being able to switch between like Kaleidoscape and my Panasonic, I could flip like that, and it's like a 3-second switch.
Right.
So if I'm A/Bing a scene, I can cue it up on both, and boom, boom, no problem. Whereas if I ran that through my receiver or Marantz or whatever, there was more of a delay, and sometimes you would lose it, and there were other issues. So I found that to be more
reliable.
More reliable. Yeah. It doesn't mean it's perfect. Like you said, Don, it's like, I've said that a lot on my show. Like Kaleidoscape is the only high-end piece. The more complicated you get is the more issues you end up with.
Yep.
Kaleidoscape is the opposite of that. It's the one piece that there are not. If you end up with an issue, it's something you did. Right.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
it's like,
and it's hard to mess it up. Like, how do you mess up a Kaleidoscape? Yeah.
I'll tell you how I did it. It's like, I was so excited. I'm downloading all these movies and I'm trying to watch a movie at the same time, but my bandwidth couldn't support it. So the movie was skipping and I'm like, what the heck? And I call him up and, I write in and Andre calls me right away and he's like, are you this is at 7:00 in the morning. It happened to me in like the first month I had it. And Andre calls me, what are you doing? Are you downloading? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, well, yeah, you got a 1 gig. You've got it opened all the way up. You're using 900 megabytes, all that to get is flooding your house. Meanwhile, your network is all being bogged down by that. And your network is trying to play the movie from the hard drive to the player. He goes, that's why. Oh, and he's like, if you had a 2.5 gig connection or network in your house, it probably wouldn't be a problem. But again, it wasn't the Kaleidoscape. It was me overtaxing it. Right, because you're so excited about it. That's how you screw up a Kaleidoscape. And it's like, once you do that, you can either set the bandwidth down to like 200 during the day, slow it down, and you can download and watch at the same time, or you just don't download while you're watching a movie. But yeah, rock solid. It's never had an issue, and it's But like you said, Michael, like, how do you screw it up? People have been trying. I found a way.
Pretty simple.
Yeah. But all the other stuff, it's like you guys have been at the shows. Put a Trinov in. Oh, we got an issue. Something went wrong. Something. It's like
reboot.
Reboot stuff like that.
Remember, we went to the Ascendo booth and we're watching the demo. Right, it sounds pretty good, but I don't know. It's all right.
Yeah,
they didn't even have the LCRs on.
Yeah,
like completely
at the beginning of the demo. Yeah. And it was
something to do with the storm. I was like,
the storm and the network. It was
their that's like the network card or something.
The network switch,
device. Yep.
It was like a 50
switch, and I think they went to a
unmanaged. Yeah, it was a managed, and they replaced it with a $50 unmanaged switch, and it's like this $1 million room, multi-million dollar room is at the mercy of a $50 unmanaged switch.
It was crazy.
Yeah. But it's like just adding more variables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we got there to that, press I guess press conference that they were having or whatever, and we sit down and we were getting, sound, the LCR was playing out of the side surrounds, and then the echoes were playing out of the rear surrounds. So it was really weird, and we watched it, and everybody was like,
that's different.
That sounded. I don't think that's how that's supposed to sound.
I don't know what I was hearing.
Yeah. It was definitely weird for sure. I've never heard anything like that before. But hey, they got it fixed in the afternoon, which was good.
We came back and heard it later, so it was good.
I preferred it that way because then there was.
It was a unique experience for Paul. Yeah. He's like, man, I hadn't even been drinking, and it sounds wild.
I'm like, man, this is a good deal.
Yeah, that was early in the morning too.
Yeah, that was early. Yeah, I think it was the first.
Yeah, like 8 a.m. before they started at 9.
Yep. But Chris Seymour made it all better in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, with it. Yeah, what do you have, a bourbon?
Yeah, he had.
I was,
yeah,
I was joking with him because he had the cups, and I was like, I'm like, what are we gonna do? Shots? I was just joking. He goes, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Just goes out to have fun.
I didn't know we were doing that, but okay. It's like,
yeah.
Started pouring it off, so that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris is funny.
that's how you know it's all for fun. It's like
Yeah.
it's like if you're interested, doesn't make it any better or worse, but it's just people having a good time.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny that stuff like that. That's the stories. That's what's fun about it.
It's the little thing. It's the little thing that makes it, like, hey, I really am. And I was I know Chris. If he says he's doing something, he's doing it.
I think I had a great time at Cedia, but I think the best time was actually interacting with some of the people that watch the show, watch the stream. We were walking down the street, and somebody said, "Look at the crew!" Right? So they it was fun getting recognized. And then one of the guys came to dinner, and then DJ, you hung out with us one night too. So that was fantastic. So I really enjoyed the camaraderie of the show more than the show itself.
Absolutely. It's meeting the people, running into everybody, and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" It is. We were saying, Michael and I were saying that earlier. It's like you go to these shows, and it's
about
like
the people.
The gear is great, but
make along the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's meeting up with everybody, and that's why you can't wait to go back. It's like the gear year after year. It's like there's new gear here and there, but it's like but it's even seeing the same people over again. It's just that's the only time you get to see them. It feels like, and where the world does get smaller, doing it this way, it is fun to finally meet in person after you've talked to somebody for so much, and then you're like in person, you're like, "Hey, how you doing?" It's like we were saying, Michael, I think you were one of the first people that I met in person first before we actually interacted. Like, obviously I knew who you were, and you had a couple of my listeners bugging you about me, but it was our first interaction was in person, so that was really cool. So
it's always a good time. I got to meet people I've chatted with online for
decades,
years.
I got to meet Joseph. He's up in Canada, so he came down to Florida to the Florida Audio Expo. I think it was last year, wasn't it, Joseph? If you're still in the chat.
Yeah, I think it was either last year or the year before, because I actually met him that year too.
Yeah, so that was cool seeing him, and that's the fun part to me. It's and the people that you see and you meet that you've talked to for years, and you're just building those relationships.
A lot of fun.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna slide out of here, let you guys continue. DJ, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
You doing your
me
thing?
for? I'm just here. You're keeping it going.
See, there goes your audience once Michael leaves.
Right?
Yeah.
You better have 0 watching.
Yeah, exactly. No, thanks, Mike.
Oh, good,
Really
man. Y'all have a good
appreciate
night.
Bring on
Later, buddy.
Bring on the
Talk to you.
sinners. Michael's leaving.
There we go. Oh boy, here we go.
Open the door.
All right.
See you, Michael.
Oh,
always good to have Michael on. He's great people for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I was telling people, I'm like, trust me, this guy's as real as you think, oh, he's this. No, I've had conversations with him, talked to him about something. I'm like, no, you're not going to know about that stuff. But yeah, he's as real as it comes.
I went to his house, maybe 4 years ago now. And I wouldn't say he was just starting, but he had about 30 or 40,000 subscribers at the time. And I mean, I didn't even mention to him that I was starting up a YouTube channel, and then he's like, I talked to him, and he said, "Oh yeah, I heard you're starting up a YouTube channel." I'm like, "What do you mean?" Because I didn't want to bug him about it or anything.
Right.
I was buying some speakers from him. Actually, I bought a pair of Martin Logan, the 60 XTIs that I have now, and was going to use them for my wide speakers. And he just, so graciously opened his arms and let me into his house. And we talked about YouTube more than we did about home theater. He just going over everything and him telling me what to do and everything else, how he's been successful at it, and just showed me everything. And he didn't know me any of that stuff, so he's been very, very kind to the community with all kind of stuff like that. Just very open and very generous with information. You know, he's not handcuffing secrets or anything like that. That's why when I do see, you know, some people, you know, kind of bashing on him for going the direction that he did, you know, it's just like I feel the need that, hey, you know, I know the person, and, you know, we got to defend him a little bit, you know, because it's not the guy's trying to make a living, you know what I mean, just like everybody else. So
it's funny because I like my favorite videos he does are like I know the products, I know him, I know the stuff. So like, but when I see him do, like, I'll go across my YouTube channel, my YouTube page, I'm like watching him, like, oh, here he goes, and he goes at people like that. Those are my favorite ones because it's like watching him, like, come on, man. He'll be like, I'm not, like, look at what I'm doing here, and he'll explain this to people. And you're like, yeah, you just don't know. People, it's literally based in ignorance. They don't know what they don't know him. They don't know. And they're like, him and I were talking about it earlier. It's like, you know, now he's actually selling the product, but before he was selling the product, but getting no money for it. But if you clicked on this link and you went to Amazon, there's no risk to him. But if you bought it through Amazon, he get a couple of bucks. So you're more apt with zero risk. You're more apt to just talk about products that are on Amazon that maybe you're not as passionate about, but hey, you get people to buy it. You make a few bucks, you do this. Great. There's more, to me, there's more conflict of interest there than the man taking his money, buying the product, putting it on his shelves in his warehouse, and then trying to get you to buy it from him.
For sure.
It's like all of that risk. And you're like, okay, how is that selling out? He bought in. He didn't sell out.
For sure.
He bought in. It's like
he didn't get it for free. He's not getting the product for free. Now he's
it's like, I mean, I love Illumigen. I love my Kaleidoscape. These items that people are like, you got that for blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I love them so much, but I can't go buy a crap load of them and stock them and hope you buy them from me. I can't do that. And it's like, neither could he, to be honest. But then he invests in, he gets some people, he gets together. And it's like, he's passionate about it. And it's like, whether it's, I don't think he even sells Illumigen, but you know, the Kaleidoscape or any of these, the JTR or whatever. It's like, how can you not back somebody like that? That I think he is in a unique position where he was a reviewer and has done so much product, and that was his base. And now he's like, now I'm going to sell it. Whereas I think most people are like, all right, I'm a dealer and I'm going to do a YouTube page because I want people to see what I'm dealing, you know, what I'm doing. He went the complete opposite direction. I think it's unique. And I think, as I said to him earlier, I think that's going to pay dividends over the next, you know, few years as he grows, because people will, I think the trust level goes up even higher from here.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
The only thing constant in life is progress, right? Okay. Like I got an email from YouTube yesterday saying, "Oh, hooray, your channel is 5 years old." And I looked at it and I just closed the damn thing. I was like, I don't even have 2,000 subscribers. And now I created a channel 5 years ago, but I did not do anything for about 3 years, right? Only in the last 2 years but the thing is, if I get that email 5 years from now, right, I would hope that I have progressed, right? Like there has to be movement and growth, right? It's comparable to whatever level of effort that I'm putting in. So if a guy is traveling, putting in the work, giving you reviews and all of that, and then somehow you think that after 5 years, after 10 years, he should just still remain flatlined. I'm hoping that's not how you make decisions. I hope that's not how you think your real life should go to, because it doesn't work like that. Growth is required.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
It's
For sure.
needed, especially when you're putting in the hard work, you know, whether it's going from having a YouTube channel to now selling the product or working with the product companies or whatever. If that's your path, you know, it's like having a real-time job, right? You work 5 years in a role and you're performing at 50% of the next role. Then you decide, you know what? I'm doing what the guy above me does 50% of the time. Maybe I need to move up.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I don't get it, you know, but That's the nature of the world that we deal in.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He's making a living at this.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
So
And that's the thing. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
that's his full-time job. I wake up, my full-time doesn't even allow me time to do YouTube.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I do this for fun. This is,
do it for
you know,
fun.
it's like, this
Yep,
is just
there's
for
a big-
fun.
There's a
Big
big
difference between doing it as a side fun thing, you know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like, well, yeah, if I was making a living, I'd
I'm
be
not
doing
worried.
all kinds of things different.
Exactly, for sure.
Weekly or daily videos, and you know what I mean. You only get out what you put in. And right now, like it's like I have a full-time job, so it's like some days maybe I'll do something, but most of the time it's like, man, if I have some spare time, sometimes I just want to, you know, like next weekend, I'm going to go camping again. You know, it's going to be amazing weather. If I was getting paid to do YouTube, I would have to be like, oh yeah, I got to do something.
You have to book you have to get some content ready for you to go. And that's the part, that's the other part. It's like, I'm doing this for fun. It's not a job. I don't have to do it. So that it lightens the load in that it's like, hey, if you don't like it, that's fine. This isn't necessary. It's like, I'm not like, oh my God, am I going to be able to pay my mortgage if this channel doesn't pay up? Right. The pressure that he's under, that pressure that YouTubers are under, put that out there. It takes your passion and takes it and turns it into a full-time job, which can crush it. It can crush that passion. And for him to be able to do what he's done, one, build his channel the way he did, and now turn it into this, you know, being a dealer for all of these products, and to still keep that passion I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I'd just be like, I'd be under too much pressure, and I'd be like, oh my God, what have I done? It's like, I've turned something I love into my full-time job. And like you said, Paul, it's like, I just want to go on vacation and I can't because I've got to promote what I love. Well, how hard is that? Really hard right now because I don't want to be here.
Because I want to go camping.
Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with it. Everybody needs downtime. So for him to be, or people even like Michael, to be able to do that as a full-time job, that's a special person to have that passion and be able to do that. I couldn't do it.
I think at the end of the day, I think majority of his supporters and viewers support him. It's just a fringe minority, and there's no point giving those people a voice, right? I'm sure majority of his supporters support him, and
for sure,
we wish him all the best.
Absolutely, he's a great guy for sure.
Yep,
for sure.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's funny, and I wish he was here. I'd say it to his face too. I'm like, I love what he's doing. I'd love to support him, but there's nothing that he's selling that I want right now.
Right.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I got my stuff that I like. And I know I could say that to him. He's like, that's cool. I don't, he doesn't mind. He'd support me at whatever I'm doing. And that's where that integrity comes in. It's like, he wants to sell to the people that are like, hey, you like his opinion? Here, can you buy it from him? Great. You know, if it was already on your list in the first place, he's not trying to convince me not to buy anything that I already want so that I get his stuff. He doesn't do that.
And if you support the person, you don't have to agree with them 99% of the time, right? It's like you have to have a threshold, like, okay, I agree with you more than I disagree with you. But the idea that you have to agree with every single step that they make or every single video, it's just a strange one, right? Yeah, it's the same way I treat my pastor, right? I respect him, but I don't have to agree with 100% of his views, but I agree with him most of the time, and that's great enough for me, so support people like that, who are just genuine and who are down to earth and who are just putting contents for you, because it takes a lot of work, right? It takes hours.
Yeah, for sure. Unlike myself, who hasn't posted a video in like 10 months. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't have an algorithm for 2.5 hour live shows.
Yeah, they don't. They should. They probably will in the future, because
They probably will, because live streams are,
it's changing.
But you find your audience. People find
it.
you.
You find it, and then you stick with.
Well, your audience finds you, right?
Yeah.
And that's the hard part. I say that on my show all the time. I'm like, all right, everybody, thanks for it. Like, go to like TeePublic, get some merch, because I might make $1 off of you buying a t-shirt there, but it goes so much further when other people see, like Michael and I were talking about him wearing his t-shirt at Obsessed Home Theater, and it's like you go out and people are like, hey, what's that? A home theater? That's advertising, right?
Yeah.
And that's how I get new listeners, because people, you're promoting the show and people don't even know this exists. It's like, I'm out of people to tell. Everybody I know in my circle, in my life, I'm like, they know and they don't like it. So
that's the irony of it.
I kind of tapped out there.
90% of the people that I know are not even subscribed to my channel,
No,
and they knew about it because it's not your thing, right? So,
it was my sister. I'd had this show for like 4 years. This is obviously a couple years ago. I'd had this show for like 4 years. I told my family about it. I'd been podcasting for 5 years because I had the other show with John where we started a year before. And, I tell my family about it, and I'm like, I'm doing this. And I'm not saying like, oh, I do this crazy thing. And I'm just like, no, yeah, I have what's that? And they're like, they do the eye roll. Same thing you get when you tell somebody about home theater. They're like, oh yeah, that's neato. Great. Good for you. You go, kid, you go. And, so my sister's out to dinner or something like that with her friends. Her and her husband are out with their friends, and they're like, oh, wait a minute. My sister, she's married, so she doesn't have the Briggs last name anymore. And they're like, I don't know, it came up with like maiden name or something like that. And like, oh, you're a Briggs? Like, yeah, do you know? My sister calls me. She's like, so we're out to dinner. And it's like, oh, you're a Briggs? Do you know DJ Briggs? And she's like, yeah, that's my brother. I'm like, oh my God, I love his show. Oh my God. And my sister's like, what? It was like, I didn't know you were that big. I go, one, I'm not. This is a coincidence. But it was like, I go, I told you I had a show. Yeah, but I didn't think it was real. I'm like, what do you think
I've just been pretending all these years.
It's I thought you and your 4 buddies were chatting.
Yeah, exactly. So that was funny. I mean, that to me is just like, that's I could tell all the people I know, and what am I going to, how many listeners or viewers am I going to get out of that? And it's literally all grown from you guys, the listeners and viewers, and going, and like even going on your show, I get people, oh, hey, you were on over there. It was awesome. So that's how it works. I can't tell any more people. And me sitting here talking to people like, hey, listen to my show. Oh, wait, you already are. Like, if you hear me say it, you're already there. So you need people to go out and do it for you. And they do. That's how it grows. And that's why you see your growth go like a hockey stick, because it's like you have only a few listeners telling people, but as it grows, and all of a sudden, and then this people, and then these people, and then it goes, because now a bunch of people are telling a bunch of people. So, mine hasn't gone up yet. I don't even care if it does. I love the community that we have.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, I'm not in it for the numbers. It's like, it's quality, not quantity, and there comes a point where sometimes you get maybe watered down, where you don't get to interact as much with everybody, and it gets too big, because I've talked to people like that, and it's like, that's tough.
Speaking of being watered down, I haven't heard you talk much about the house today. What's the progress of the house?
Actually, I haven't been watching long because he's been talking.
I've been on since 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
6:30.
I talked a little bit about it.
I heard a little bit.
The progress of the house itself is it's actually just about to start to ramp up. I did a lot of work there this week. I got the electrician in. We're almost done with that for the rough, and I'm literally stuck at waiting on the plumber again to come in and do a couple of other things so that I can get I have a rough inspection. What's funny is I have a rough inspection for the plumbing, but when the building commissioner came in to do the construction inspection of like, okay, before you can get insulation, he was like, you need that done, you need this done. It's all plumbing stuff. But it was because we did a couple of alterations with how we're going to insulate that these things need to be done. And so I got to get him back, and that's what I'm waiting on right now. Once all that's done, and once I get insulation That's easy. And then not easy, but it's easy to inspect. It's like you put it in, they come in and go, yep, it's insulated. It's great. Now you can drywall and do all that. So Paul is back. Well, you just wanted to be in the bottom
They
half
wanted the
now?
bottom square.
Yeah, exactly. It's a
Yeah.
Hollywood square.
I
You
felt
wanna
like
change
I
the
was
square?
I was too much in focus.
Yeah.
I could have taken that so left field. But,
I can do
but my wife is watching, so
There you go. I just change you around
No,
like
just
that.
move you around.
Yeah.
See, now you're back. Now you're back on top.
No,
There we
I
go.
was trying to get the dark mode on the StreamYard, and unless you sign in, it's because it's reflecting all over my glasses, so it's annoying the shit out of me. So I'm like, what? And I'm like, I can't friggin' go into.
It's because you're not a moderator. You can't do it.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's like
StreamYard.
that's so stupid. Like, why can't I just go?
Oh, you have to do it. You can't change dark mode.
You can't change it unless you're a moderator of the damn.
Oh, okay. But if you back out and come back in, you can change it.
No, I tried to
still
force
can't.
it with a little hack in the background, and it didn't work. So
I
was like, well, shit, it doesn't work. That's
why he hadn't been talking for a while. He's been looking it up on YouTube. I mean,
you can't put your browser
somewhere on how to
in
go
dark
dark mode.
Yeah.
What if you put your
my browser's already in dark mode? It doesn't do it. You have to be a moderator. Then that's what's annoying as shit. I'm like,
but I'm a moderator. I put it in dark mode so you don't get it in dark mode.
No, for the link that you
No,
get,
I can see it. It's not in dark mode.
Yeah, for the link that whenever a guest has the link, they can't put it in dark mode. They have to be like, because I have the same. We use the same thing, StreamYard. So and when Paul first started joining, we just gave him the regular link, and he was asking, so I can't do dark mode again. So I just upgraded to where we can have 3 moderators to where he can have dark mode. And that was the only thing that would allow it to happen.
That's funny. When I was on, I don't remember it not being in dark mode.
well, if you're ever like a moderator or you're, but
he is a moderator.
Which
so does that trick? But your moderators at yours, so why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Like it may not have been in dark mode, but I didn't notice. I honestly, I don't remember it not being in dark mode when I was on. So
I know it's like that's why I'm like I'm sure there's some weird way that you could say, hey, change this. Shoot, maybe I'll just temporarily change the friggin' HTML code over here.
yeah, I'm not that sophisticated.
Because I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like, really? That's what you're gonna lock out? Because it's kind of annoying. Whenever you get your lighting all right, and especially for someone like me that has
glasses,
it's like that's what you're looking at right there. This isn't my lighting. This is the stupid ass StreamYard.
Yeah.
It's all good. We're not judging you on your lighting. I know.
I know.
I know you want to keep it low for your OnlyFans, but
that's funny.
So it's like, all right, I'm gonna come up with a workaround.
That's why I said I'm too much in focus.
I
can't afford this kind of detail.
This is why you got to break this crew up, man. The 2pm, you got to put Dawn at 7 a.m. in the morning, and put Paul at 12 p.m. I don't know, the next day or whatever.
You've heard me and Steve go at it with a few of the innuendos here and there that like I'm on the floor crying, like you're not supposed to say that, and it's like, or I'll say it to him and he'll just turn bright red. And
I think with YouTube, as long as you don't say it within the first 2 minutes,
that's usually when we say it.
I know, right? That's when you're not supposed to say it.
Yeah.
Like, 2 minutes is up. All right.
Yeah. All right.
We can do whatever the hell we want.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Oh, don't let me tell Steve that one. We'll be in big trouble. Especially my buddy John. That's where it all started. John and I'll go. Our brains are pretty much in sync. And
I love
some of
listening
that
to you
stuff.
guys. For
Sophomore
sure.
humor. Yeah. There's nothing like some good sophomore humor.
There's kids listening. Yeah. Hopefully it's over their head. So,
Yeah.
For
Well,
sure.
that's how you know you're doing it right. If you can say something,
if your kids
don't already know about it, and someone doesn't know what you're talking about, then that means you successfully
Yeah, if your kids can read in between the lines, you got bigger problems.
Yeah.
Well, they're just
exactly.
old enough to understand it.
There's a difference between innuendo and vulgar, right?
Yeah,
It is
right.
a fine line. It is a fine line, and I
Yeah.
crossed it many a times.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
usually
Oh,
on
yeah.
every side.
Yeah, all my kids listen.
One more
to this.
beer and a rant, you're good to go, Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, gosh, if I would have known you were doing 24-hour thing.
Did you see the comment on my channel of the last live stream we had?
No.
Somebody said that Paul trying to explain the Grimani speaker technology literally gave him headaches. And
No.
I read it and I was like, you dare?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds. Yeah, I mean, that's
Like,
tech. It really
It's
is.
like you didn't tell a lie there, man, because I was listening to that thing to my head. I was like, what is he?
Where is he going with
I was
this?
like, where is he going with
Yeah.
this, man? I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't work for Grimani Systems, man, because that sounds really complicated.
Ask me before the first beer. Maybe I can get it lined up instead of because in my brain I'm like, oh wait, and then I got it. Oh wait, and then and then that, and then this, and
Yeah.
in here it's all lining up. But yeah, trying to spit that out verbally, it's like, oh crap, yeah.
Well, that was when John and I first started out. Like I said, it ended up being like a show about comics, and like then we'd also talk about a movie every week. But when we first started out, when we first sat down, it was supposed to be, he owned a comic book store, so we were going to do comic based type movies and talk home theater. And our first episode that we tried to record, I forget what movie it was we were talking about in comic book, but we did that. And then I went into like explaining Atmos, like almost like I was talking like Atmos for dummies. And you get into the weeds, and I was like, and it's just him and I. Nobody's pulling me back. This is audio only. We're just recording it and then going to put it out later. And just listening to me go, well, Atmos is this, and this, and all that knowledge. To your point, Paul, like what you were probably doing is like in your head, it's like people need to know this stuff, and you're giving, you start spouting details that, oh wow, this detail popped in my head.
Yeah.
So you
like,
tell them, but it's in your head, it's great. They need to know this, but they're like, what the hell did that have to do with the last thing? You just said?
Yeah.
And that's what I was doing. And John's like, what the hell just happened?
It happens, man. It's because you have like people that are your peers that you're like, hey, how can I make sure that I'm communicating this properly for people that are what you would consider your peers, but yet communicate it to someone that knows nothing of this. It isn't a, smarter than or, or anything like that. It's just, oh, hey, I don't know anything about this. Okay, well, let me explain it to someone that doesn't know anything about it, and it's like, oh, but I got to make, because, there's so many people over here that's like, oh, you didn't mention it. You got to at least mention this. You got to, and it's so hard.
It's like trying to teach, when I'm trying to teach my fifth grader mathematics. I have a degree in computer science mathematics, right? So I always have to remind myself, this is not numerical analysis. This is not this is fifth grade math. Because one day I was literally just going down on this simple problem, and I was just down. I wasn't even looking up. Yeah. And then I looked up, and I just looked at her. She was just looking at me like, what in the world is this man doing?
Yeah.
I was like, my bad. I got in the zone.
I got in the weeds.
I went back to grad school.
And
it's
sometimes,
fifth grade math.
Yeah, and sometimes I just need to voice it out of all the things just so I can then summarize it at the end. And if I could get to the end first, automatically, but I can't, because it's like, wait, I gotta open up all these. I gotta look at all this information.
I got this information in my head, and I gotta get it out and give it to you.
And then in the end, I can summarize it, but I have to remember and take into account. And then, sure. Okay, well, just listen in 15 minutes for the summary. Right.
And then at the end, does that answer your question? And they go, no, Paul, I asked what you're doing Saturday night.
Yeah. Like,
that's
like,
it's
shit. Never mind.
We were talking about that earlier today about like getting into the weeds about stuff, and like Chris Deering's on, and he was talking about like, he's like, all right, let's break out our trusty calculator here. And it's like, he starts talking about like breaking down what it takes to process for a projector to process and everything like that. And it's like, I can't even try to duplicate what he did, but he did it with such knowledge and passion that you're like, I can listen to this. I understand it. I understand what he's saying, but I know most people are like, what that outside of this are like, what is he talking about?
Yeah.
But I, as like, I'm not that expert, but now because I listened to him, I have that information in my head, like you, Paul, right? And you're like, I know this. What is it? I don't know. But I got some information and let me try to explain it to you the way he did, and I can't.
He was calculating the contrast ratio of the DLP chip, and I'm like, yeah, just off the top of his head like that. And it was like,
yeah. But you can follow it, right? You can follow exactly what he's saying. I know all the information, and now that gives me a knowledge of what this takes and what is going on in the room and stuff like that. And it's like, but for me to try to explain that to somebody like he did, you're like, no, I can't do that. It's like stuff's coming out. And then in the middle, I'm trying to explain like a DLP trip, but I'm saying, and this guy was talking about a calculator. What the hell does that have to do with anything? So it's hard. But that's the passion of it.
Yeah.
Right. Like Paul, like you got all that information in your head and somebody asked you a question and oh, wow, somebody else that's interested.
Well,
and not for long.
And to be frank, a lot of the times I have to remember, because this isn't my expert field, right? If I worked in this, I would put people to sleep instantly, you know, because I would know all the jargon, all the proper terms, all the, you know, I'm an engineer. So, and I used to do audio. So, it was I'll always been a hobby. So, and if you're an engineer, you just want to understand everything, you know. Don't ask me about my coffee bar. That's a whole, you know what I mean? It's like, I've got like all this equipment, you know, I got a grinder that costs more than a lot of people's speakers. You know what I mean? And that's no joke.
He does too.
Oh God.
Yeah. So it's like you get into the science and the
don't even get him started on coffee right now.
Speaking of that, my wife has had that coffee maker that you recommended for her. She's had it in and out of the cart like 13 times. She almost read it.
It is expensive, but
it's a $3,000 coffee maker.
That thing, the fact it does what it does, it is basically it's a having a barista on your friggin' counter. Now it's not, hey, replacing your top end baristas, but for most a good 60-70% of coffee shops.
A barista that doesn't wink at me when I come.
I feel like did you guys have this conversation on your show recently?
Yeah.
I was like, I've heard this conversation and that barista on the countertop. I was like, okay, for $3,000.
Yeah.
I'm like, how good is this coffee? Does it look that good?
I know.
Like I remember hearing
when I get coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
But it's tough. But I feel for her. I know it, because it's one of those things. But I will warn you, if you get something like that, when you go to coffee places, all of a sudden you're gonna know. You know what I mean? It's like it's like having a theater in a box. Right. And they sound amazing. Right. And then going to like $1 million theater and you're like, oh crap.
Who's this Don Hensley character?
I don't know who this
guy is. Yes.
Thank you, buddy.
No, thank you. Thank you for the calls. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, no problem. No problem. Don Hensley. And I keep wanting to say, like, for the audio, this isn't going out as audio only. So maybe actually I am going to put out clips, but yeah, Don Hensley, $50. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No problem. I got to try to get my way into that Strato M now.
See, that's what I was about to tell you.
I don't need it.
Yeah, no,
give it to somebody else.
Well, no, there's other prizes you might like, but to enter, it's like, I appreciate everything on YouTube. Any money from YouTube is going to the cause as well. But to streamline the giveaway and everything, everything is like donate directly to Ryan and then email me, DJ@BrightsideHomeTheater.com. And email me the receipt, and that's how you get your entries into it. Otherwise, I don't want to have to go onto YouTube and be like, all right, who gave here and who gave here? It's just easier if everybody does it that way. And it's also like, I'm hoping people give a lot. You know, I'm hoping this garners a lot of money for Ryan, and it makes it that 100% is going to Ryan. Didn't come to me. I didn't keep it for myself. And then
you let me prices right you.
Like,
just
might have
out of step for your toes.
Right.
Just out of step for your toes. But yes, that's our way of showing support.
But yeah, so that way it's like 100% is going to the cause when you buy whatever amount you buy for raffle tickets. So, but yeah, appreciate that, guys. That's awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
So, yeah,
no
Ike,
problem.
Easy HD Tech just get $49. So you guys don't have to pay to be here.
No, we know that.
I think you're just dropping hints that when I come on your show, I have to pay to be there.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
It's
not.
like, all right, so I screwed up last time.
No,
Hint, take it.
I don't get a chance to listen to your show live a lot because I normally take my son to speech at that time, so I don't get a chance to listen live. I do listen every week, just about. But it's usually on a Saturday or Sunday when I'm actually, doing my second job. So I'm usually listening to that while I'm working, and but I don't get a chance to donate enough. So that I just wanted to
Appreciate it.
For you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
It's our way of showing support. So
thanks, guys. Appreciate
supporting what you do. Sitting down for 25 hours, I don't think I'll do it.
No.
Nah.
I don't know. I think Paul and I could probably go for maybe half of that. I don't know about a full 24 hours.
I'll just put the camera down here and lay down on the floor. You guys know it don't take me much to lay down and go to sleep. I'll put it out there. You guys.
Well, the one guy we know, Brett, right?
Yep.
The one guy that was the one that everybody's like, oh, DJ and Brett could go 25 all by themselves. The two of us, we just go. It'd be like he'd talk for 12 and I'd talk for 12, and that'd be the end of it, or 12 and a half each. But he actually this year, he's not feeling well. He is coming on at the end to wrap it up, to help wrap up the show. He's going to do the best he can, but he's not feeling well this year. So I don't know if you guys were around the first year when Brett fell off the couch. Yeah, that was a highly entertaining scene from Brightside Home Theater. only bested by one, he falls off the couch. That's funny in itself because we're all sitting there and it's like, you got to watch it. I haven't done a time lapse, but you could. It's like of him, like as he's sitting up and he's talking to us, he's sitting on his couch. He's like, and then as the hours go by, he's like, and he's still talking. And now he's on his couch like this. He's laying sideways, right? And the microphone's next to him. Next thing you just see is him go, boom. He falls off the couch, and we're like, we lost Brett. And the screen went. He's gone, right? So he dropped off the stream. We saw him fall off. It was fantastic. He comes back and goes, where'd you guys go? Like, not us. We didn't go anywhere.
That was very entertaining.
Yeah.
That was like 4 or 5 in the morning. I'd fallen asleep and I woke back up and actually got to catch that, the last couple hours. And it definitely was hilarious for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's great. He's another one, like everybody in this they're awesome. And it's like he does every year. He's one of the crew that helps close it out get me to the finish line. And for him, it's like he starts at, I have it here. He's starting tonight. It'll be 2 a.m. here, but that's midnight for him. Okay. Because we've set the clocks back. He hasn't yet. So he's at 12 o'clock. When we're done here, when I'm done at 6 a.m., that's 3 o'clock his time. But if he goes the full amount this year, that's 4 hours. And that's what he's done every year, because it'll look like 3 hours because he starts at 12 and finishes at 3. And he's like, okay, doing 3 hours. But he's doing 3 hours in the middle of the night, and he set the clock back, so it's actually 4 hours that he's doing.
Well, send me the late night link. I might join you guys later.
Yeah. I got the grill going downstairs and everything. So I'm just going downstairs to have some good time with the family. So I might hop back on anytime soon.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Yeah. I'll send you the link.
I'll
send you the link.
Yeah, just send it.
Yeah, I could text it to you, and if you haven't gotten it yet, just shoot me a text, and
Okay.
I can
Yeah,
pop it,
yeah.
because that's what
I'll
people are
send it
doing
right
now.
away.
It's like I sent out the first 2 sessions to everybody, but now I'm starting to look, and I'm like, all right, I got to get these out to people, and I'm like, okay, while we're talking, I'm like, okay, are you going to send me the link? I was, oh yeah, okay, and that's what, like, you get so prepared, and then it's like, it's funny because people like, how do you do that? How do you talk for 25 hours? It's like, it's you guys, and I want to be engaged with you guys. Now I got work to do here. I've got to send out links and stuff, but I'm so engaged with you guys. How do I not do it?
So you got I think you got till 10 o'clock, right, to get those links out. So it's like every 8 hours, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the next one after you guys are scheduled here is 9 o'clock Eastern time. John and Eddie are coming on. So I've got, and I just sent them theirs. And the guest after that is all set. He has his. The next 2 after that till midnight are all set. I think at 1 a.m. I got supposedly, he's coming back. Shane, I don't know if I've sent him that midnight link for that.
Mr. Lee's going to be in the house?
Back. Yeah, he'll be back. He was in earlier.
Yeah, he was in briefly, right?
Yeah, he was in the chat. And then, but then, yeah, he was doing some B-roll filming, but then he just popped in for a second. But yeah, so then,
that's something I need to do, man. Is go shoot some damn video. I got a whole look. Just look at my whole. I got a whole bunch of stuff I need to do, man. I'd rather just fire up the grill, man.
Yeah,
maybe you need to do some B-roll of the grill.
I'd rather fire up the grill and do something, man, and drink some rum and eat some chicken, man.
Yeah, you're Central Time, right, Ike?
Yeah, I'm Central.
Yeah, so you're an hour behind.
Yeah, I'm on an hour. It's just almost 7:30 here. So.
Yeah, nice. There we go. Next beer.
I don't have the patience to fire up the grill like you guys do. 13, 14 hours to.
Oh, smoker, you mean?
Yeah, smoke and do all that
grilling
stuff.
for 13 hours. You're doing it wrong.
I mean, you're doing it for a party or something.
Yeah. Or you're doing a citywide grill. Like, wait, what?
I've talked to Ike before. He's marinating chicken for like 3 days in advance.
Yeah, I marinate like 3 days, sometimes 1 week, let it sit, and just I grill anytime, any day.
Yeah, no, I'll just go buy it.
I'll wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning and go grill.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I can do it. I can do a mean steak, right? Like I can get a nice char on a steak, or the best thing I do. I don't know if you guys have any Brazilian restaurants, but I do. My girl has one of those spits that turn, and it's got the infrared burner on the back, and I'll do a picanha Brazilian steak.
You have a really good grill.
Yeah, so I can do a good picanha for sure, and it only takes like a half hour to do. Big chunk.
Yeah,
it's a top sirloin with the fat cap on it. Still, Brazil is famous for that steak. My wife's Brazilian, so
I gotta look into that. That sounds delicious.
It's delicious for sure. So, and the only seasoning is rock salt. Yeah. So you just use rock salt,
and you just roll it like it just rotisserie and well, the fat just keeps going into it, flavoring it all the way through.
Yeah,
oh my God,
you're making me hungry now.
So exactly.
That's why I went.
I'm not one. I said I'm like I don't eat during this, and now I'm about to go and I gotta Google what the hell that is. What do I gotta do? I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Right? They get it from
30 minutes. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah. So guys, how you doing?
Yeah.
Some places it's hard to get that cut. So the closest cut is like a tri-tip.
Yeah.
If you get, but like up north, I don't know if you're going to be able to find that cut of meat or not. But it's. Do
they sell it at Costco or anything like that?
No. Well, they sell it. They sell it at BJ's, but it's down here. We have a lot of Spanish people and
if you find like a Mexican meat market where they kill their own, usually like the one around me, they do their butcher stuff on Thursdays. On Thursdays, that's when I go there. I'm like, hey man, can I get this? So they know I go there and I buy a big old steak for like way cheaper because you're buying it straight from the
for sure.
I'm gonna go to a seated position again here. sit down.
Oh yeah, you're using a sit-stand desk, or
yeah. So I'm lowering my desk right now, and
yeah,
sit down.
That's good.
If
I have one
sat,
of those those footwork whatever.
This is nice.
Where you can just recline and work out your foot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. If I sat this whole time,
You got your blanket on today too, Ike?
No, I don't.
It's
right here though.
He's usually got his blanket pulled
I
up.
like how he had to look first.
Right.
Nope. He wasn't sure. I'm pretty comfortable. I might.
Right.
I don't. Nope. I don't. Not today.
Speaking of Ike, how are you feeling? By the way, Ike took a nasty tumble not too long ago. So
really?
He decided that he was 11 years old again and could run the soccer field with his soccer team.
What happened?
Yeah, I go to soccer practice and I'm trying to sprint with my 8 to 10 team, and it was a really bad idea. Yeah, but I'm feeling
without stretching first, just pretending you thought you were young.
No, I actually stretched. I ran the first sprint and it was
He was
good.
trying to keep up with
But you know when you're supposed to just do it once and just stop?
Yeah.
I went the first time, I was like, yeah, let me go do it again. And
nope.
Both calf muscles just went. You know, typically you kind of lose one and then you get to stagger with the other leg. Both highs just gave up on me and I went head down. And thank God for military experience that I went my head and I kind of just tumbled and just landed properly. But I was like, all I heard was kids just laughing. I wasn't sure if I should cry, if I should laugh.
Oh my God.
I was worried about my ACL because I was like, man, I hope I didn't tear my ACL. So all I was thinking about was, can I still move my feet? Does it hurt? Does it do this? I was like, oh shit, I can move my knee. I was like, okay, I'm good.
I was curious how you were feeling.
Yeah, it's getting better. It's getting better, so it's good. I'm not running anytime soon.
So it reminds me when I was coaching hockey and I was coaching like 5-year-olds, mites, little kids, and you have to demonstrate the drill, right? And you got them all lined up in the corner, and then it's like, okay, kids, this is what we're gonna do, and you go and you'll skate the circle, like you're just gonna do a figure eight around the 2 face-off circles. And one time I'm demonstrating, I'm trying to tell them, like, you got to go all out. If you fall, that's great. But it shows you're pushing, because so many people are afraid to fall. That means you're doing bad. But watch the NHL players. They all fall when they're playing because they're working so hard and they're getting pushed to the edge. So I try to demonstrate that, and boy, did I nail it. I'm coming into the second corner and I'm going to do crossover, and I was like, lost an edge, boom, right into the wall. Kids didn't laugh. They didn't say anything. I was like, my assistant coaches.
Good. My kids were laughing.
Oh, no. They were like, okay, all right. The assistant coaches, are you all right? I'm like, oh, yeah, that was great. The first kid, every kid first through the line crashed into the wall. Like they thought that was like, okay, coach crashed. I'm going to crash. It was like, no. All right, everybody stop. You don't have to crash like coach did. The idea is to try and stay.
You're like, oh man, that was
coming
cool.
Oh my God. They look like kamikazes going right at the wall. Like, I'm not even going to try to turn, just go whap, bam. You're like, oh no, poor kids. No, I wasn't trying to tell you to do that. It just coincided with what I just told them.
That's funny.
So I was like, oh, all right, now try to stay up. Now it was good because kids were actually pushing it. And now they were still falling, but at different points. Like they actually were falling for the right reason. Like they were pushing past their.
I would have let every single kid hit the wall.
Oh, we did. We're like, at first we're like, oh, that's funny. Second one, oh my God. Oh, third one. Oh no. Oh,
I'm like, hey, you got to do it again. You didn't hit the wall properly. Go back.
Yeah. It was like, no. Well, no, because the parents are watching.
Yeah.
Like, why do you have my kid?
We're teaching them how to tuck and roll.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's like when they're that little, they teach in they don't get sarcasm. Everything's literal to them. So it's like they saw that and it was like, just crashing. No. Oh God. Sorry guys. So yeah.
That's so funny.
But I'm glad you're all right, Ike, and no other kids tried to demonstrate and do exactly what you did.
Oh, look at that!
Good
Oh,
gracious
Johnny Speakers.
Johnny
Speakers
Speakers
showing all.
coming in hot. $100. Good to see the Horizon HT boys are joining the fun. Yep. Johnny Speakers, who was just on a little earlier. So it's awesome. Thanks, Johnny.
Wow.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Johnny.
Wow.
Thank you, Johnny.
That's
Thank you
great.
for supporting.
Yeah,
For sure.
wow.
Yeah, Johnny's been in the comments for sure. You know, on our little weekly get together. So
Yeah. Johnny Speaker, great guy. Been to his house. He's got a great setup. Yeah, and he is Johnny Speakers. He's loves the speakers. Loves the. I've talked about it with him. He's been on the show and stuff. I couldn't do that. I can't, like, once I get something, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna move it. Like, I got a nice set of speakers and I'm going to live with that. And like the idea of like, could something sound better? And then like a couple of years later, you update and change out all the speakers. And
yeah,
it's like, do you guys do that?
So I'm just starting with mine, but you know, I always get the itch too, you know, so it's like, do I want to try something new? Do I want to try something? So I went to C-Big was in the chat earlier. I went to C-Big's house, and that's why I said, Michael, I'm sorry I missed you. I said back in October, like it was a long time ago, a whole one day ago, right?
Yeah.
Back, in the beginning of the month, last month, I had to go to Orlando for work, and while I was up there, I went to C-Big, which is Chuck's house, and then I went to Benny's house to do like because I was there, you know, and they live close by. I just wanted to see if they would let me come by to check out the tour. So thank you to both of you guys if you're watching. Thank you for graciously letting me come by. But yeah, so Chuck just upgraded his speakers to RBH. You remember all the speakers that were in M-Wave, that first room in M-Wave, the RBH speakers. So they he upgraded to those, and
Nice.
I've been wanting to hear, other than at RBA at M-Wave, right? You want to hear them in a real environment, right? So I've been wanting to hear them for a while, and got over there, and man, I tell you, he's got that system dialed in really, really well, and I mean, he played the scene from A Star Is Born. What's the two good songs there? Shallow, and then the one right after that. But when he played it, I mean, the sound stage it just opened up so far, you know, and it was well beyond the room, and you could hear every little breath she was taking. And I was like, man, I don't have that in my system, you know. So now I start chasing that. Now I'm starting to chase it, right? So I come home and I try it, and he also played a scene from Open Season, the gunfight scene in Open Season. With Kevin Costner. It's a Western.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that one yet.
Well, when he shoots the gun, I mean, the echoes just go all around you, and they last forever. But it sounds like you're in a canyon basically when he shoots this thing. So I'm home trying these out, and I forgot. I heard somebody talking earlier on your show. They forgot to change crossovers back. Because I was messing with the crossovers and stuff like that, and I forgot to change the crossovers back. Well, needless to say, one of my Martin Logans took. I had to pronounce it dead because it took a crap on me. You know, I had the crossover down to 40 hertz, and I played that open range scene, and it just. And next thing I heard, the next gunshot was like.
The crossover went open range on you. The gear,
man. So I was trying to seek all this stuff from Chuck's theater, and it was like
Chuck has that custom RBH.
Yeah, he's got the custom RBH.
He got the custom build ones too, man. So
so I had to buy some new woofers from Martin Logan, which it wasn't too bad. I was under $200 to replace two 8-inch woofers, so wasn't bad at all. But yeah, so
I've been chasing fun story.
Yeah, I've been chasing that, and I redid Room Perfect with the Lindorf, and I was able to get I think close to what Chuck's got now. So, but yeah. So I've been messing around in there, and I am kind of thinking, do I need to go? Do I need to go to those RBHs? Because I'll tell you what, he pushed those things, and they handled every little bit with no problem that he threw at them. So they were they're pretty real. They're really nice speakers for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, it's fun when you find something like that, or you're like, again, you can do measurements, you can do all that stuff, but it's it's the scenes, the demos that you hear, and then it pulls something out that you hadn't heard before, and you're like, I gotta go home and get that. Can I get that? And it's like, and it could take you years. Right. Because it might be something, it might not even be your speakers. It could be your room. But and why it takes years is it takes you that long to problem solve it out. Right. I mean, you can go out and get the best subwoofers and you want your bass to be correct that you heard in a room. And it's like, but if you don't have the room treatments, you're not going to get it. Right. And by the same token, if you have all the room treatments, but you don't have the subs that can reach down to what you want, you're not going to get it. So it's everything together.
It's prompted me to actually start working on the theater again. I don't know if I can share my screen, but so when I went to Michael's, I talked about going to his theater a while ago. When I went to Michael's, I took my Lindorf, and we hooked up the Lindorf in there. We ran Room Perfect. It takes about an hour for Room Perfect to run all of its stuff, and it does a bunch of different noises, and it really tells you to put the microphone in the main listening position, and then just random everywhere else. It doesn't give you any other. It wants to calculate everything from all over the place in the room.
Yeah,
and did that, and we watched Ready Player One. And there's one thing that I haven't been able to duplicate in my room yet. But when he's driving in Ready Player One in the race scene, and he turns sideways in the car and starts collecting the change.
Yeah, skidding underneath the
rings or whatever they are. That literally bounced right across both Michael and my feet. Like it was that close to us. It was in space, a spatial audio.
That's awesome. Yep.
And we both looked at each other and was like, did you just hear that? And that's one thing that I haven't been able to get yet. So it's prompted me, because right now I don't have room treatments in my room. So I started today. I started blocking out the room so that I can get the
let me add that to the stage.
Yeah. So that I can start putting the treatments in, and this is going to be the design for my LEDs that I have. So it's going to have some other. I'm going to have a couple other horizontal, not so horizontal, but more diagonal pieces going through this. But I'm doing 3 of these on the wall. I'm going to have for the window. I'm going to have it's going to be on hinges to where I can open and close it. Just because it is right at the front door. Plus, my wife does like to have some light in there, and I do too. Yeah. We'll watch stuff during the day, like
so what is
football game.
Left wall. That's your screen on the
that's
side.
My left wall. Correct.
Yeah, so that's your left wall. So your first reflection on that side, you're adding some. So you had nothing there before.
So no, I don't have anything there right now. So all the way up until this point, it's going to be black. All the way up until that point, right here.
The laser point or the angle?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all the way where the angle meets, it's going to be black. So it's going to look like the screen is completely floating there. Let's see. Cancel that.
Yeah.
On there. So that way I won't have any reflections or anything, and then the back will be all the I'll have room treatments and stuff up front underneath the fabric, but So that's what I've been working on. I cut all the pieces today, so I'll be getting that together, and I need to get. I'm chasing what Chuck has and what I heard in Michael's room.
Hey man, Chuck lives down the road from you, man. You better. I would have driven up to Chuck's house at 5 o'clock in the morning with a bottle of drink and whatever the man likes to eat. I'm like, hey man, I'm driving you back to my house.
he told me he's got a lot of stuff.
Right? He's a woodworker, so
he's got a lot of stuff
he does
going
it for
on.
a living.
I know. I built that theater myself, so I mean, I had no help other than finishing drywall.
Well, time to get some more expert help. Man. Can't say no to help, man.
So no, well, I was going to commission him, but he told me I talked to him. Me and Chuck talk a lot, so I talked to him. He said he's got a lot of stuff going on, so he's behind on some work and stuff like that too. So I don't want to bother him. I mean, I did call him because when I was doing those angles, it needed a 60-degree angle to come out to where I wanted it. And then by the time you
right back.
You got to flip the wood and you got to, to get the right. I was like, you know what? I just need to cut the wood and that's it. I don't want to be calculating how to turn it around and come back with a 30-degree angle this way. And because your chop saw can only do 45 degrees, right? So most chop saws 45 to 50 degrees. So
depends on which direction you're going, but
yeah, correct.
The one you can get.
You cut a 30-degree block and then you have a 30-degree.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's. I mean, there's ways to do it, but it's like, what I was gonna say is like, so without room, I think you're gonna be really impressed with your room once you're done with your room treatments like that. It's like the clarity you're gonna achieve that you are like, oh my God, it's like, what the heck? Like your center channel and your base, and depends on how deep you go on your room treatments. But if you can, when I did mine, I remember I did like 8 inches at the rear of the room, and then at the front I was doing like 6 inches, just a double 2x4 stuffed, and what that did for like the base and how like. And for years, people would tell me I can't, you can't listen at reference level. You can't do this. You can't do that. I'm like, come on in here. And then people would come in and be like, this is reference level. And you can actually have a conversation. I mean, it's not quiet, it's loud, but you'd be like, you can hear me right now. Right. And it's like, you go in other rooms, it's like, yeah, reference level is not attainable because you haven't, the room treatments are going to kill all that resonance, which is what you're competing against with everything else. So
yeah, see, I hadn't been in a hurry to do it just because I've been playing around with Room Perfect and stuff like that. I know I need room treatments, but I will tell you, did you get a chance to visit the Lindorf room in at Cedia?
No. I think we talked about this on your show. Yeah, no, I didn't get down into that one, but yeah,
absolutely. It was a warehouse style room. I would say like 50 by 50 or something like that. And it was divided into 3. And the only thing that they had in that room was a curtain separating the 3 sections.
Yep.
And with Room Perfect, it was the best sounding room at Cedia.
All right.
And no room treatments.
How was the bass?
Bass was very good.
Very good, right? But you're not getting the big punches. You're not getting the like where when you pressurize a room and you get the vibrate. You're not getting that. But your room in an open space, like we talked about it this morning when my son-in-law was on, and how he set up his room in the basement and he's got carpets as an actual walls, right? So what's that doing? And this is the case. I didn't see the Lindorf room, but where those speakers are so precise in their audio, the higher range. Think about what you're doing in your smaller room, right? Your first reflections, you're trying to make sure like you want to hear the speaker. You just want to hear the speaker. You don't want to hear the reflection off the walls.
Right.
So that's why you're taming that down. The way you just described that room is like the walls are so far away, you're not competing against that. So that's going to create a clarity for those speakers and that separation of all the channels to sound really good.
So the line arrays, there were line arrays up front, and then the side surround speakers probably were about a foot off on the left hand side, foot off of a wall.
Yeah.
The rest of them were contained, like you said. Open space does help you a lot. I do understand that, but the Room Perfect just does something different, man. I'm telling you, it really does. I don't have an issue with clarity. I don't have an issue with not being able to hear the voices.
Right.
I did play around this week with turning my bass down because it was a little boomy. It was boomy in the back. Chuck was over and he did a when I first got everything set up, and it was boomy, but I get a ton of tactile bass still with 415s. Or excuse me, 815s, and but I turned the bass down, and I actually had to turn it back up some. But when I did turn it down, it was super clean, man. I mean, I can't say enough about Room Perfect. I think it's a great auto cal system for your your processing for sure. So I mean, and I know it's going to improve once I add treatments for sure.
Yeah. Because the treatments are going to give you like what that room was in, where the walls aren't there. That's what you're trying to eliminate with the room treatments, is those walls and the reflections. So it's going to only empower the Room Perfect to be even better, right?
So, whenever you went to Chuck's and you heard something that you wanted to like redo your system, or what?
Yeah. So basically, there was some nuances that I could hear, in his system, and the sound stage was just super big, right? So it went beyond the room.
Does he has Room Perfect?
No, he's using Dirac.
Okay, so he's using Dirac, and so you came to your place and you wanted to change. Chuck has a lot of bass trapping, which most people think is like a bad thing, because his whole tray ceiling is like a gigantic, like 4-inch all the way around, 4-inch like insulation with a bunch of air gap above that.
Yeah.
So it's basically like a 5-foot, well, not a 5 foot. It's probably it's a 1.5 foot with 4-inch.
Yeah.
Yeah. With a
so whatever goes through can't come back through.
Yeah, exactly. So he
has go through the 4 inches.
He
twice.
has basically an entire room of bass trapping on that, And
when I was building mine, I was talking to him about that, because I built the drop ceiling also. It's like, and I was telling him, I said, hey, I'm thinking about not putting drywall up here and just putting insulation and covering it, and so we had talked about that, and he ran with the idea. His room sounds really good. I mean, he did a fantastic job with the room.
Yep.
So you've heard, Paul, you said you've heard people say you shouldn't do bass trapping.
Yeah.
Where does that theory come from? What does that mean? I haven't heard that.
A lot of people will see something whenever they add bass traps, right? And they're thinking, I added a bass trap. So really is what's really happening. They'll add a bass trap and they're like, oh, I got this big negation. It's like, well, so is what's happening is that bass trap now is removing a resonance, or
a bloated resonance.
That was, canceling out, something that, because you can't fight your room dimensions per se. You got to be mindful of that. I mean, you can help it, but they'll just basically add some treatments, right? And then they'll be like, oh God, I got this major suck out since I've added these treatments. It's like, well, yeah, okay, move your shit, man. And it's like, yeah, it's just, it's not, people think, and I am of the mindset, like, the average consumer, there's no way you're going to overtreat your room. But everyone speaks of don't overtreat. That's the number one thing. Don't overtreat. Oh, your room's going to be dead. I'm like, do the simple math of the friggin' 6 walls, or 6 surfaces, not walls, 6 surfaces.
Yep.
30% is recommended. Everybody, thinks that, right? But do the math on how many square feet that is if you just calculate your 6 surfaces. And people will be like, oh, I'm not even covering 10% or 20%. But they'll put something in as a treatment and think, oh, well, it changed the way my measurements work, and now I have a suck out, and think, oh, that's bad. I overtreated it. No. That's not that.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. You got rid of,
you might actually be getting proper base.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like
now you're getting that actual base or proper, but you're sitting in a null because of the dimensions of your room.
Right.
You know, so it'll actually clean it up, you know, and you just need to move your subs to, you know, different spots to get that null back, you know, because a lot of the times is what happens is you'll do a measurement, right? Well, was that the first time that, you know, signal bounced around your room, or was that like the 12th time that it bounced around the room? And you put a treatment in and it's like, oh, I got rid of the, you know, 12th time that frequency bounced around my room. So now that it's gone, I think, oh, I have less bass. It's like, well,
no, you have correct.
Okay. On that graph, you do have less bass, but it's accurate. You know, not as, you know, precise as it could be. It's still, you know, it's not that it's going to sound horrible or anything like that with, you know, some basic measurements, but it's, if you do something like that and you put a treatment in and you get suddenly a negation, you need to look at something else, because it's not the fact that you overtreated your room. That's like, I mean, that's tough to do. But people,
hopefully, they're also recalibrating too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like, a lot of people, like I've heard of
rephase aligning. You know, like, oh, hey, I don't have this phase. You know,
recalibrate the room, and you're gonna find that it can play louder now, but it doesn't sound louder.
And that gives you that harder punch that that everybody strives for, and it's cleaner. And
like Paul says here, sometimes people get used to a modal resonance boom. And that's what I got used to, right? Because I knew my room was boomy, right? I know that it was boomy. So what I did was I level matched all the subs, you know, to where Room Perfect told me to match them to. And then when I turned it back on, I was like, man, this room is bright now. You know, I don't have enough bass, you know? So, but I'm like, all right, I got to turn the bass up just a little bit, you know, so a couple notches, you know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You get used to that, you know.
What's up, John and Eddie?
Hi, how are you guys?
John, Eddie. Eddie, I don't even recognize you. Not sitting in your car.
It got darker, not brighter.
Yeah, as we were recording that, it's like it started in the daytime. It's like John and Eddie were on the show before. John's a listener. Eddie actually is wrote, directed everything, produced Hazard, which is on Apple TV, right? And Mine 9. Yeah. So I had him on, but he was John has been like, oh, I gotta get my brother on. It's like for years. So it was like, what was it? This year, was it this year or last fall or something like that, or beginning of this year you were on?
It was July. Is it summer?
Was it July of this year? Was it something like but
not July of this year. Anyways,
it was a little while ago. But yeah, Eddie's in the car. He did the whole thing from the car. John's at home. And wherever he was, but then as we were recording, it got darker and darker and darker, and next thing you know, it's like all I can hear is Eddie talking, and then like maybe a car would drive by and be like, "Yep, he's still there." So I was talking to him early. I talked to John, and I'm like, "Hey, do you and your brother want to come on?" And he's like, "Yeah," and he's like, oh, but he might be traveling. He might be coming over to come. That's fine. What's the problem?
It's par for the course.
Exactly. So now you're here in person. You're here like in a room. And
we're in my parents' basement.
Yeah. It's like, aren't we all?
That's how I afforded my $100,000 theater.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh. Yeah. So when I don't think I've talked to you, John, or actually Eddie. I don't think I've talked to you since I've seen Hazard.
I don't know. I don't think so. You hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah, and that was so it had to be earlier this year. It was at the beginning of the year. You were freed up. It was coming out. It was. It was at the beginning. It was the release was coming out, and I was going to try to see it somewhere around here. There wasn't a place, but then it came out on streaming, and I did see it. And yeah, I mean, John knows. I talked about. I'm like, it's awesome. I loved it. I have a friend that she was like, I want to see that. I'm like, no, you don't. Because it's, I mean, literally we've talked about the subject and she can't talk about it. It hits too close to home just talking about that subject. And I was like, if you see this movie, it's tough. And you captured all of that. And like I said, I talked about it on the show, but yeah, having you here now, it's like, I haven't been able to tell you in person. So yeah, it's awesome. It's
sincerely appreciated that you watched it.
Yeah.
And enjoyed it.
It was great. Really, really good. So yeah, that's another one. Hazard on, is it, where did I get it? I bought it twice. Remember? I bought it on Apple. I bought it iTunes, and Amazon has it.
What was better? What was the best?
iTunes, I thought, was the better version.
So iTunes has the best video and audio?
Yes. Yeah.
My brother did some tests. What was the test you did?
We hooked up your Mac to the Apple TV so we could look at bit rates and stuff like that, and we tested both of them.
And what did you think?
The Apple TV showed that iTunes was a better stream quality.
Good. Phew!
Yeah.
I think Amazon was
test. It's like you put it in developer mode on your Mac and then hook it up to your Apple TV, and you can see audio and video bit rates. But when I updated my Apple TV, it disappeared. So,
okay.
I could have them come over and do it again, but it was kind of a pain.
I think Amazon was the worst, wasn't it?
Yeah, Amazon was pretty bad.
Yeah. I haven't been happy with a lot of. I mean, iTunes, you get in high quality. I think whether you purchase there, whether you buy it like mainstream streaming movies, they're for one reason or another, it's a better quality. Amazon, it's either they're streaming content or purchasing your movies. I just don't find it to be as good.
Well, they're not even requesting for filmmakers or distributors to hand over 4K footage anymore.
Oh,
they're
really?
just asking for 1080p on most of these places.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Makes sense.
Which is odd. I don't know.
Well, they want to use the bandwidth, right?
Resolution is, nowadays it's like it's so good at upscaling stuff. It's just
yeah.
It's the color depth that really affects it, and that's been the way in like photography for years too. It's like back in the day whenever they used to tout like, super mega pixel cameras and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, okay, this has 10 times the pixel resolution, but it looks horrible because it's not capturing the colors. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Hazard. So when 2024. Okay, so last year. Okay.
Well, it said 2024, but it actually came out at the beginning of this year around here. We were talking about that when it was on. It's like you go on IMDb and it says 2024, but it actually came out this year.
I think it's just because like we played it at a festival in 2024.
Okay.
So that was like in November of 2024.
Yeah. So yeah. It's
I don't even know why it says 2024 actually, but
the moviedatabase.com, that's what's going to get pulled into my Zadoo player. What year does it say there?
Yeah, exactly. And it's
just saying that's where my digital library exists.
Now that it's kind of coming back to me, but when we were talking, I think it was like January or something like that. It
came out during the college football.
January is when it opened in theaters, and during the worst snowstorm in 25 years. Yeah. It opened like on 30 screens in 3 states, and I want to say 27 of those screens all were shut down from the storm.
Google's got it at 2025. Just Google itself.
And I had one buddy in the theater that the lights went off in the middle of it.
Oh, really?
Wow. You mean the power went out because the lights are supposed to be off in the theater?
It was like, no, I mean, it was the worst release ever. And everybody told me to release in like March, April, and I said, nah, let's just be done with it. And note to self, don't release a movie in the winter anymore.
Yeah. Well,
Or during the college football playoffs.
Yep, that's another good
Oh
one.
yeah. You got to know your competition. Yeah.
You mean they don't want to skip football for Hazard?
I think some of the movie theaters were trying to generate revenue, and they were actually playing like the college football playoffs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
But 2 movies you've done are both. I want to say it's like Saving Private Ryan difficult. Like you don't want to call it entertaining, but at the end of him, you're moved, right? Like Mine 9, it was like that one there. If any of you guys haven't seen that one, that's a home theater movie. That when you watch that one in your theater, it's I mean literally about miners and a collapse and everything, and that's in 5.1. And is it even streaming anymore, Eddie?
I just got my rights back to it after years of distribution hell, and I put it up through an aggregator called Bitmax, so it's on like Amazon and iTunes now for rental.
Yeah, it says Prime for $3.99.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it.
It's an older movie.
Yeah,
I mean 2019, I guess older.
I have the Blu-ray. I bought the Blu-ray a while ago. John told me about it, and it was on Netflix at the time. And I think it was just about to come off on Netflix when John mentioned it. And I was like, all right, let me check this out. And it is, talk about home theaters, you're streaming this and it's like same thing. And we talked about on the show, what's it like to like, you're like filming these guys and like in these, you're supposed to like make it look like it's harrowing, but hopefully in real life it's not. But you did capture, and it's like you're on the edge of your seat, and it's like these subject matters that you're shooting, that you're telling stories about. It's like you're not walking out of there going, hey, that was on, but you are moved, and it's like you're capturing all that. It really is pretty amazing, and I'm like glad that I honestly I don't know if I would have heard of it otherwise. So I'm like glad I met like John, and then you get to find out about these things.
Yeah, there's a lot of us out there.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I know, and it's
DJ, I gotta run.
All right,
send me the link. I'll be up for some time, so I could definitely help back. But
okay,
I gotta go feed the family. They're waiting.
Gotta go fire up the grill. Okay.
Oh no, it's on the grill. It's cooking, so I gotta finish up and take it.
I wonder if I can get there on a flight before it's done.
Yeah. Yeah, before it's done, yeah, you can. But yeah, I'll be sure to definitely help back on and.
All right, I'll send the link out in a little bit. Okay. All right, thanks, buddy.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Ike.
See you later.
Have a good night. Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah,
later, buddy. Bye.
See ya. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off too, DJ. So it was great. Thank you for having us. Definitely appreciate you.
Thank you.
And send me the link also. I'll jump back on a little bit later.
Sounds how good. How late are you running? All the way until
6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Eastern time.
Oh man, I'll jump on whenever I'm at my third.
What do I got
wake
now?
Up in the middle of the night.
Yeah. What do I got now?
Break.
It's 6, so I got 9 hours left.
Dang, man.
That's it.
That's it. That's all you got.
That's it. Yeah,
I've
been going 16. What's another 9?
Yeah. I mean,
there you go.
Well, it was great meeting Johnny and Eddie.
Hey, nice.
I'm definitely going to check out both of those films for sure. I haven't seen them, so definitely.
Yeah, that sounds
check those out. Congratulations on those, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
So,
all right, thanks, Don.
Yeah, and I'll be heading out and let these guys obviously have the stage. So yeah, good to meet both of you guys, and
nice to meet you too.
I'll get the link from Don and Mike. So
sounds good.
I'll send
it's a party.
All right, guys. Later, guys.
Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
There we go. Now
we cleared out the room there, huh?
Yeah. Oh my God, it happens. Like it's so funny. Like people they've been on.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Why not? Can you hear me now? I can. My voice is going out. I know you can't. My voice. I could see it on the dots here. You can't hear me. Wow. All right.
Text him.
Anybody? No, I know you. I can hear you. You can't hear me.
We
I
can't
got
hear
that.
you.
Yeah, but can people in the chat hear me? Because I can see my little dots here going out.
He's still talking.
I'm answering you. Okay, so people in the chat can hear me.
Darth
Brooks, I can hear you. We
Yeah.
can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
You okay?
Wonder what happened.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened.
Here's a funny thing. Let me here's a, all right. John can't. Yeah, that's you. Here we go.
You want to
Mac computer
drop out and drop back in?
All right. Now here's the best part. Answer the phone, John.
Hey, DJ.
All right.
We can't hear you for some reason.
Yeah, but everybody can hear me and everybody can hear you.
Do you want us to drop out and drop back in?
Yeah. Well, I can actually do that. Let me remove you and see if that helps.
Okay. You're gonna remove us
and then
bring us back in.
Can you hear me now?
I can put it on the phone.
No. I'll hang up.
Let me just log out and log back in.
Yeah. Do that. Try that. Pop out.
I'm gonna go.
There we go. That's funny. It's like we can't hear you, and everybody can hear both in the chat. So YouTube, everybody can hear it, and they're like, "No, we can't hear. You're the only one that can't hear something." So that's why I tried to call him. So hopefully he'll pop back in. Let's see what happens here.
We can hear you now. We can.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dropped out and back in.
Yeah. And it was funny because people in the chat, everybody on YouTube was saying, "No, we can hear DJ. We can hear you guys. You guys we can't hear you." Yeah, that's a you thing, not us thing. And the funny thing is, I'm answering all your questions, and the two of you are looking at each other going, "Yeah, he's still talking."
I didn't know what you were doing. I didn't know there were people in the chat talking to him.
And that's why. Well, I called you, and I can add a call now here, so I could have added, but when I did, it kind of echoed out because we can hear both sides of it.
Okay.
So yeah, that was I should have just undone the other one, but yeah, that was funny. So, but all right, we're back. Everybody can hear everybody. Everybody's good. Okay, yeah. So, all right. So how's everything going, guys? How's everything okay there? You're in your parents' basement. Everything all good there?
They got some issues, but we're getting around pretty decent. My sister and brother help a lot. So.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So how many kids are in the family? How many brothers and sisters? I know you two.
Go ahead, Ed, answer your question.
There are four of us.
He's the youngest.
There's four of us.
Four of you. I'm one of four. I'm the oldest. Mm-hmm. What are you, John?
Second oldest.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
And Eddie, you're so what are the differences in age? How does it stagger out?
My sister's 5 years older than me, my older sister. And then my younger sister's 2 years younger than me. And then Eddie's 2 years younger than her. So we're pretty spaced out.
So it's 2, 2, 2, and 5.
So your parents went the opposite of mine. Mine is like, I'm the oldest. My next youngest sister is 2 years younger than me. My brother is 2 years younger than her. And then my youngest sister is 4 years younger than her.
Yeah.
So there's an 8-year gap there. And yeah.
So how's this been going for 16 hours? How are you holding up?
Very well. Very well. Like I say, every year it's like, it doesn't feel like 16.
Do you add an hour every year?
No. I'm not doing that.
48-hour podcast.
Yeah. Nope. It started as a 24-hour idea. And then I happened to pick this weekend, and it happened to be just because I was looking at the schedule and when I could do it the first year. And it turned out it was the weekend you set the clocks back. And I'm like, instead of rescheduling and avoiding it, I'm like, just go with it. Let's have fun. Instead of doing 24, we'll do 25 and call it a home theater dozen. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But so we went with that. And yeah. And I say it every time somebody asks me, like, how is it? How do you do that? And it's like, it's not me. It really is like you guys. It's everybody coming on and having the conversations and having people come in fresh and we're talking, and it's just like, it just keeps you energized. You know, it's like, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. You should do a big home theater countdown, like your best movies for home theater.
You do that at the end of the year.
Do you do that at the end of the year?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I do.
Nice.
Yeah. Home theater. We do the top 10. The three of us is me, John, and Steve. And we put our votes in, and then we come up with what we thought was the home theater experience of the year.
Oh, nice. Who won last year?
Let me see. I actually had it up. Let's see. Boom, boom.
And what's in the running this year?
Oh, geez. That's always tough. People ask you, like, so what is it this year? And you're like, all right, I got to remember. I've got Sinners is definitely in there. F1 is definitely in there. The new, definitely the new House of Dynamite with the Netflix. That's in there as a home theater experience. That was amazing. And 2024, there it is. Yeah, that was last year and the year before. Okay, there's my list. I'm trying to think of what else do we have in there. Yeah, F1, Sinners, Wolfman.
Is Tron Ares in there? I haven't seen it yet, but
which one?
Tron Ares. Have you seen that yet? Or not?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping that's in there. I'm hoping it comes out before the end of the year. That one might actually, that's one that's like, for me, like I might get it on Kaleidoscape before the end of the year, but it might not be on physical media. So it's not really eligible yet. You know what I mean? So, because we have strict guidelines to eligibility.
Well, if you're putting House of Dynamite in there, that's not coming out on physical media.
Well, but it's out to everybody.
Yeah.
That's the bet that you can't get that on physical media. So
right.
it's a stream. So that might be the first, as Steve and I was saying the other day, it might be the first one to win. We've had other streaming movies like Civil War stream? No, that was disc.
No, that was out in theaters.
Yeah. Rings of Power last year came in like, it was an honorable mention. Disclaimer was on Apple TV. That was an honorable mention as a stream. That last year, we didn't have any streams make the top 10. Let me see in 2023. None that year either. House of the Fall of Usher that year on Netflix. That one was an amazing home theater experience.
Probably one of the best I've heard on streaming, period.
So is Blu-ray that much better than streaming, you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
It's your physical media. You're not getting the same, like, we like the compression and where they're doing to save bandwidth. What I'm speculating is that everybody has a great display, right? You go out and most people have a 65, 75-inch display.
He doesn't.
4K, HD. Okay. I said most people. Okay. So the masses have the capability of seeing a great image, right? Not everybody has the ability to pull out like the audio, great audio, right? They'll have a sound bar or they'll have the TV speakers or something, but they'll have a great image, but it's only hooked up to maybe a sound bar at best, where the people that go nuts like us are the minority. So when streaming has a chance to, there we go. What about Warfare? Yep, that's another one that was in my top 10 so far this year. So thank you. See, thanks, Old School Kung Fu Films, 2670. Nice short name, rolls off the tongue. So when they're gonna stream these, where they can get away with shorting something for bandwidth, they're gonna take it. In my opinion, I think they're taking it from sound, knowing it's going to affect the least amount of people. And when you go into our theaters and you go into a room that's capable of both, and you play both versions, picture, you'll be like, that's better. It is better. It's like, it feels like the picture on physical media as opposed to a stream looks like it's just a slightly like cleaner window, right? Like it's a little bit on the stream. It's like a little bit like a dirty window, not much. It's a very minor difference, but there is a difference. But then when you do the audio and your audio levels are the same, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, here is the opening to Top Gun Maverick on disc, and you're like, and the bass and the dynamic range is huge. And then you go and do it on a stream, and it's like somebody put a little bit of cotton in your ears.
Well, the thing I noticed the most is I know my setup's not to the level of some people's, but I can really tell the difference in separation of a stream versus physical. You don't get the speaker separation, different layers of sound as much as you do.
Oh, because it's crushed.
It just doesn't exist. I mean,
you think that like the Tarantinos and the Spielbergs and all them would bitch and moan like they do about film, because they always want to shoot on film, and IMAX and that stuff, that they would actually bitch where, you know, we got to push for Blu-ray more.
Some of them are. They are getting into it. You got Christopher Nolan does his push for it. He loves physical media. He's pushing for stuff like that. I think James Cameron has done some spots for that. They do a little bit, and then, but see, here's the thing: is they used to before. Do you remember when wasn't Scorsese and Spielberg to a degree too? They were like, when Netflix was starting to make some really good original content, and it was like starting to be, they were saying like, "Oh, this stuff isn't real. This can't be, can't be up for a competition for an Oscar or whatever." It's like, that's not real. They were actually downplaying it because they were looking down on streaming, like, Netflix and stuff. But that was like 5-8 years ago.
Now they all took the bag.
They all took the contracts, and they're all like, "Oh yeah." They're like, "Look, we can do this with streaming." And it's like, you know what I mean?
Warner Brothers won't give me $100 million. Hey, Netflix, will you? Sure.
Yeah, exactly. We'll give you a contract. We'll give you a contract to do this many. Boom, done. And it's funny how that changed.
Well, they pushed for filmmaker mode. A lot of them did. But Eddie's right. They haven't pushed in the same way for higher fidelity sound. And, that's hopefully somebody.
And it's really weird. Like when you watch a movie, you can have sort of really crappy visuals, but if the audio is amazing, you can get through it. But I don't care how good your video is. If your audio sucks, no one's going to watch that movie for 5 minutes.
Yeah. But here's where they're caught with, say they talk bad and or not even talk bad. They tell you how good physical media is, right? So now you have Scorsese coming out and like, you need physical media. You need to get this to pull out all the audio. You haven't said a word about streaming, but now you're making people like, oh, so this isn't good enough. So I can't do it. And they're talking down to who's paying their bills. They're talking down about the product, that it's like, they just want these people to see the movie. So it is, to me, it's a rare person like a Christopher Nolan that will come out and go, "I don't want you to watch my stuff on streaming. I want you to watch it on physical media." Or even more so, like, "I want you to see it in the theaters. I want you to see it this way." And like, they don't, if you promote one, you're putting down the other, and they don't want to be putting down the majority of their audience, because most people, we're the minority. Most people don't do what we do with the theaters.
No, the sound's plenty good enough for most people. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Go on.
There's just really not a bad staticky track anymore. Everything's clear. You're just not getting all the dynamic range and separation, which doesn't matter if you're watching on a television or a sound bar that just has minimal speakers so much.
Yeah. And to be fair, it's like, Eddie, there's people with rooms that have dedicated rooms that maybe haven't done the calibration or haven't done room treatments or whatever, and they're not capable of hearing that difference. The room just isn't set up for that. They might have the whole setup. And it's like, I've talked to people like that and said, I've heard people say, "Look, I have this system here and there is no difference." Okay. You just haven't been able to pull it out. It's there. You just haven't achieved that level yet. And I'm not trying to talk down to these people, but.
Yeah, I remember I told you, like, when Mine 9 came out, we played tons of theaters, and I probably went to 20 of them. 90, they were all different. There wasn't one movie theater that was the same, and they are all mediocre at best. And the very best quality for sound and video was an independent theater in Chicago. And it was the only Blu-ray theater I played at. And they played the movie off Blu-ray, and they had their surround dialed in. It was probably about a 80-seat theater, and it was the Facet Cinematheque, and they showed nothing but like indies. And it was awesome. It was the best experience. And everything else was like multiplexes and stuff. So like the best was Blu-ray in a semi-small theater with great audio.
Yeah. Yeah. And you need that, you know, the owner of that theater, that's what they're trying to go for. They're cultivating that audience. They want people that appreciate the good audio to go along with the picture. And it's like, you know, the other theater, the big chain theaters, they don't really care. But and to a degree, it's not their fault because they don't have enough people complaining to make them change their ways. You know, you get, if we all march up there today and be like, all right, I want this, and be like, okay, we were talking about it earlier today. It's like, okay, the percentage of people, there's like 10 of us to like 100 of them. And be like, okay, 10 people want this and it's going to be really expensive to do. But these 100 people are really happy with what we have because they just don't know any better. And
they also need to complain about high ticket prices and expensive food and sticky floors.
Sticky floors, other moviegoers that aren't being respectful and they're doing letting the kids run around with light up shoes on. It's all sorts of things. It's like
what was
going
the movie,
to the movies
John?
is tough.
Oh, Minecraft.
The Minecraft movie where kids would literally throw stuff at the screen.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. You heard about that. At Minecraft, when they do chicken jockey, there was a scene where they did chicken jockey, and people, it was all over the world, really. People just start throwing cups and popcorn and everything when they said chicken jockey. And my son went to a screening, and it
was like a TikTok thing. Where like kids
in a theater near us, about an hour away, and a kid brought a live, not my son, but a kid in the audience brought a live chicken to the screening.
And he got in?
Yeah. Or maybe he wasn't there, but it was in the news. That's what it was. Now, the kids at the screen he went were just as bad. Some of them got thrown out and stuff like that. But no, somebody brought a live chicken to the screening of Minecraft.
How do you sneak in what do you say? It's your therapy chicken?
They just put it under their coat and then they went.
A chicken. A live one.
Look it up on YouTube. They have videos of them holding it up when they yell chicken jockey.
Oh my God.
It was a mess. But that movie made so much money, they put up with it. It made a lot of money in the theaters, and it's nothing. I've never watched it, but it made money. It was probably one of the most profitable movies this year.
Oh, maybe. I know it took a bit to make that, though. That's high CGI, isn't it?
I don't know, but it made a ton of money. I'd say it made more than the Superman movie did. I would bet.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
I have to look that up.
It was. It made a lot of money. I could be wrong, but
was the Superman movie? You didn't like it, right?
No, I didn't care for it.
I love having you two sitting next to each other. You're looking at
he didn't.
Like a married couple. What do you think? You tell them. I'm not going to tell them. You tell them. It's great.
I think Minecraft made it a lot.
Let's see. Superman.
We could do a spinoff on your platform.
You two? Oh, yeah. So. Absolutely.
I'm totally joking.
Yeah.
A guy that has no TV and a guy that cares about this stuff.
Yeah. The movie maker that doesn't own a TV and his brother with a home theater. Like,
we're getting a TV soon.
Oh, look at you.
My son is 10 and he's
welcome to the 50s.
Yeah.
Let's see. Details. Where's box office? Budget for Superman was $225 million. That's nothing. It was a little above your last one, right there, Eddie?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I didn't even do the 25.
Yeah. Opening weekend, it made $125 million. Gross worldwide so far, it's made $615 million. Okay. So that was Superman. And what we were doing, the other one
Minecraft.
was Minecraft. All right, let me plug that bad boy in. Minecraft. Oh,
Minecraft couldn't have cost $225
a Minecraft movie. I don't know. Maybe not because it didn't have the stars, but actually the people in Superman weren't big stars either, though, to be honest. A budget was $150 million, so $75 million less. Opening weekend, $162 million. Gross worldwide, almost $1 billion, $957
Yeah, it made
million.
a ton of money. A ton.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they put up with a lot of bad behavior.
Yeah.
I think they made a ton because of the bad behavior.
They did.
It was like a TikTok
It
thing.
became a trend just to go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like the Rocky Horror Picture Show when I was in college.
So 75 million less, and it made 300 million more to date.
Yeah.
So
that's good business.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, the Oscar movie this year that's and what is it? Another Battle. Oh my gosh.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, the one
Paul Thomas Anderson's new movie. Another
with,
Battle Every Day, is that it?
The one Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah.
That one.
I mean,
yeah. What the heck was that one? But yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
It's a Battle Every Day, Another Battle. I don't know. I should know. I just saw the movie.
It's called Another Battle.
Another Battle? I don't think so. I think it's longer than that.
Is it?
Point being is that movie's phenomenal. Absolutely out of this world phenomenal. However, it cost $175 million to make, and then probably another 75 or 100 to produce, and it will make, it will lose 100 million.
Oh, really?
Big time, and it's going to win the Oscars. I mean, it's a normal, non-Marvel live-action movie that cost those budgets.
I'm looking for it's not coming up on the Leonardo DiCaprio. How is that possible?
Just put Another Battle. I mean, it's the biggest movie in the world this year.
Yeah. Why
for critics.
For critics. Well, I mean, for critics. And for audience scores.
Oh my God. One battle after another.
One battle after another. That's it.
Yeah.
Point being is their budget is crazy. I don't know how these movies make money unless it's like make $1 billion or make nothing.
Make something for young people, because I mean they'll go out in droves if it's something they want to see.
Oh yeah, that's the thing is if you can get kids to go, they'll want to go repetitive multiple times, right? And and the parents will be happy to do it. So if you can find something entertaining for kids, I don't know why my eyes all of a sudden just burning like crazy. I was like looking at the computer. I'm like, how the heck this hasn't happened before? This is a new one. My voice didn't give out. My eyes did. I can't see. Yeah, but yeah, you want to make some money. You get kids involved and get kids that want to hound their parents and be like, all right, I'll take you to see it. And
I'm talking about young people, because most people like in their 20s and late teens, they watch stuff on their phones or whatever. Yep. So they don't have a home theater to go back to, or even probably a big TV and go into the movie. If it's something they want to see, like a horror movie or something like that, they'll just go. Mm-hmm. That's why those horror movies do so well. They don't cost much to make.
Yeah.
And you get the younger people going out, and that's really the lifeblood of the film industry as far as profitability anymore, is horror movies and anything that young people want to watch.
Yeah.
And your blockbusters are lucky to break even.
Yeah, it's a fine mix of being able to find something that is going to translate to a large audience, and you got to get like what Titanic did, where women want to see it for the love story, men want to see it for the disaster part of it or the technology part of it, and that's where you're going to make a lot of money that way. I think like the Barbieheimer or whatever, Oppenheimer and Barbie going head to head. You had the same idea, but it was two movies, and people were like, "Oh my God, everybody's going to the movies that weekend." But now it's creating such a buzz. There was a crossover that people that maybe not would go see Barbie are like, "All right, I'll switch over." And the people that wouldn't see Oppenheimer that saw Barbie were like, "All right, I got to see what the talk is here." But you can't plan for that. You can't put out two movies and hope that it's just a freak thing that happened.
That was just a marketing accident that happened.
Yeah.
They just had a marketing thing of two big movies coming out for Warner Brothers, and they same studio made those movies, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they did. Because no one was working for Warner Brothers then.
And you can't plan. If you tried to plan that, it wouldn't go off that way. It was an accident, and it's just that's how some of the best things happen, and it's like, whoops, but look at what happened, I think I'm Maverick.
But if Titanic came out today, DJ, even though you said that, I don't think in this climate it would make 50% of what it made back then. I don't.
Maybe
Minus
not.
Christopher Nolan, if you just said I'm making a historical drama about Titanic, they would say turn it into a TV series on Netflix. No one's, I hear it all the time. Like, no one's making the $20-50 million drama that's on. Sinners sort of broke that mold, right? But they got vampires and shit in it, so
they had younger people. Because it's a horror movie.
Yeah,
marketed that way. Somewhat.
And everybody likes Michael B. Jordan and all of them.
Yeah, but again, Sinners is an original movie. I don't know.
No, that's true. That's true.
It is hard to come out with something that's original nowadays. That's going to be like, oh my God, how did it? What they did.
That was my point of Another Battle Every Day. It was like an original movie. They actually gave a budget of like a Marvel movie to, and it was like a colossal. Though it's probably going to win the Oscar. It was a colossal financial failure.
Yeah. But it's, again, I haven't seen that one yet, but I do want to. I already bought it. I pre-purchased it already on Kaleidoscape, but I wasn't able to see it in the theater, but I do want to see that one. So that's intriguing that you're saying it's like an original type movie. It's like,
dude, it's so good. You know who Paul Thomas Anderson is? Are you a fan?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not his opus or anything like that, but it is. I don't know where the budget went, but it was just great. The acting was great. DiCaprio, everybody else. Like, you watch it and it's like it's an action movie. Who's the guy who makes all those cool action movies? Edgar Wright?
Yeah.
Edgar Wright would make that movie for a fraction of the budget.
Oh, well. For a
Meaning
fraction
like
of the
30
budget?
million. He'd make it for $30 million. He does crazy stuff for $30 million.
Yeah. I'm looking here, yeah. But have either of you seen House of Dynamite?
I saw it, DJ. Didn't like it.
Really?
I know.
You're one of the other few.
I'm in the minority. And I love political thrillers and I love all that stuff, but just didn't do it for me.
What didn't you like about it without spoiling it?
It was like watching the last 15 minutes of the movie over and over and over, almost like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I could see that. I understand it.
I just not enough character interaction, character building. You just jump from one set to the other. I just didn't. I understand the concept of what they were doing, and a lot of people like it. I know I'm in the minority, but it just didn't have enough character interaction for me, or action or anything. And
that's one of the things that I liked about it is it felt like an action movie to me, but it's not. It's a drama, but you're on the edge of your seat. You're paying attention. The tension is so high. Mm-hmm. The way, and it's, if you're not feeling that, then you're not going to get it. And I got like Rich Keefe's coming on at midnight. He's coming up from hashtag. I heard him. He said on his show, he's like, it's like the worst movie of the year to him.
Yeah. I don't think it's the worst movie of the year. I just didn't.
Who's in it and what is it? I've heard of it and I hear it's amazing. I just haven't.
Yeah, so who are the people that are in
Rebecca
it?
Ferguson's in it.
Rebecca Ferguson, Idris Elba.
The guy from Night Agent or whatever. I don't know his name. On Netflix, that TV show.
Yeah.
And then the one guy from Foundation that runs Foundation, he was the Secretary of State.
Oh yeah.
But then I'll tell you the other one, but I don't remember his name.
Yeah, but the movie's about, it's basically.
Why can't you say his name?
Because it's a spoiler.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah,
he's cool.
Yeah. So, but the movie's about it's in the synopsis, but there's a nuclear launch, and they're not sure what's going to happen. How do they handle it? Is it a rogue? Is it this? What country did it? And all that. And it's like basically our response to what happens. And at the beginning of the movie, they start to tell you like, oh, okay, it seems normal. And that's what's weird at the beginning of the movie. They're like, oh yeah, don't worry. When this happens, we do this. Wait, what? Like this? How often does this happen? And then as it plays out, you're like, okay, this is serious and stuff like that. So you know, that's not a spoiler at all, but you see their responses to this, what the real world, like how people act in these situations. Like this is a real world situation. This is a real, like,
that sounds amazing.
Yeah,
you might like it.
Just because I don't have a clue what we would do if a nuclear attack happened.
Well, what you find out in this movie is nobody does. It's like right?
Pandemic.
Yeah, and it's like, all right, we've prepared, and there's lines in it where like we've prepared for this. Yeah, but I didn't think it was going to happen. You know, and but you can see it's like this is how real people respond in these situations, and like you learn, you know, watching these characters, and that's like John said, there isn't a lot of character development. But that's kind of the point of the movie is like, you can know who you are as a person, right? And be like, this is who I am. And I want to be, and I had Omar on, he's been on my show multiple times. He was just on earlier today, and he's a cop that he went into, you know, a horrible situation and ran in, and no matter what, it's like, that's what he was going to do. And I was talking about the cop that at the school, there was a school shooting, and the cop is at the school and the shooting starts, and that one cop that's there to protect the kids is like, I'm out. And he ran.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was in Florida.
Yeah. So
his sister lives there.
Yeah. And it's like, everybody's looking at that cop going, what are you doing? You're a coward and you did this. Well, that's kind of a lot of what's going on in this movie is like, that poor guy, and Omar agreed with this, is like, that poor guy, he signed up to be a cop. He wanted to do his job. This is what he wanted to dedicate his life to, but you don't know until you're in that situation what your reaction is going to be. And that's kind of like you said, John, not a lot of character development, but you don't need it. I want to see what the character, or this movie's showing what the character is of these people in that literally 15 minutes or whatever it is. Right. And that to me is what, it could be a defining moment of your life. If something happens in your life that it's like what happened to that cop, that's a defining moment in your life. Everything up until then, you thought you were the guy that's going to run in. And then all of a sudden something happens and you're like, oh wait, I'm going the wrong way.
It's just like
that's who you are.
Ditch certain characters. They like the lady from FEMA. It looks like she's going to play a big part in the movie, and nothing developed from that part at all.
Well, yeah. And it's like, but see, now I can get into spoilers. I'm like, but yeah, that's why it's like, I need input from this person. I need input from this person. It's like, to me, it's just fascinating on everything that's in place. And there were articles about it that said how realistic this is. This is kind of the way it would go down. And there are people like, now you've seen the movie, and I read an article about it and saying like presidents will reenact this stuff. And there's only been one president in the article I read. There's only been one president that actually took part in the reenactment, so that's how they practice for it. Right. Jimmy Carter has been the only president to actually play the role of the president in the acting out of these scenarios. All the other presidents were like, no, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be there. If I have to make this decision on these days, it's going to be that decision I make on that. There's no way you can prepare for this.
No.
But what a shallow way of not wanting to prepare to the best of your ability prior to.
See, I would go in the other direction, in that when you're practicing, it's practice. And your decision making, and when you see this movie and you see the stuff that the decision making that goes into it, wow. And you can't practice for that, because if you know it's practice, then it's practice. And you're like, oh, okay, this is what I would do. But then when that decision is literally on the line and there's millions of lives on the line, this isn't fake. You could have practiced that a million times. Your decision I don't think is going to be exactly the same, because you could tell somebody in a book, this is the right decision. But then when it comes to actually, whether pulling the trigger or not pulling the trigger or whatever you're going to do, there's a big difference there.
Well, there's a reason they say Jimmy Carter was the greatest president of all time.
There is.
I'm joking. They say he's the worst.
I know. There's a reason. I was like, oh, okay.
However, I live in Atlanta, and he's from there, and he's done a lot of wonderful things post presidency for the city.
Oh, really?
From museums to solar farms to everything. He's actually a pretty cool dude. Post, I mean, he's dead now, but post.
He's really cool now.
Post
chilly even.
Post presidency. I don't know anything about Jimmy Carter as a president. I wasn't even alive, but
yeah, he was the only president that wrote to me. I was a kid in school. Yeah, no, he didn't write to me, but you'd do that thing as a class. You'd write into the president, and then you'd get something back. And we all got a letter back with his signature on it and everything. So he was I think I still
was that before AutoPen though, DJ?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was.
that was an Amway coupon your parents bought.
Yeah, no, it was legit.
With the Amway Jimmy Carter response letter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but to a kid, I was. Let's see, Carter was 76 to 80, so I was 6 to 10 years old at the time. So whatever grade I was in at the time, and you sent it, and you got, the presidential seal embossed on the paper, his signature, his hand signed on the bottom. Who knows who did it? But it was like, that was cool as a kid. You're getting that from the president. Nobody else but I never wrote to another one after that either. But if I wrote now, I bet you I'm not getting a letter back.
You get the AutoPen back.
You get the Jimmy Carter AutoPen.
Yeah, I still will get the Jimmy Carter right now.
Well, if you want to test for long bass tones, though, that's your movie. That movie had some long bass tones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Some of their transitions, the screen goes black, and you're just like setting the tone.
For like 5 minutes.
So I haven't seen the new Tron movie either, but Trent Reznor, I mean, they give the credit to Nine Inch Nails, but I heard it was the thing, but they did all the score for it, and I hear it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I've heard the movie's amazing because of that, and then I've heard people saying the movie's horrible because of it, because it's just a long Nine Inch Nails video.
What I heard was the movie's not good, but the music actually makes it worth watching. You know what I mean? Like it. Yeah. Just like I said, you can have bad video and give me good audio, and we can get through it. Yeah. Give me bad audio and good video, you can't get through it.
Yeah, it's a little tougher. Yeah, absolutely. And so I am looking for. I think it's going to be, and see in that one there, I think the video is going to be amazing too. In the home with the HDR, the high contrast of the deep blacks, and then you have that just in the trailers alone, the red, like the what do you call them, the bikes there, that
light cycles.
Thank you. I might draw in blank. I just think the video is going to be amazing. I think the home theater experience of that is going to be amazing. And now you add in that that awesome soundtrack to the movie. It's probably multiple viewings, and it for me it could be another one of those movies where you go, that was amazing, and everybody going, the movie stunk, what are you talking about? It's like, come watch it in my theater. You probably won't. It's greatly enhanced by the home theater experience, where the story might not be as good. Oh well.
I watched the new Roadhouse movie from a few years ago.
I liked it.
At Johnny's house.
I liked it.
And I thought it was the greatest movie in the world just from the audio and shit. I was like, hey, Conor McGregor doesn't hurt. I was like,
oh my God.
Awesome. Then I go talk to anybody else in the world, and they're like, are you on drugs?
Yeah.
Why did you like that movie? Like,
who are you, Conor McGregor? You sound like an idiot.
Yeah, it's that experience that you guys set up.
It's just fun. I mean, it's just a fun movie.
Yeah. I loved it too. I love that movie too. And that's another one. The guys from #Dork, they hated it. And I talked about it on the show. They were like, that is the worst. Why? Well, first off, they hated it before they saw it. Why would you remake that movie? Okay, well, why not? It's Roadhouse. It's not like it's Gone with the Wind and it's a classic or something. Right? We're talking Roadhouse here. The original was corny. The guy's driving down the road in a Bigfoot truck. It's like the original is corny as hell. So what's wrong with redoing that? But yeah, I loved it. And again, the experience in the theater. Oh my God, that was a blast. And Conor McGregor. Yeah, Conor McGregor. They were like, he's an idiot. He's acted like an idiot. No, actually, that was Conor McGregor. He wasn't acting. That was the problem. Like, if you don't know who he is, you're like,
that movie too.
Who's that?
Jake Gyllenhaal was killer in it.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's been jacked before, but yeah, he was awesome in that movie, and I loved the attitude, right?
Yeah.
Like I thought the way Swayze did it, it was a little different. I liked how they did it in this movie, where in Swayze's movie he was smaller, and it was like, you had the line of like, oh, you're a lot smaller than I thought you were going to be, whereas Jake Gyllenhaal had the reputation ahead of time. It was a different reputation and how they played that off, but still he had that calmness and the sarcasm and handle. I really enjoyed it.
Donnie Darko versus Dirty Dancing.
Yeah.
He burned his house down in that. He burned Patrick Swayze's house to the ground.
It was Patrick Swayze was in that movie. Oh, shit. There you go.
Yeah.
So I guess
there
we
you go.
got that fight.
Yep. Wow. That's funny.
There's the connection.
Yep. Look at you.
Well,
Eddie,
if you
and
want
you don't own a
good on
TV.
stream- What's that?
I said, Eddie, and you don't even own a TV.
No.
We're trying to own it. I want to own a TV. It's just a wife.
Oh. What? Like, was she trying to keep you like in the dark ages or something? Or are you not talking to her or something?
We both stare at screens all day for life. And
yeah,
when we get home, we don't want to be staring at screens. And we got a 10-year-old who, now that he's 10, he wants a screen. But prior to that, it was like not just to have screens all day. And I'm actually fine with it because I watch stuff on here. I'm the opposite of you all. However, if I wish I had your all's setups.
Get the new Apple iPods. Those things sound really good.
Yeah.
I live in downtown Atlanta, like space
Earpods,
and
those things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They sound really good.
John, have you set them up with your glass? You have the glasses.
Yeah, I got them. I'm
Have
going to
you-
use them this week finally.
Have you let Eddie try them?
No.
Oh, see? Eddie, get yourself a set of these glasses. Your wife won't even know you have a TV. It's like you'll just be sitting down and be like, honey, I'm going to take a nap. Why is there a cord there?
What are they? What glasses are they?
They're kind of like VR glasses, except they just show you like a 140 to 200 inch screen.
Oh, wow.
It looks like you're wearing sunglasses, but you've got full, like you said, like 140, 150 inch screen. And if you put in the Apple, like I use the AirPod Pros, and it's just, I mean, you get spatial audio. It is really, really good.
It's really good.
Yeah, I've
Really
been looking to buy those the Ray-Bans where you can record with 4K. They look amazing, and you can project like your movies, your home screen, everything.
Yep. Yeah, that's what these are. They're like I have the Vituras. You have the X1s, right?
Yeah,
John?
and you can get a camera for the X1s now that goes right in the middle. They have that.
Yeah, that's not, obtrusive. Nobody will notice that as you're walking around.
No.
Yep.
It's pretty small.
It's not exactly discreet, but yeah, I like them just for like on the go, and you can just, I wouldn't use them in place of my theater, but where you don't have a TV, maybe you could start there.
Yeah, your podcast would have to change.
Yeah.
Home theater's out.
Home theater's out. Well, I'll talk about that if that's all I had for the time being. Like when I go, like I'll go on a trip on the weekend or away for the week or whatever, and come back, I'll be like, all right, this week on the glasses, right, John? I'll be like, this week on the glasses, this is what I watched.
Then you can't wait to get back to compare the glasses experience to this home theater experience.
Yep.
So last time we talked, you had a garage. You were in the second story of a garage, and you were redoing the whole thing.
No, he's building a house.
He's building a house.
Still building.
You're still building.
Still building.
I'm gonna ask you, but you were building like your dream.
Yes, still building.
Okay.
Oh yeah, still building the house, and now I sold my other house, and now I'm in a friend's house, and she let me take one room of her house and convert it into a theater. So I still got a viable show, Eddie. So it's, but
now I was excited to see it. I remember seeing the room. You showed the space.
Yeah, I showed you guys the space and everything when we did the audio. Yeah, so still building. Hopefully in the next few months we'll be done with the house, and then that's when the construction of the theater will really pick up. I mean, the room is constructed now. The home theater room is framed out and everything right now. So But yeah, so I'm just going to get the house done. And when you're doing stuff yourself, because, it's, things slow down because
did you ever
I'm
get
not
the
a
little
builder.
theater project operable, the car trailer or whatever it was that your son
we still, Meg and Greg still have that, but
did you ever try it?
Oh yeah, I've tried it. It's great.
Is it really?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say, again, you wouldn't do this. I would say it's
you don't even know what he did. Explain to Eddie what they did.
They took, let me see if I can find a picture of it for you. They took it's basically a camper, a little, the little round bubble campers that you'd throw behind a car, not a truck, but it's like
a pop-up.
Yeah, but this one doesn't pop up. It's like egg-shaped if you look at it from the side. Yeah.
Called raindrop?
Something like that.
Raindrop campers or something?
And so they took that and they were like, here, we'll put this in the backyard for you and you can just go into it. And Greg set this whole thing up. He had a mini projector in the back. You lay down and they put up a screen. I can't remember what size screen it was that's in there. But then he set the whole thing up with a receiver, 5 channels, a projector, and all this. And it's like, it's like where there's a will, there's a way, And he's like, well, and you can plug it in. It's got AC. So, I mean, because it's a camper. So you either plug it in the backyard. And I was like, at the time I was working on the deck and I didn't want anything to fall on it. So I'm like, when that's done, we'll put it under there. But then in the meantime, I had to move out of the other house and I got a bunch of stuff under the deck and I don't really have a place on the lot yet to drop it in, but pretty soon I will and drop that in and I'll be doing a ton of work there. So I'll take a break, go in, watch a movie in there. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I never heard you hear you review anything that you watched in there. So
no, we just tested it out and but it's fun. And it's, again, it's not your ideal home theater setup, but it falls in the line of like, don't tell me you can't have a theater. 'Cause look at this. Right. And it's like, from what I've experienced in the theaters that I've been in and the theaters that I've had, it's like, okay, well, yeah, of course it's a step down from that, but it is fun. Oh, there he is. There's Greg. He said it's a 55-inch screen and you're literally like, what? Your body length away from it. Because your feet are right up at the end of it and you're laying back and you're like, okay. And you're looking at the screen. It's huge. It's awesome. So, yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. It's like, again, like I said, no excuses. You want a theater, you can have a theater. It's like,
on a similar note, there's these cool, they call them micro cinemas where they come in like on sort of a bigger RV and they're like, really like nice handcrafted wood, probably like 20-seat theaters, 15-seat theaters.
Oh, wow.
Like nice screen. They pull up and wedding parties, anybody can like rent these things out. They seem very, very cool. Just like changing up the theatrical experience, but they're essentially just your all's home theaters on wheels.
On wheels. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Or like a small group
I haven't
of people
seen
can rent
that.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always wanted, I wanted to do stuff like that. Like we have a Oktoberfest here, and a couple of years ago, I wanted to do set up a tent. It's outside. It's an outdoor festival, Oktoberfest, and do something like, all right, look, I'm going to demonstrate home theater. And you could do that out in a tent and you put everything out there. And then because a lot of people don't know what home theater is. And all I need is a little generator running off to the side or something, and you power this up and people would come in and you just do demos and people would be blown away. And you're under a 12 by 12 little pop-up tent or something. And you set up a temporary little theater. There's so much stuff you can do, and people because they don't know about most of this stuff, they're easily impressed, and it's not until you've been into it for a while where you're like, that's where you start to understand, like, oh, okay, now I see the differences. But you bring this to people and they're going to be like, oh my God. Instead of you show them, like, I've been doing this for over, like, almost 40 years. What I'm going to put in is like most people can't appreciate. And then you tell them what it took. That's like a non-starter, right? They're like, oh, forget it. Yeah, I can't have that. That's crazy. I'm not going to do all that work. But you do something simple that can blow them away. And then years later, they end up getting into more and more of it, So that's how you get people into it, not with the big stuff. So
I hear you. It's cooler too.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, Eddie, like you're saying, like these trailers that are driving around or whatever, we're not supposed to have these things. You're not supposed to have a theater in your home. I say it all the time. And it's like, here we are planting it in, I want this in the home. So it's like, that to me is like, you have a theater in your home? What are you talking about? And they don't believe you. And then they come out and they go, oh, wow, you actually have a theater in your home. And that's the big wow factor right there. Never mind the performance of it and everything like that. But it's, actually having the theater. Usually it's like, that's the unique thing to a lot of people. So
I think it's awesome. Like I love coming home and watching movies at his place. Better than movie theaters.
Yep. Talked about that earlier today. Yeah.
What's your 3D thing you played for me that one time?
Oh, IMAX Under the Sea.
Oh, okay.
That's the best 3D as far as a demonstration you can get.
It was unbelievable, man. Like, I mean, there was fish like floating from the TV to the out where I was at. Like, it was awesome.
I want to say, did Paul talk about that one? Have you listened to the Takeover Tuesday that came out on Thursday?
No,
John?
I didn't. I didn't know one. I listened to the one that came out earlier this week.
I bet you
IMAX Under the Sea is the best demonstration disc there is, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, let me look and see. It might be in the show notes for that.
What was that on even?
It was an IMAX movie.
But you played it on a device that they don't make any. It was a TV.
3D TV. Yeah. 3D I still have. I watched Friday the 13th 3D last night on it.
Oh, nice. Are you into that, the 3D stuff on the TV?
I was.
I don't
when I have my projector, it's like I could do 3D, and I got into that for quite a while. My projector that I had was the first projector that could do 3D, and I started like buying up all the movies, and I was like, oh my God. I think on a big screen that, over 100 inches, you get into that 3D, you can really get the full immersion.
You don't need that for IMAX Under the Sea. You could
really?
have this, and it would just still be right out here in your face. It's total. Everything's pop out, but it's crystal clear.
Let me see. Oops. Oh, that was just playing out. You guys didn't hear it, but I'm trying to get to the show notes here on on my computer. Trying to find the show notes, but it would have it in it on what movie. Everything you're saying, John, sounds exactly like Paul was saying the other day. And he's like, this is like, some of these 3D movies, they'll have a little bit of interaction. Like,
this was like just being in the ocean.
Yeah. I think that was the one he was talking about. But that's awesome. So that's good. You're still playing 3D. I haven't played a 3D movie
that was
in a
the
while.
first one I wanted to watch. I had bought the Turbine edition of Friday the 13th 3D that Turbine redid, because they had the earlier version that was in the box set, and then Turbine went and redid the 3D, and the 3D was good on it. It's very strong 3D. There's still some doubling and stuff like that at certain points, but it had a 5.1 audio track that was pretty dang good, to be honest with you. I don't know if they redid that part of it too or not, but it was better than most of them for those types of aged movies as far as a 5.1 track.
Okay, here's Paul's perfect picks. That's what we called it. So right here in the show notes, and the show notes are done by AI, so maybe it missed it, but he was talking, if you like 3D, here's a couple that he listed. It was Ben Stassen's 3D Sammy's Adventure.
I've heard about that one. I don't have it.
Okay, that one he said, and Thunder and the House of Magic. Oh, Sammy's Adventure and Thunder and the House of Magic.
Never heard of that.
Okay, so those were two. I'd have to go back and listen. I swear he was talking about the one that you were talking about. Maybe it didn't make it. Oh no, yeah, those are, and then he had some Disney Nature winners for picture and stuff. But yeah, for 3D, those are the ones that I have here on the list. So, but yeah.
Not 3D. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was going to say, when was the last time you watched how long ago was that, guys?
What's that?
Just a year 3D, or two ago, right?
Oh, was it? Yeah, you just watched.
I think we
that
showed
3D
Luca.
one?
Yeah,
we showed my kid like last Christmas or something like that.
Yeah.
It blew my mind that even existed still.
Yep.
It was that good.
It's there. It's not. I mean, it's not a lot of projectors are still doing it. Definitely not a lot of displays are doing 3D anymore.
Just 3D displays that you buy specifically for that they have now.
Yeah.
Glasses free ones. I've never tried.
You know, without 3D, I'm not even thinking about that. The greatest thing I've seen at John's house was the Blu-ray remake, not remake, what's it called where they recolor everything for Escape from New York.
Oh, Escape from New York 4K.
The Escape from what's it called? Redux?
Apocalypse Now?
No, not that. It was the Escape from New York, but they recolor graded and 4K. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Unbelievable.
The 4K of Escape from New York.
Yeah, it was the 4K.
No, I haven't seen that one.
It was like it was made yesterday on like a good audio and video.
Yeah.
Like it looked like it was brand new. That was years ago. We watched that still.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. You can, when they redo a movie now, that you can do something like we were talking about. Remember Terminator?
Yeah.
And it was like that, obviously from '84, and they completely redid that one, and it's like that. It looks like it could have been shot today. It's so good, and it makes you like, oh my god. It's like, why? And then other movies will come out from the same time period, and you're like, why can't you do that to that one? It's like,
yeah, why not? Yeah.
And there's been a lot of releases like Tombstone this year. They redid and did a good job. And some other ones as well.
Tombstone was really good. That one we've been waiting on for a long time. Tombstone. Terminator 2. Terminator as well.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon turned out pretty well, finally.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got the not uncut, but
director's cut.
The director's cut of it, which was really good to get that. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, that was what's the next one you want, John?
The next disc I want?
Yeah, for 4K. Next one to be upgraded.
Well, I'd like to see the rest of the Lethal Weapon movies upgrade because 2's my favorite one.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping if they finally do release the 5th Lethal Weapon movie, that they reissue all of them. That's really what I want.
Yeah.
Is Lethal Weapon 2 and all that.
Yeah, that would be
Which
good.
I think will come. Warner seems to release one, then release the rest of them in a box set, like they did with Rocky, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the trying to think of like now that we've had, like I said, Tombstone, we got Abyss. I'm trying to think of like big movies that we don't have yet. I know they're out there. I'm just going blank right now. I'm trying to think of, and somebody will say one and I'll be like, yep, there you go. Forgot about that one. It's like somebody did mention one recently. Oh, have you heard about the new Star Wars?
You said that on the podcast the other day, yeah.
Yeah, talking about that. And Star Wars they're gonna release in 4K, but the original cut, the original version of it. So that I guess is probably the biggest thing I'm looking forward to right now.
Yeah, me too. But that's not for a while yet, is it? It's a couple of years.
2027. Yeah. The 50th anniversary. Yeah.
They haven't done that yet?
Lucas hated the original cut, so when he redid the special edition, he didn't want anybody to see the original cut anymore.
There's one. Paul Hurt, From Dusk Till Dawn.
That's a good one.
That'd be a good one to do.
They're releasing a lot of them now, but they're releasing so many of them, and they're like $44. And like, I like it, but I don't like it that much.
Yeah. It's, hang on a second. Waiting for the
Dusk Till Dawn would be amazing to see that redone.
But it won't have Atmos.
You never know.
He doesn't do Atmos, does he? In any of his movies?
Oh yeah, Quentin Tarantino. Well,
that's Rodriguez.
That's Rodriguez.
They both directed.
Tarantino's in it.
Yeah, Tarantino directed the first half, and Rodriguez did the second half. That was like the one movie they directed together and wrote together.
Yeah. Which one was that? Sorry.
From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
They directed that together. I believe, I could be absolutely wrong, but I believe they both directed that together.
Okay, I thought he wrote it, or maybe they wrote it together and Rodriguez directed it or something like that.
I'm not sure.
I'm looking at it.
I know I ordered one not too long ago that's coming out that I was excited for, but I can't remember what it was.
It says Robert Rodriguez directed it and they both wrote it.
Yep.
But there was a movie they made together. Was it 4 Rooms or something? There was a movie they directed together.
That wasn't the one, Grindhouse? The 2 movies?
They did, yeah.
Was that the one they did together? Where it was the 2 movies together? You had, what was it, Death Proof or something like what was it called?
With Kurt Russell.
Yeah. There were 2 different movies.
You're right.
Terror Planet or Planet of Terror.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like, and when you went to the movies, you were getting a 2 for 1.
I pre-ordered the Gray. That's the one I'm thinking of with Liam Neeson, the Wolves. That's coming.
Oh,
okay. Yeah,
that's coming out in 4K.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I pre-ordered that. I like that movie. It was good.
All right. Let's see. Where I'm waiting now. I'm looking. Where is my next guest? That was supposed to be here at 10. I was like, somebody not get their link. I know I sent them the link. That's funny. They're like, did it go out? And this is where you run into trouble. It went out. No. Yep, it went out. He knows about it. So, all right.
Was Sinners your favorite movie this year?
Sinners. There he is. Okay, Carl, do you have the link? Is he
you
here?
You want to listen to this guy for a little bit, Eddie. He writes films.
You know why? Oh, here we go. This is my screw up.
You see Unhinged with Russell Crowe?
Carl's here.
I
Guys.
saw the trailer for it.
He wrote it.
Oh,
this guy coming on right
All right. No, you guys want to join me on the other side? That's why Carl's here. Carl, you're good if he's watching me here. Don't go anywhere. This is the changeover. So you guys want to join me quick on the other side?
Listen to it.
I'll send you the link because now we change over to the last half of the show, and that's why we're having the problem. All right, here we go. I'm going to send you this link, John. You guys join me over on the other side. Carl's already there. I will meet you. I will meet you guys over there. Where's John? Where are you? Right here on the.
I think I know his producer.
Do you?
See. But yeah. So all right.
You got to watch that movie.
John, I just sent you the link. Yep. I will see. I'm going to join in on the other side while you guys. I'm talking to you. I'm going to join in on the other side.
All right.
And see if Carl is in there, and then I will shut this and we will go over there. Let me just join in over here. Yep. And there's Carl as I'm talking to this one. And then there you are, buddy. And I will press. Now, Carl's waving to me. He's over here. So don't talk. I'll have way too many voices in my ear. So I'm going to go live over here and shut. So I'm going to shut down this side, guys. John, Eddie, I will see you on the other side. Everybody else, join us on the other stream. Carl's already there waiting, and I'm the idiot. But of course, that's always the case. All right. See everybody over there on the other side. See you in a minute.